Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Deku Unlocks Gamer System. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Todoroki walked on stage, a set-off expression on his face. Good luck. Phew. She took control and ordered him around. Cast the buffs and keep me going. Play mixtape number 4. He popped the CD in and immediately regretted it. Somehow I want to have more freedom today. Throw your body into this music and feel it. He dragged his hands down his face. Kill me. The weird version of Izuku came out again. His normally carefree expression was replaced with an enormous amount of red and a furious expression. She looked at his opponent and he almost matched it. She did sense a bit of yellow before it was squashed though. This could be bad. He's normally pretty calm and formal. I wonder what happened. She glanced at Pixie and sensed her own red from her. Why are you mad? Someone FE'd with him, my student. She tried to stand but was held down by Ragdoll and her. Calm down you idiot. What can you even do? You don't even know who did it in the first place. I'll find out. Time to go night-night. A purple haze misted around Pixie before she slumped over. Thanks Kiyama, said Lady, picked up Koda and sat down between her and All Might. She set him down on her lap and smiled at Mandalay. No problem. While I'd love to see her hurt someone, I don't want her to get injured. She freed her nephew, who was struggling to get away, and set him on her own lap. What do you mean? The teacher leaned over and whispered in her ear. Endeavor. The name slightly shocked her. His dad. She nodded and put a finger to her lips. Mandalay turned back to the fight, which weirdly hadn't started yet. Ecto was talking to Izuku, probably because of the sinister-looking weapon in his hands. A large bone blade, covered in ice, fire, lightning, and a swirling vortex of dust around the whole thing. Ecto nodded at something he said and jumped back. Start. The first to attack was Todoroki with his signature starting move of a massive glacier. Once again several of the heroes had to drag people out of the way of the attack. She blinked and Izuku was behind the dual quirk user. Ethereal Haunt? Todoroki must have sensed the oncoming attack, because he instantly created an ice shell. Izuku's sword slammed into the side and sent it flying into the glacier. Come on Popsicle. Show me your fire. The ball of ice erupted into another glacier attack, which Izuku dodged by jumping up and forward. While in the air, he spun and charged one for all into his hand. Throwing the blade directly at the shell with a resounding boom, he landed into a roll. Luckily, Todoroki was able to sense the attack and in the small instance Izuku spun, had created multiple layers of ice. Each was easily 2 meters thick and reminded her of Pixie's Shield of Gaia. The sword broke through 4 of the 5 layers before being stopped. It then exploded, destroying the last layer, which Lion took advantage of and sent a massive fireball into. It exploded on contact, destroying the surrounding ice, and sending the now reinforced ice ball flying into the air. Todoroki either must not have been phased or he was able to think while in a panic because his next move was brilliant. Hundreds of small poles came out of the ice, both raising him further in the air and attacking Izuku. I told you to use fire, Popsicle. He opened his mouth and a cone of fire erupted, melting the ice in an area around him. The poles that came close melted rapidly and couldn't get any closer. Todoroki responded with a move she saw Pixie use before. Pixie's version was called Sky Meets Earth and was probably the most destructive move she had in her arsenal. This one was smaller and would probably kill any normal unprepared opponent. A giant slab of ice grew from the top of the ball, easily covering the whole arena. Unluckily for him though, Izuku had fought against Pixie quite a bit and knew the best way to get past it. Fire licked at his feet and he jumped right for the wall. It was like watching a small firework being shot at a wall. Except her firework actually packed a punch. The instant the wall was close to him, he ignited and blew the thing to smithereens. The brief full-temp aura had melted quite a bit of the ice and shattered the rest of it into snow. The ball his opponent had been using wasn't unscathed and fell down hard. He managed to soften the landing somewhat, but the crash still shook the ground a bit. Izuku, who was still letting off red, began to fall and prepared for his landing on top of the shell. As he began to spin, fire igniting all around him as he got into a knee drop. Todoroki wasn't going to take it standing still though and began to send glacier after glacier at his opponent. Each shattered and melted as they came in contact with Izuku. He was less than 15 meters from landing when Aizawa came onto the scene. He stopped Izuku's gamer quirk and pulled him out of the way of the ice attacks. And the fight is over. The opponent passes his trial and will be allowed to compete. Izuku was let go almost instantly and bowed to his teacher. Aizawa looked annoyed, but walked off without another word. There was cheering. It was slow at first, but eventually everyone was cheering. She really needed to talk to Izuku. You tried to hurt him. He tried to kill us. He was not. Misaki began cursing at him and then stopped talking altogether. During the shift, her anger had boiled over and began to leak into him. He lost control of himself and was just going along with her. He managed to lie to Aizawa about not actually wanting to harm, but it was just barely. He watched as Todoroki freed himself and walked off stage. Aki ran up to him, but he ignored her and went into the locker room. She came out onto the field and started healing him instead. What happened to him? He shrugged. He was said when he came on the field. Misaki tried to hurt him toward the end. Aki cast her last healing spell and shrugged. You didn't, so it's fine, but you'll need to figure out a way to control her. Sorry, Misaki. All the AI did was grumble. I know. Get off the field. We'll go for food with everyone if you're okay with it. She nodded with a smile and ran off the field toward Recovery Girl, who was mugging him. He offered her an apologetic smile, but she turned her back to him and walked toward the locker room. He let out a sigh. And for the last fight we have the newest student of Class 1A, Tobu Mikazuki. Younger listeners beware. Cast shield if you see fit, but I don't think we'll be in danger. She didn't answer him. Look, we'll figure something out, but for right now let's just get this over with. Deal. Fine. Koda, sweetie, please cover your eyes. He raised an eyebrow at her, and seemed to read the air. He tucked his hat over his eyes and covered his ears. Okay, wake up, Pixie. Ragdoll slapped Pixie, who jumped a foot in the air, ready for a fight. She looked around and began whining instantly. I missed his fight? Midnight rested her chin on her hand and smiled at her. Sorry, girlie, couldn't have you causing problems. He fought really well though. Except for the fact, both of them tried to kill each other. She kept her thoughts to herself. Pixie, why did you teach him your moves? That she did send out. Her teammate looked at her, with a confused stare. What do you mean? Tiger answered for her. He was using moves that you've used before. Like Shield of Gaia and Sky Meets Earth. She tilted her head. I didn't teach him any of those moves. The only thing I taught him was his own version of Forest of Stone. Mandalay hummed. Maybe he watched a few videos on you? Is anyone recording these fights? All Might answered her. I believe Present Mike has video recorders in the stand somewhere. Something about making a video for the class. We'll have to let Pixie watch the fight. And with that brief stop, the fight will commence. Everyone turned to watch the last fight. Midoriya? He raised an eyebrow. Yeah? Are you okay if I go all out? Ms. Soma told me if I didn't, I'd have extra training next week. He laughed. Go for it. I think I'll be fine. She nodded and pulled out a cleaver from her hip. It was made of a black metal and probably the same stuff her teacher used with her dolls. He summoned a bone blade and stood at the ready. Fight. As soon as the teacher was clear, Tobu jumped forward with speed he wasn't used to from her. He blocked the first attack, and when he went for his own, he was forced to block as she attacked again. He blocked another attack and summoned an ice spear in his offhand. He struck out with the spear in a circle and hit, sending her on her back a few meters away. As he summoned another spear, the girl rose like a ghost onto her feet. With blinding speed, she was in his face and attacked with a viciousness he's only seen from her fight with Ms. Soma. Each attack from her was easy to block with his quality, but he could tell each attack after the first came faster and faster. She's going to outpace you at this rate. Jump back and start casting. Magma bomb. The little ball of hell summoned itself in between them and started to grow in size. Tobu didn't seem to mind as she pushed even harder. As she pushed herself into the ball, she poofed. Wait. 6. He spun and jumped backward over the growing ball of magma. Just in time 3 different versions of Tobu had attacked at once and began to follow him with ridiculous speed. Stinging rain. The air around him turned into small icicles and flew forward, cutting into the wind. 2 of the versions poofed while the right dropped to a knee, blood pouring from her chest. He took a step forward, about to heal her, when Misaki yelled, "Mana shield!" The blue aura sprung to life and was cracked as 3 others came into existence. Start casting again. Don't fall for her tricks. Odin's rage. The air in front of him rippled, and in the small second before it could go off, they all disappeared. The spell went off and hit nothing but air and cement. Sleepwalk. He jumped into the air and dodging a hand of shadow that attacked him from the side. Alright, this is annoying, can we just end it? Let's push her even harder. Odin's blessing. His agility and strength went up by 20% and he went on the offensive. Using an air step, he flew forward and let off cold snap. The temperature dropped and after a second, cracked. The spell managed to poof whatever she had created, letting him jump into the smoky bubble. Come on out, Tobu. Mana storm. He unleashed the electricity toward the center of the bubble and followed up with Tempest at half power. He heard a cry of pain and jumped toward it, his sword arm pulled back. As he cleared a bit of smoke, he lessened his hold as he saw her on the ground. Body clenched and twitching for the spell, he approached cautiously. 6. He spun with the sword and stabbed it forward. His eyes went wide as Tobu's face was shocked, a sword in her stomach. A bit of blood worked its way out of her mouth and she coughed it over him. Sheet. He let the sword disappear and caught her as she fell. Emergency aid. The spell went off, but failed on her. His eyes went wide, but the mistake cost him. He was slammed into the ground, face first, and started to get buried into the ground. Resistance check fail. A doll came into view. He turned his head to look at it and watched as it pulled out a sharp piece of glass. It started to laugh and others came out of the smoke, each carrying some type of sharp object. Alright, just end it. He released the electricity stored inside of him and zapped the closest dolls. Yeah. He trailed off and started to build up a bit of sun. The dolls started singing and walked closer, stabbing the air in front of them. 3 seconds. The first doll reached him and stuck the glass into his eye. He wanted to yell, but he felt no pain. Gamer's mind has blocked the debuff, nightmare of minds. He started to laugh, so that's the secret of her quirk. That begs the question though, how did she physically attack with her dreams? The copies of her from before were definitely real. The dolls started stabbing him over and over, blood started pooling all around him. Then he was finally charged. Bottled sun. He sent the first right at himself, and told the others to go in all directions around him. She would get a bit crispy, but should be fine after a bit of healing. The instant they landed, he heard pain screaming and all the smoke and dolls vanished. And that's the fight. Ms. Tobu passes. Alright, she confuses me even more now. Agreed. He'd have to ask her about her quirk, it apparently didn't work like he thought. He didn't lose, did he? No, he won. But, can we go now? We're all going to go out to eat though. Koda let out an annoyed sigh and just sat on her lap. Cheer up. I heard Izuku chose a place you will like. How does the idiot know what I like? She smiled and squeezed him in a hug. He did take care of you for little over a month, I'd be surprised if he didn't. He didn't answer her and tried to fight against the I'm going to find my students. Pixie stood and walked off. I think I'll do the same. Tiger got up and walked off with Ragdoll, who had a smile plastered on her face. She looked down at her nephew. Want to go with me? He shrugged. Let's go. She let him down and followed her teammates. She hugged both Ishido and Uraraka in a bear hug, slightly picking them both off the ground. You two did so good. Thanks, Mandalay. Yeah. We couldn't let you down. She hid her smirk as her fellow brunette took a step away and went pinker in the cheeks. So are you two ready for Aizawa's version of training? Ashido shivered slightly but gave a thumbs up. I'll try. Uraraka just nodded. Uraraka? The girl didn't answer. She looked at Ashido. Go have fun. I heard there's going to be a small party courtesy of Midoriya. The girl cheered and ran off toward Midoriya's group. Do you want to talk? She shook her head and took another step back. Look, I'm sorry for teasing you. Forgive me. Uraraka shook her head slightly and walked away. She was releasing pink, brown, red, orange and yellow all at once. Mandalay had no idea what that meant. All she knew was she F'd up. She let out a sigh and walked over to Pixie. I F'd up. She threw her head onto her shoulder and stayed there. I'll teach you a new move the next time I see you, okay? Bakugo grunted at her and walked off to the shower room. Okay girl. What did you do? I teasingly flirted with Uraraka and now she's mad at me. Pixie picked up her head and slapped her. As the pain radiated from her cheek, she stared at her teammate in shock. Pixie was mad and excited on account of the red and yellow. She spoke to her in a harsh whisper. Look girl, you know I love you like a sister, but I'm sick and tired of your love life. I haven't had a boyfriend since high school. The only one of us with a boyfriend in the last 10 years is Ragdoll. Get yourself together. If you want something, just say something. She felt her rage build. I don't know what I want. You think I want to deal with this? The person I have a crush on is a student. Pixie. She felt tears at the edge of her eyes. She was pulled into her friend's shoulder again and began to cry. Sorry for slapping you, but you're pretty fing stupid sometimes. You're one to talk. Pixie pulled her back and wiped her tears. Look, I really want you to be happy and I honestly could give less shit who you are happy with. She pulled her in close and whispered into her ear. Also, Uraraka doesn't seem too bad, she apparently likes Lion, so you got that going for you. Maybe invite her to go with you places when you go with Lion? She took a breath in and held it for a second. Not bad. She let it out and smiled at Pixie. Can you imagine the media if this became public? I'd be in so much shit. Pixie smiled back. Gotta be secret. At least more secret than your nighttime singing. Wait, you know. She was given a deadpan look. We live in the same house and on the same mountain. Do you honestly think none of us knew? She thought to herself, I need to stop submerging my quirk. I'm actually really proud of you three. He gave them a wide smile. I knew you guys would pass, but it was nice being able to see you fight by yourself for once. Can you blame us? I got a question though. He looked at Kirishima. When we switch over to Aizawa's training, are you still going to teach us? Izuku shook his head. You three are actually going to be trained by other people. I have to take over the combat training of a few from 1B. The reason they were actually here for today was to show I can actually teach them. Can we still spar? Asked Ojiro. He shrugged. If you end up having time, I don't mind, but from what Aizawa said, it won't be an easy time for anyone. Class 1A will have the edge due to a month of training prior, but B will get special treatment to catch up for a few weeks. Ashido bounced on top of Kirishima's back and wrapped her arms around his neck. I heard there's going to be a party. Snitch. He laughed a bit and smirked. And where did you hear that? Mandalay. That dash. That was supposed to be a secret actually. She let go of Kirishima and shrugged. So where are we going? In about a half hour, we'll be going to a restaurant in Shibuya where I rented half of it out. It might be a bit crowded, but it should be fine. All of their eyes widened, but it was Kendo who asked first. Where the hell did you get so much money from? Aki questioned. She didn't look up from her homework. Answer. He rolled his eyes. Where does your money come from? Your dad doesn't work, and wasn't your mom just a vigilante? Aki nodded while still looking at her homework. There's a dungeon mom grinded that has a massive amount of gold and silver in the Shadow's Cape. You need mining to get it obviously, but it's rather easy to clear. Well, it was when we went, it might be different now. She finished writing something and tossed her pencil down. Why do you ask? I need spending money. She smiled. Well, grab a pickaxe and I'll teleport you to the entrance. This is fun. For you, you'd med junkie. He was currently riding a massive death trap of a water slide down to the last level. The dungeon Aki had described wasn't matching up. She had told him the dungeon was a massive cave complex with 3 to 4 pockets of or veins. He managed to find the veins, but only just. The dungeon had morphed on him. He had just finished clearing the first 6 levels, which were all underwater. The bosses of each level were some type of fish or underwater reptile. He couldn't wait to see what the main boss would be. The veins of or were still found on the 7th level, but hidden behind a ridiculously annoying crystal puzzle. After mining all that he could, he dumped it into a portal and made his way down. Sylph's blessing. As he felt the spell finalize, he jumped as hard as he could. The water slide ended in a waterfall emptying out into a massive chasm. His initial jump cleared more than half of it, and after he started descending, he used air step to clear the rest. Landing on his feet, he looked out over the chasm. Nothing but darkness and the void. He charged a small but powerfully bright fireball and tossed it down one side. It illuminated a black rock wall, with several tunnel entrances or exits. Throw one down. He threw a matching fireball after the first lost its power and ended. This one just illuminated the rock wall, but didn't hit any bottom he could see. DMN. Think something lives down there? I'd rather not find out. He could feel her nod. Turning around, he faced a massive stone door with a skull made of red rubies. He began to cast his buffs and asked her, "You ready?" 1 second. There was a brief pause. 8 or 10? Which one isn't boy groups? 11 it is. She put on the CD and a soft humming played in his head. Instrumental? I can appreciate other types of music. He shrugged. Touching the door, a prompt appeared. Do you wish to enter the boss chamber? Doing so will prevent you from leaving until the boss is dead. There is no escape from this dungeon until it is done. Do you wish to proceed? He selected yes and was teleported into a large circular room. Light shone in from the ceiling, illuminating a ruined temple surrounded by hundreds of small water puddles. He didn't see any enemies, but that meant nothing. He began a cautious walk forward toward the temple. Lower the volume. The music went to a barely audible level. With a faint whisper, he summoned an ice spear into each of his hands. Hearing a faint water drop, he spun and stabbed into a puddle. You dare strike at me, commoner? He looked around for the source of the voice. You bet you're but fishtail. It was a water dungeon and all the previous mini-bosses were water-based. So it was an educated guess of an insult. You wretched swine. He spun to the right and bent backward to dodge the streamline charge. Izuku spun to make his own attack, but found no one behind him. You think you can enter my home, my land, and treat me with disrespect? He rolled to the side, dodging another attack. Looking around, the attacker vanished again. Bow to me, swine, and I may just yet let you live for a while. He hummed as he stood, gonna have to pass on that, fishy. I doubt I'd be any good at following orders. There was a low grumble and Izuku watched a slender 2.5-meter tall fishman rise from a puddle. His size wasn't what worried him, what did was the trident he held in his right hand. The bright blue weapon, which stood out against his white skin, radiated an ozone smell. Observe. King Landrel, Storm Master. He closed the window, annoyed. Alright, this guy is fast. Want to take over and give me some thinking time? She shrugged. Sure. She took control and after a second of concentration he found himself in her apartment. It was nice and tidy, there wasn't a bed, as she didn't need to sleep, and the walls were covered in CDs and pictures. Each picture was either of a band or some of her favorite memories. One of which was the very first solar flare they ever performed. All the others he either didn't remember or didn't make sense why she liked them. He didn't ask though, her own favorites were hers. Sitting down on the sofa, which was set against the wall with the most pictures, he started thinking. Speed and dodging, so he needed an agility buff. He closed his eyes and concentrated. The fastest hero he knew was All Might, but he was unable to replicate that for long. So that left everyone else. Number 2 had to be a clock, but he didn't know anything about him. There was Denki though. His classmate had been able to shock his muscles in certain ways to gain a ridiculous burst of speed. He could probably replicate that. He felt a burst of pain on his right arm, which started bleeding. He ignored it. Mana Storm wouldn't be a bad idea, but its effect was instant. Even its sub-spell, Tempest, went off the instant he finalized the spell. He was able to create Thundered Weapon during a fight with Sei, so maybe he could make the weapon buff affect his own body? Okay, let's do this. Focusing on his real body, he fought for control against the raging AI. Misaki, give up. That seemed to cost both of them, as the enemy took advantage of their mental fight and smashed his trident into his head. Control came back the instant lightning arced off the trident and zapped him. He rolled to right, dodging a downward stab and cast Tempest in an AoE around him. You okay? Never do that again. He swore he heard her vomit. Maybe it was his imagination. He started casting Odin's Rage and instead of finalizing it, sent all the electricity in him. The idea was the same as it was when he made the first subspell. After a second, when the electricity tried to dissipate, he half-cast the spell again and did it over and over. Less than 20 seconds later, he smiled. Odin's Blessing LVO, max. Target gains plus 20% to STR and Agi. At the end of the duration, a massive electrical discharge will occur in target direction. If electricity is not released, the target creature will detonate. Duration, 1 minute. Damage, 50% of damage dealt during buff duration. Cost, 500 mana and 25% of HP. As Tempest ended, he cast the buff and used Ethereal Haunt to slow the enemy even further. Sylph's Blessing, Hermes' Blessing. The ridiculous increases to his Agistat allowed him to clear the distance between them almost instantly. The back of the boss was just outside his radius, so Ethereal Haunt ended. Goodbye. He pulled his arm back and charged one for all. Power Strike, 25%, Detroit Smash. The punch just barely connected as the creature started to move. He watched his prey go straight for the ceiling and hit it. When he began to fall back down, Izuku charged the same attack again. Luckily for him, the enemy seemed to be stunned by his first attack and wasn't able to dodge the second. Power Strike, 25%, Utah Smash. The punch sent the fish flying straight into the temple and hitting with a boom. He ended up breaking both arms and immediately started casting emergency aid on both. Not bad. I really hope it levels up soon. Whatever Full Cowl was, it had better be worth it. Leveling 1 for all had been a straight pain in the butt, as he couldn't use the ability safely regularly. Right now was an exception thanks to his new buff attack. The now even more ruined temple shifted and burst apart as the fishman stood, obviously enraged. You die now, pest. Izuku saw the slight movement forward and dashed in an attempt to keep up. Watching the boss was like watching a pro athlete in slow motion. Each step, every arm swing was precise, graceful, and filled with power. Every step he took catapulted him forward even faster. Every swipe he took at Izuku was filled with enough power and energy to cause an ear-piercing hum. Stop romanticizing the fight. It's trying to kill us. Instead of answering, he kept dodging until the enemy made a slight mistake, which was just in time. Going in for a swing, which was an obvious feint, the boss attempted to strike him with the butt of the staff. Release. The electricity freed itself, folding his body in on itself. His enemy tried to block but was hit square in the chest. Standing up, his muscles unclenched and relaxed. That feels so weird. He felt her shiver. We'll try to keep that in reserve. The cost is a little insane. You wretched creature. Defiler. Usurper. Landarel stood, his chest blackened with soot and 2 massive dents in his body. He needed to keep him talking until his arms healed. Look, dude. I am a king, you filthy rodent. All right, king. What are you the king of? All I see is a ruined temple and a big cave. My kingdom needs not to be seen by the eyes of an outsider. Now die. Sheet. They were almost done. Go up. He looked up and saw that he did have clearance to jump around. He waited until the boss was in his face, and jumped as hard as he could, nearly hitting the ceiling. Using air step, he bounced off and flew horizontally across the cavern. Good news was, bouncing like this had given enough time to recover, but he was far from safe. The Dmed thing had just as easily walked on air as it did earth and water. How low do you think he is? He asked in thought. Maybe 30%? Also I approve. He smirked. Letting himself fall to the ground, he dropped into a patch of light hoping he could collect it. His unspoken prayer was answered as he felt the energy pour into him. Lying in the sand, hunker down, dodge. He held his hands out, waiting for the boss to attack. The boss, seeing him not moving anymore, doubled his speed and charged in a straight line. As he picked up speed and distance, lightning and water began to arc and spiral off the trident. You ready? Yeah. When the enemy was within 10 meters, they switched out. Berserker's mind took over but didn't block her conscious thought just yet. The brief few seconds allowed her to carry through with the plan before she lost her chance. When the enemy's weapon was within grabbing distance, Misaki took the attack in their left hand. The pain was excruciating but needed. Redirecting the trajectory, she brought the owner to face level. The rage finally reached its peak. Sunny day smash. Their punch, fueled by the light and inner sun, ignited and flared at first contact. The force of the punch sent the boss flying across the cavern, smacking in the wall. The trident embedded in their hand was torn free, ripping the hand to shreds. Not that it was in any better condition beforehand. He began casting all the buffs again, and healing the hand. When the healing process started, he gave her a single command. Misaki. Kill. She let out a roar and flew forward, smashing into the boss who just started getting up. Without a second of delay, she began to point-blank using solar pyrokinesis at his face. Using her right hand, she started smashing it into his face. This continued on until the left healed, allowing her to double her efforts. The notification from defeating the boss came 2 minutes later. Not wanting to fight for control, he just let her rampage. He had received roughly 40,000 XP from defeating that boss and hit level going to Power Loader's Forge after his training class. He refined all the ore and ended up with enough to make well over $1 million USD. He had decided to sell it in the US due to the higher demand and was pleasantly surprised by the amount. Stocks. His classmates gave him confused looks, but didn't doubt his claim, which provided him with some relief. Alright, go take a shower if you haven't already, we'll leave once everyone is ready. Smith. Everyone turned to the sound and saw a very angry pixie holding a stunned Mandalay. I'll deal with that, I guess. Go take a shower. They nodded and walked off, giving a brief glance at the two women who seemed to make up instantly. Walking over, he talked before he was too close so he didn't interrupt them. Alright, I'll be honest, I wouldn't have expected that. What happened? Mandalay jumped and Pixie just smiled. Nothing. Pixie shook their fearless leader a bit and tossed her to the side. She's lying, she did something stupid and is acting stupid. He raised an eyebrow at his team's leader. Like, nothing. She put her hands up and turned slightly pink in her cheeks. He looked at Pixie, who was just grinning like a madwoman about how the other was acting. He sighed, all right then. He looked at Mandalay. You wanted to talk and we have a bit of time. She jumped at the opportunity to change the subject. Just follow. She pulled him into a small conference room, leaving Pixie to smile mischievously behind them. Sitting down, he was slightly embarrassed when she pulled a seat closer to him and sat down less than half a meter away. Well. She held out her hand. With her being so close, he could easily smell her pomegranate-scented perfume. Taking her hand, he used transference. You're good. He was assaulted by pink and orange. All right, what questions do you have? What was with your fight against Bakugo and Todoroki? That would probably be easier if I introduced you to someone. Sosaki, meet Misaki. Hello, said an excited female voice. She was instantly assaulted by yellow, pink, and orange. She tilted her head. Who is Misaki? I'm an AI created by Izuku. I live inside his head. Izuku's voice came back with his normal blue and green. I was actually only able to create her after I met you. He smiled at her. It may or may not have slightly melted her heart. Hi, Mom. The AI was letting off a huge amount of yellow. She raised an eyebrow at Izuku. I honestly didn't plan that or think it. We were in the middle of a police questioning when she decided that you and I were her parents. She also made her name that day too. But what does she have to do with your fights? Why is it a she? Also, she's radiating enough pink to drown me. Why? We can trade places. He's the little mage who can jump around and dodge, while I'm the front-line tank. What she means is that we can trade who's in control of my body. When she takes control, her personality changes dramatically. She's a she because I had to choose a voice for her. As for the pink, I have no idea. Unlike her, I can't read her mind. She was about to ask a question when Misaki cut her off, and what juicy memories they are. Misaki. I can tell you anything you want to know. Misaki. Want to know what he thinks about when he's in the shower? You like it? Misaki, I swear to Aki you will go into a squirrel. Shut the hell up. She couldn't help two things at that moment. The amount of heat creeping up her neck and her laughter at hearing their conversation. Is it always like this with you too? Said Misaki. Yes, but it's normally over music. She has a very peculiar taste. He means awesome taste he just can't understand. She smiled. Favorite song? Oh, Dynamite. She nodded approvingly, old but good. You. The yellow started to increase. She was getting excited. She hummed in thought, I'd have to say Kokoronashi. Her voice is really nice and fun to sing along with. Never heard of it, I'll have to force him to look it up. She could feel orange coming off of Izuku, dread. She couldn't help but smile. Let me know what you think. It was nice talking to you, daughter. She heard the AI start laughing as Izuku hid a small smile. So, any other questions? She had plenty. Were they appropriate? Nope, but did she want to ask? Nothing really comes to mind. We can just talk for a little while. Boring. The AI brought herself into the conversation. Hey Mom, I got a present for you. She raised an eyebrow. Yeah? No. It took a bit of scrounging around, but here. An image started to fill her mind. Being on this end of it was rather weird. She didn't even know Izuku could use this part of it yet. As the image came into focus, she felt her face heat up and her breath hitch. Her eyes were wide as the image finished. Misaki. I'm naming my first daughter after you. Hee hee. What did she do? Misaki? Mandalay. Don't worry, Lion. She could tell her voice was coming out slightly strained. She stored that rather steamy shower scene for later and focused on Izuku. She does answer most of my questions though. Why haven't you told me sooner? Izuku shrugged and spoke out loud. Never really thought it wasn't important until we started using this ability in this world. Yeah. When we're in the shadowscape, I can destroy anything I want, but here. There could be a lot of problems. She could obviously see the problems. Is there a way to end it sooner? Izuku nodded and both explained everything they could about switching. A short while later, there was a knock at the door. You two decent? Pixie threw open the door without giving either a chance to respond. When it fully opened, she gave an annoyed look. DMN. Izuku was sitting with several of the teachers in a booth overlooking the whole event. He would have been with the other students, but he had a job he could honestly say he wasn't looking forward to. The teachers had decided since he wasn't doing anything, and the only other person was an R-rated hero. He would be the referee for the first years. Yay him. This is going to be so boring. We get to watch the others fight each going all out now. We also get our own event. Pleasure started rolling off her, and as intoxicating as it was, he shook it off and focused the paper in front of him. Nizu had given him a list of all possible second stage events. Some were for 48 people, which was the expected result, and others were for less. The one he wanted to see the most was the randomized team fights. Midoriya, my boy. He looked up at All Might. Are you excited? It was almost impossible to match the excited smile on his mentor. More than anything. Don't plan on winning, by the way. All Might, in his skeletal form, let out a light laugh before leaning in. Bring it, boy. The excitement in Misaki started to boil over. With all my might, sir. He matched the savage grin on his teacher. All right, you two, I'm sure you're both excited, but Mr. Midoriya has a job to do before then. You have 5 minutes, by the way. Nizu sat down in a chair next to him and took a sip of coffee. The air both inside and out was a crisp cold. All the students had been given a pair of matching sweats, excluding him, who was told to wear his normal costume. Sir? Yes. Has there been any news on the disappearance cases? Nizu sighed and put his mug down. He instantly looked older, if that was possible. I'm afraid not. The disappearances seem to have stopped though. If even one more person goes missing, however, the government has decided to send out a nationwide warning. And the man? Unresponsive. Near comatose, but nothing like normal, he just doesn't respond at all. We have a mind hero who is going to try and find what they can. He hummed. Midoriya, you're needed on the field. You have your speech and entrance ready, don't you? He nodded at Aizawa, who had just walked in. Yes, sir. Then get going. The man walked off to a side room which contained the announcer's booth. He looked at Nizu with a puzzled expression. Aizawa? Nizu began to laugh, not by choice. A moment later, Present Mike ran through, easily the most excited person in the room. Ah. He bid Nizu farewell and walked off into the stands. The audience was getting louder by the second. Ladies and gentlemen. The audience went quiet. Present Mike's voice and excitement carried over the crowd, which seemed to be getting more excited by the second. Welcome to the UA Sports Festival. The crowd began to stamp their feet, rocking the stadium, their excitement even getting to him. The huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their swords once a year. First off, we have the miraculous new stars who overcame enemy attacks with their hearts of steel. Hero Class 1A. To the cheer of the crowd, he watched as his classmates walked out onto the field. Before he left them, he suggested they fight their nerves and try to smile and wave at the crowd. Not look like scared kids. He saw both Kendo and Momo waving the crowd, while most of the others gave a smile. While they haven't been given as much airtime, this class is also filled with talent and grit. Hero Class 1B. The class walked out into the field, having been given the same advice, and was doing slightly better actually. More than half the class was waving happily and talking animatedly with each other. He knew each by name and had actually talked with them more than once. Next up, we have General Studies classes C, D, and E. He didn't know anyone in any of those classes, besides the pervert. Which was honestly a shame. It felt like the school was too divided sometimes, but maybe there was a reason for it. Followed by the support course, classes F, G, and H. Izuku smiled as he saw Hatsume's bright pink hair. They had actually gotten closer over the last month, as he couldn't get hurt and wasn't surprised by much. He was her favorite person. After he put his foot down about not wanting to be Power Loader's apprentice, of course. He tested all her products and every design. It was actually a lot of fun working with her. Her mind was an enigma and contained so many ideas, he doubted she would ever run out. And last but not least, business course classes I, J, and K. He knew absolutely no one in these classes. Which was rather weird considering most heroes worked for a company run by these types of students. And with them entering the field, all of UA's first years are here now. Mike let the crowd cheer for a bit and calm down before he continued. Without further ado, I'm proud to introduce the top student of their year, the representative of 1A, the defender of USJ, Midoriya Izuku. He sweat dropped. Not even remotely true. You ready? She hummed. Tempest. His idea was this: a small electrical storm appears over his landing platform, with it, a bunch of dancing lights and floating rocks. Then when Tempest starts to die down, he sends an ice spear into the middle of the platform, shattering in a burst of electrical sparks and fire. The instant it died down, he would zip in with ethereal haunt and take a bow. Short, simple, and he didn't get hurt. Still think a massive ball of flame would be cooler? No, he proceeded with his plan. His performance was apparently well received, as the crowd went wild. He opened a portal, pulling out the mic and earpiece given to him. Now that my moment to shine has finished, I'd like to give the player's pledge. The crowd went quiet as it waited for him to speak. As students of UA and as future protectors, we pledge to each other, the civilians we protect and the heroes we will fight alongside, that we will always be there for you. In your time of need, in both hardship and peace. We promise you can count on us. He finished with a bow. As the crowd cheered and the students clapped, he jumped off the platform onto the stage which housed the overdone billboard. As he landed, the cement platform was undone by Cementos. Now, without further ado, let me explain the rules. The first event roulette was just a formality. It was already predetermined what type of race it would be as the staff needed more time to prepare for it. This year it had been decided to be a bog-standard obstacle race. 3, 2, 1, go! His schoolmates took off in a mad scramble through a narrow chokehold. As the others fought for first place, he started jumping back up to the teacher's box. A few people looked his way, but quickly turned back to big screens for the event. Todoroki froze the entrance, keeping more than half the students back. As he entered the room, several teachers gave him thumbs up, which he returned with a smile. Midoriya, my boy, you did amazing. Thanks. What should I do in the meantime? Nizu patted the empty space beside him. Have a seat and enjoy the event. You won't need to go back down until the first student clears the last obstacle. And the ice wall goes down. Todoroki and Bakugo are neck and neck. As he sat down, he saw the camera focusing on their faces. They were arguing and yelling at each other. They really don't get along, do they? Izuku nodded. Todoroki isn't as headstrong as Bakugo, but he doesn't like putting up with people who get in his face. Bakugo is the opposite. He's a headstrong warrior that loves confrontation. Nizu laughed. I did hear about general studies showing up at your homeroom. He grinned. He challenged all of them. And the first students reached the first obstacle. Robo Inferno. The crowd started cheering. He looked at the principal with a raised eyebrow. Giant robots? All Might explained, you would have actually fought one during the exam if it had stayed the same. They're called 0-pointers. He looked at the two of them incredulously. And you just let the students destroy them? Nizu waved a hand at him. We aren't so wasteful. Of course some parts get destroyed, but we use the acquisition of new materials as assignments for the business course. Once the material is received, the support class fixes them. He was impressed. They actually thought everything through, didn't they? And Todoroki freezes the event. He looked at the screen and saw that he did indeed freeze every single robot. Bakugo wasn't far behind, having just blasted straight through one. We could have just zoomed straight past them. He nodded. True. How do you think we could destroy one? Probably just fling ourselves into the head and plow through it. He watched as the other students made their way through, having to be extremely careful due to collapsing robots. Have you talked to your team lead? He looked over at All Might and nodded. Togata seemed happy, not too sure about Amajiki though. The first students blast straight over the second event. The fall. Where does it fall down into? Asked Izuku. Nizu answered him. The bottom is trampolines. We have staff waiting around for anyone that falls. We could have just ran straight across. This wouldn't really be a challenge for any student that could fly. It was ectoplasm that answered the statement. The first event isn't meant to be a challenge, it's meant to show us who has potential. Nizu nodded. We use the sports festival to show us who has the potential to join the hero course. Of course, this obviously requires an open spot. Ectoplasm finished. If a hero student does abysmal, we reserve the right to change them out. He was honestly surprised. He wasn't too worried about his class though. He knew Class 1B had potential, but no idea about who worked hard or who wasn't a good fit. You may want to head on down, my boy, said All Might. He looked at the screen and saw Bakugo and Todoroki were just getting to the final obstacle. Landmines? Nizu shrugged. We didn't hide them too well. All they have to do is not rush through. Misaki started laughing. I'll head on down. After the final leg and some midair combat. First place belongs to Bakugo Katsuki. He was standing on stage waiting for the rest of the pack to finish. Looking at the leaderboard, he was happy to see most of his classmates were in the top half. The only ones below that were Ojiro, Kirishima, Kendo, and Tobu. 3 of which had no way of speeding up faster than a run, and the other was probably just floating across the whole thing. The next person to come running through, or hopping, was Azui. She looked out of breath, but had a smile on her face. Behind her was Ida, who had a massive soot mark on the front of his sweatshirt. He wasn't sure how Azui beat him, but it was probably funny. After reaching the last obstacle, she had jumped student to student until getting in fourth a bit away from Ida. Her male classmate was dancing in between the mines, lighter on his feet than most people she'd ever met. As he neared the final few meters, she jumped as hard as she could and struck out with her tongue. Sticking on to the back of his shirt, she reeled herself in and jumped off him. Azui! She wasn't an angry person ever, but she did tell him multiple times. She sent her tongue out again, aiming for his feet. It's Tsu! She yanked his feet from under him, throwing him off balance and falling forward on a mine. Before he could stand and collect himself, she raced for the finish line, hearing Ida racing toward her. After them was a small collection of students who had helped each other finish. Hatsum, Achiko, Jiro, Momo, and Kodai from 1B. They had apparently all rode on an enlarged rocket of Hatsum's. Right behind them was mostly everyone else. They were missing 8 of the students for the last of the 48 needed. Kirishima and his metal clone, Tetsu, ran through at the same time. Both collapsed back to back, out of breath and obviously tired. Kendo came in after them with Ojiro and Tobu. The last 3 slots were filled by students he didn't know. All the hero studies students had passed. And that's the race. We bring it down to our man on the ground for the next event. As the cameras focused on him, he put on a smile and spoke into the mic, "Congratulations to our competitors. For the next event, I bring your attention to the board." The cameras panned out to show both him and the massive board behind him. The next event for the first years will be. He let the wheel spin, and it eventually stopped on Cavalry Battle. I know you're busy, but there's a problem. Misaki answered for him. Send cords. Be there as soon as possible. He quickly went over the rules for the event, and while he let his classmates make up teams, he contacted Nizu. Sir, I'm really sorry, but Hale said she needs my help. We'll have midnight finish. Go help your friend. He jumped off stage toward where Kendo and Uraraka, who were teamed. Girls, I've got to go. Keep your heads in the game, and I'll try and be back as soon as possible. Uraraka gave him a worried look. What's going on? He smiled. No idea. Hale asked me for some help with something. It shouldn't take long. Kendo punched his arm. You idiot, you made it sound like you were heading off to war. He made a face. Could be. She does tend to drag me to places that are dangerous. Achiko grabbed his arm and squeezed, not helping. He grinned at Kendo and saw the mirth in her eyes. How about this then? He leaned forward and kissed the brunette's cheek. He felt her go absolutely rigged and pulled away with a smile that threatened to turn into a laugh. Bye, see you during the final. He gave her a wink and jumped through a portal he opened. The cords that Aki sent him were in the middle of Hokkaido Island. Kendo watched the kiss with a smile, and as soon as he disappeared, her friend put her hands and spun in a circle. She let out a small cheer, her cheeks red as a cherry and her smile infectious enough to brighten the dreary day. She grabbed onto Uraraka and spun her so they were face to face. He kissed me. I'm happy for you, but it was on the cheek. Anger flashed across her face as she narrowed her eyes. What's that supposed to mean? She really wanted to laugh, but she settled for a shrug. Maybe if you win, he'll kiss you on the lips. The girl stilled, wide-eyed and mouth agape. Then like a switch, her aggressive, angry side came out. Spinning to point their finger at their 2 teammates, Hatsum and a person from 1B. Let's do this. Kendo chose that moment to laugh, and couldn't stop even when she spun back around. This is no laughing matter. In between portals he used meditation to regain his lost mana. Do you think she's in danger? No clue, she didn't say get here now or I'm in danger. What do you think it is then? No clue. Do you think we get to fight? Hope not. We still have to deal with All Might later. Aki can heal us. He mentally sighed. Mana is at 88%. She went quiet for a few seconds, then it started. She started making the finger drumming sound, knowing it annoyed him. Stop or I flood you. She stopped for a few seconds before she started humming. All right, we can leave. Yes. Opening a portal to Aki, he stepped through into a clearing in the middle of a forest. He looked around and saw her sitting at a small campfire. What are you doing? She looked up and waved. Hi. Walking over, he repeated his question. What are you doing? She smiled, picked up a pair of tongs and stuck them into the base of fire. He waited and watched with increasing curiosity. A few seconds of searching later, she pulled out what looked to be a lizard. If a lizard could be made of embers and flame. What is it? Flame Seeker. They hunt down the hottest source of heat within a 50 kilometers radius. Neat. But what's it for? Her face turned serious. We need to re-establish control. What? He mirrored Misaki's confusion. I didn't think you and I would have to worry about it, and then I forgot about it. Then all things happened with you and Sei disappearing. So I kind of just forgot. He sighed. He could feel Misaki's growing confusion and it was giving him a headache. What did you forget? Mom's turf. He raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? She sighed. Magic users native to this world fight for turf. When Mom first moved here, she had to fight off the one here before her. From what she said, it was a bloody battle that ends with a body, or bodies, on the floor. Yes. All right. So what's wrong? She gave him an unimpressed look. Mom is dead. Sei inherited the land. Sei is out of commission for the time being, so that leaves me and you to defend it. Oh. He sat down next to her. What do we do? She smiled at the lizard. That's where this thing comes in. We use it to find the Dmed fire mage that is trying to set up base and kill them. She finished with a jab in the air with the lizard. Yes. She was yelling loudly. Do we have to kill them? Shut up, hissed Misaki. Aki shrugged. It's either that, or convince them to leave, but I wouldn't count on that. He sighed. Alright. Where do we begin? She summoned a ball of water and dropped it on the small campfire. Come on, you Dmed thing, work? She dropped the lizard, which landed on it back, bringing it to life. He saw her eye twitch as the lizard began flailing its four limbs in the air. Bending over, she used the tongs to flip it. As soon as it was right side up, it bolted in the woods. After it. She took nearly as fast after it. A little warning? Hurry! He started running after her. The lizard burning everything it touched made it easy to track them. They ran for little over 5 minutes before he caught up with Aki, who was holding the squirming lizard. So I have a few questions. And I may have a few answers, but hold on a second. Forming a small pit, she filled it with water and dropped the lizard. The instant it touched the water, it froze. The fire and orange glow it was giving off turned black as it stilled. Aki gave him an obvious answer. I turned it off. Alright, so first question. How did you know a mage was out here? Second question. How do you know it's a fire mage? Third, are you even supposed to be out here? Won't you dad get mad? She threw the lizard in her pocket. Mom made a globe that shows high sources of magic, and I have a perk that allows me to see ambient magic. As for my dad. She smiled. What he doesn't know won't hurt him. He sighed. But how did you get the perk anyway? Also, if you can just see magic, why did you need the lizard? She didn't meet his eye and looked to the side. You have to kiss someone who can use magic. He raised an eyebrow. Try again. Her cheeks went red. I'm serious. He reached over and flicked her forehead. I said try again. She glared at him as she rubbed her forehead. How? You don't get embarrassed when you flirt with me. She opened her mouth to say something, then closed it. DMN. So. Pour into your hand at your eyes and cast a spell into them. Don't close them. He did as instructed and was blinded by the lightning. We got it. Doesn't seem too helpful though. A few seconds passed before it cleared up and he saw Aki drawing runes on her arm. Are you expecting a massive fight? She shrugged and finished her runes. Better safe than sorry. Come here. She drew a few complex rune schemes on him and they started their trek down the mountainside. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As our original announcer is now gone, how about we spice some things up? The crowd turned to her. More than half the men went wide-eyed and started to drool. She did catch a few women looking, but most were glaring at her. She smirked. She loved being her. We will be changing to the event for the second stage to make it a bit more exciting. The students eyed her with a half glare. Midnight, what are you doing? She spoke softly into the mic. Nothing, sir, just making sure the students are prepared for all eventualities. They are heroes after all. A loud manic laughter could faintly be heard across the arena, then his voice came back. Proceed. She smiled into the camera that was trained at her. I've decided since we need a bit more action, we will be changing the event to... She spun for effect. Battle for the flag. The screen changed to show the arena. All around the playfield, forts will sprout out and each team will have to both attack others and defend their own. The team captains will choose their fort and who attacks and defends. The 4 teams with the most points at the end of 15 minutes will move on to the next round. The only rule of this event, other than the normal ones, are the team captain is not allowed to attack. She couldn't help but smile as the firework from 1A blew up, both verbally and literally. What type of B-? One of the vice reps quickly cut him off and said something that shut him up almost instantly. You may now form new teams if you wish. And Hagakure has stolen her second flag. She's not escaping so easily though. She has 2 teams on her tail now and is making a mad scramble back to Fortress Toburoki. She looked across to Todoroki. 25 meters and closing. D2 to E1. Her silver general decapitated his lance. Squinting at the shogi board she had made, he stood and walked over to a wall. F1 to E1. As his piece killed her own, he began to focus on the ice fortress he had made. One of her animal creations pawed at her, 5 meters. At his command, a tunnel appeared and started to rapidly close as 2 flags started running toward them. As Toru reached the halfway point, they heard and felt a boom. It didn't hit the fortress, but it was strong enough to shake the ground. When their third teammate reached the end of the tunnel, they heard an announcement. Teams Ashido and Azui are now out of the pool. They are now free to assist others. Hagakure walked over and crawled under the kotatsu. How did you get 2 flags at once? A small flying whale swallowed the flags and floated back up the ceiling. As Todoroki sat back down, she answered, Ashido was distracted by Momo, so I stole her flag pretty easily and then Tsu's was kind of handed to me. Their male teammate raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? There was a guy from 1B who just handed me the flag and told me to run. He seemed like he was a zombie or something. Mind control. Both looked at him. It's your turn. She looked back down at the board and made her move. What do you mean? Moving his own piece, he explained. Class 1B's vice representative is a person with mind control. Toru gasped. Did he mind control everyone to get the position? He shook his head. According to Midoriya, he told everyone about his quirk day 1 and it made people trust him enough to win. Shishida I-. Toru cut him off. That's the big hairy guy, right? He was on Bakugo's team. He nodded as he was looking down at the board. He's the representative of 1B. Why would he help us though? His explanation allowed her to answer, he's getting rid of his competition. Guessing that she didn't understand, she explained further. His only real threats are his own classmates. We know what his quirk is, but not how it works. He thinks he has a better chance if he's facing us. She made a no sound and asked, have you heard anything from Tsunotori? She walked off toward some of her classmates. Todoroki tried talking to her, but I don't think she could understand him too well. She said something about a student from 1B, I didn't catch the rest of it. Checkmate. Doing a double take, she fell forward and whined. God damn it. Again. Can I play with you guys? Asked Toru. It's a 2-person game. He didn't seem to feel bad about his answer. She could hear the indignation in Toru's voice. We can play a different game. But she took the opportunity. I'm tired of losing anyway. How about we play Nunukiranju? Hatsumi. Yes. Can I put this down? Fine. The girl turned and started muttering to herself. Uraraka could swear she heard something about inadequate help. Setting down the contraption she was holding, she looked over at the field in front of their fort. They were attacked multiple times by several teams, but each shied away from the threatening-looking electricity that Hatsum's machines were giving off. The girl had taken to defending their base with vigor and had set up several machines that looked like old-style rocket launchers and had forced her to hold a massive power cable. She was pretty sure she didn't need to hold and was only told to as punishment for annoying the girl. Help! Running to the entrance, she looked out to see Kendo and Shiozaki running back with 3 teams on their tail. Hatsum! The girl strutted over and aimed one of her lightning cannons at the mob. A little help? She nodded and tapped all of the ammo for the cannon. Each was a metal disc that easily conducts electricity and packed a bit of a punch due to their weight. Nighty-night troublemakers. She pulled the trigger and discs flew out in a spray, lightning arcing off each and shooting between them. The more aware attackers dived away while the unlucky ones got fried where they stood. Hatsum let out a mad cackle and jokingly blew on the non-smoking end of the cannon. Kendo raced in and laid down the ground, out of breath. And Team Minoma are out of the running. Shiozaki walked in and sat down against a wall. How much longer? Asked Kendo. Only 5 minutes are left. Shiozaki finished counting the flags. We should have enough to be able to move on if we just wait out the timer. Hatsum tossed Kendo away from the center of the fort and held out her hand to Shiozaki. The girl gave her a look but seemed to get what she wanted a second later and handed over the flags. Take a break, I'll keep the flags safe until the timer. She set the flags down and threw a small metal orb on top of them. Before she could ask what it was supposed to do, the ball broke apart and started to expand in a solid black gel. Once it was the size of 3 small children, the gel started humming and small arcs of electricity could be seen pulsing through it. Kendo, who rubbed her hip from being thrown, backed away from the orb. What's with you and electricity? Hatsum shrugged. Makes it easier to subdue people. A boom rocketed across the ground. She sweat dropped, but Kugo doesn't seem happy. Fight me. He wasn't too happy at the moment. Every team that even came close to their fort, even if it was just him, gave them a wide berth. He sent the other 3 to go get some flags, leaving him the only one on defense. It still wasn't enough. All of these pansies ran away with their tails tucked between their legs. Bakubro! He turned to see Kirishima and Kaminari walking over. Seeing the look on his face, Kirishima put his hands up. What do you 2 want? Kaminari grinned and elbowed the other. Momo got mad at him. Hey, you didn't make it to the finals. Because your teammate cheated. It's not cheating if you fall for it. He decided to cut them off before they gave him a headache. So what the hell are you 2 doing here? Both looked at him with a bit of surprise. Oh times dash, a loud horn erupted across the field. Time's up. Holding onto their 1 million point flag has kept Team Dynamite in the lead. Behind them will be Fortress Toburoki, Team Hardhead, and Hatsum Enterprises. Kirishima let out a sigh. I didn't even do anything. Midnight's voice came out over the speaker. Will all 16 students from the winning teams please come to the main stage? Well, I'll see you guys later. Kaminari walked off with a wave. Bakugo had a bit of respect for the guy. Since the attack he had put his all into training and had even become a decent sparring partner. Where are your flags anyway? He turned to look at Kirishima and pulled out the shrunken flag out of his pocket. It was the size of a toothpick. Seriously? Was that even allowed? He shrugged. Didn't matter, no one fought for it anyway. Kirishima's eye twitched. That's probably because you were detonating the area around you. That's a funny way of saying people are weak. Rain. He punched one of the fire creatures in its face and used a bit of gravity to send it flying away from him. Aki, having spent quite a bit of time with him, understood the small command and started forming a vertical cloud. Tears of the fallen. Acid raindrops that could melt through stones started racing toward him. Gravity well. As the rain started making a solid wall of water around him, he started trying to figure out where the woman went. The instant they found the mage, Aki started attacking, something about trap spells in the air. With their cover blown, both of them tried attacking the woman, but she went invisible and started summoning these fire beasts. You got the math worked out? Misaki gave a humming nod. Calling on his gravity, he sent the water out to make a solid ring around him. Because it was water from a spell, he could only use the ring once, but that should deal with most of the monsters. Repulse! The ring shot out in a circle around him, cutting through the monsters and wooden fort they found in the woods. Aki, being much shorter than him, and knowing what was about to happen, ducked under the attack. The fire creatures evaporated when the spell hit them. He called out the woman. Leave this country and never come back. It was worth a shot. Aki walked over to stand next to him, as the wooden camp shifted slightly and collapsed in on itself. Don't think that's going to work. He looked down at her. Why? She was blasted back by a fireball and flew into a ruined hut. Resistance check pass. New skill. He looked over at the woman who just appeared not far from him. That wasn't nice. She sneered at him and started rapidly casting a multitude of spells. The fire spells were not even close to the temperature he was normally at when he was using his quirk. Each also barely packed a punch. When the last spell dissipated, he stood there and smiled at the woman. She reminded him a bit of Kakin as her sneer turned into nothing but rage. She started chanting in Russian, which he spoke fluently. Bringer of the sun, burn my enemies. The dreary day cleared almost instantly and the sun shined down on him. You just had to piss her off. Shut up. Body of the gods. The spell would take the initial brunt of the damage, but hopefully it wasn't hot enough to burn him to a crisp. Just as he taught Kirishima, he tried jumping away from the attack. He wasn't fast enough. Some otherworldly power blasted him with enough energy to slam him into the ground and keep him there. Alright, the spell took the damage, and while it won't kill us, it's very hot. Yeah, I can feel my hair burning. He stayed there for a minute, waiting for the spell to finally end. When it did, he stood up and gave the woman a withering glare. You aren't the nicest person ever, are ya? The woman looked horrified when he stood up seemingly unharmed. She rapidly muttered in Russian, and when he took a step forward, she cast a spell and disappeared again. He looked over at Aki, who had just freed herself from the rubble. Is she still here? She shrugged. The magic in the air says it was a teleportation spell, but no idea if she's still in this country. He perked up at that. So we're done. She sighed. I guess. You want to go to the sports festival with me? No thanks, she said, shaking her head. I'm going to get back to work on the base. Opening a portal, she walked through and disappeared. He looked around at the destruction the spell had caused. A massive circle about 20 meters wide was just fried. The dirt that had once been there was turned to ash, the trees around him and the cabin looked like a nuke had gone off. Black soot marred their surfaces and gave everything an outline if something was in front of it. As he was looking, he heard the sound of wood snapping and looked over to see a tree fall on its side. The trunk was burned away, which was a little weird to him. Looking around, he noted that there wasn't a single fire across the whole area. Can it be too hot for fire to start? He didn't know actually, but he thought no. The sun was 1,000,000,000,000 degrees hot and it still burned. Shrugging, he opened a portal and looked at the new skill he got. New skill. Light Armor LVL, 1 XP, 43%. Skin is only so tough. Armor allows you to take hits that would otherwise kill you. Light Armor bonus, 5%. He looked down at his hero outfit with a raised eyebrow. May must have really outdone herself with it this time. It was completely intact and didn't even seem to be singed. He decided to use Observe on it finally. He didn't bother last time because he assumed it wouldn't have any stats. He did watch it get remade by May. Unnamed Heroes Garb Light Amor. A set of armor made and treated by Hatsum May. Full equip bonus, 20%. That did raise a question though, how did he not figure out about armor before? Armor? Nothing happened. Ideas. He waited to open another portal. No clue. He hummed. What's another way to say armor? Equipment. No dice. We'll figure it out later, let's get back. And by forfeit, Shishida wins. The crowd gave a subdued clap, mainly because Hatsum had spent the entire time showing off her inventions. He did notice a few of the company grunt in the box across from them pointat stuff, SCKS for them though. Hatsum only showed off her inventions today to tease the companies. She planned on starting her own tech company and was already in talks with one of the business students, who he hadn't met yet. You think she's going to use us to display her new projects? He rolled his eyes. Of course. She's an interesting one. All Might was talking to himself than anyone else, but Niza did answer him regardless. She has to be for Midoriya to take her under his wing or claw. His mentor rubbed the side of his face with a grimace. Fair enough, I remember when he started out on his own. He was almost as bad as the girl, except he seemed a little more grounded. Niza laughed. His best friend kept him in line. He looked at Midoriya, who raised an eyebrow. Ms. Hatsum, however, gets encouraged and helped by a certain someone. Giving a small shocked expression, you can't seriously blame her on me. The principal smiled. You do assist her almost every week, which for a support student is very valuable intel. Most support students don't get help from Hero Corps students until second year. Wait, so he's telling us that we're giving her a head start? He mentally nodded as his eye twitched. Neither Power Loader or Hatsum said anything about this. Niza must have read his mind. Don't feel too bad if there was a problem with it, Aizawa, or I would have put a stop to it. Will the next contestants please come on stage? They finally managed to clear the arena of Hatsum's inventions. None of the teachers were expecting the last match to go any different from Todoroki's normal stomps. And they were proven right as the start was called and his classmate encased Tetsu in a massive glacier. Todoroki wins via overwhelming power. Todoroki apologized to the member of 1B and thawed him out. He seemed to take it in good spirits though as he shook his head and smiled. After the field is unfrozen, the next match will proceed. Looking at the two teachers, he asked, did we ever figure out what happened to him during the trials? All Might sighed and crossed his arms as he leaned back. No. I did ask Midnight, but she refuses to spill. Nizu lightly scolded All Might. It's also not our business to get in his personal life. If he wants or needs help, he'll come to us. All Might grumbled something unintelligible. Nizu understood it apparently and laughed. You can't save everyone, he needs to work it out by himself. He agreed with both of them. Todoroki needed to be given a push and given the reins. He liked to think he knew enough about the guy to assume he let things fester. Only time could tell what will happen to him. Alright, for our next match, we have two members of 1B, Shota Nairenjiki versus Shiozaki Ibara. Both students walked out onto the arena and exchanged a few words. He knew the basics on their powers but still had to read through their files. As start was called, Shota rushed in and went for a haymaker. He wasn't fast enough though and hit a wall of vines that had popped up. Shiozaki went on her own attack, sending waves of vines above and below ground. The fight was unfortunately one-sided. Shota, who was a close combat fighter, was outgunned and outmatched by the close and mid-range fighter. If we absorbed her quirk, do you think our hair will turn into vines? He couldn't help his smile. I don't think it would make much of a difference. I already have green hair. She hummed. True. Shota ended up getting caught in a ball of vines and the match was called. The winner is Shiozaki. The crowd cheered as Shota was freed. He had a feeling he knew the way this half of the bracket was going to go. Did Mr. Aizawa or Mr. Kan share their training ideas with you? Asked Nizu. He shook his head. Mr. Aizawa won't say a word and I haven't spoken a word to Mr. Kan yet. All Might started coughing and laughing at the same time, while Nizu smiled. Guess you'll have to wait and see. For our next fight, we have the vice rep of 1A, Yaoyorozu versus another of class 1A, Hagakure. The crowd cheered as both girls walked out onto the field and bowed to each other. He knew what was coming. As soon as start was called, a pair of goggles appeared and Yaoyorozu, Momo, drew a sword and held it out. Mr. Ectoplasm called the fight a second later. And the invisible wonder taps out. The crowd gave a subdued cheer. There wasn't much to the fight. Niza smiled. Heat vision goggles, handy. Ms. Soma has been forcing her to experiment with her quirk. From what she's told me, she's not having amazing success, but she's trying. Nizu nodded with a smile. That's all we ask for from our students. Our next match will be the vice rep of Class 1B, Shinso Hitoshi versus the walking detonator of 1A, Bakugo. You think he'll win? He shrugged. Maybe, depends on if he can keep his mouth shut. He walked out to the arena and stared down his opponent. He knew the guy's quirk. One of the other teams spilled the beans. They were annoyed that the guy turned on them. Hey Bakugo! Shinso waved to him with a smile. Are you ready? He growled. Apparently that didn't count as an answer. You know it's not as fun if you don't talk. He glared at the pleb. Shinso sighed. Traitors? The brainwasher looked up at ectoplasm. I think he's broken. Does he have a reset button? Most children's toys have them, right? His left eye began to twitch. If he doesn't, does that mean he's defective? Maybe he was dropped on his head. He was seeing red. He seems angry. Maybe he was dropped. He could feel the micro-expulsions going off all around his body. Are both fighters ready? He growled as his answer. Speak up now. We need an actual answer from you. Bakugo bared his teeth and growled. Shinso, are you ready? Shinso sighed. I surrender. The instant you call go, I go flying into the wall or ground. Ecto nodded. Shinso concedes. Present Mike yelled over the intercom, and Bakugo wins due to drop out. He could kill this extra right now. As Shinso walked off the stage, Ecto made a copy and started to push him toward the exit. Nizu laughed. He's not very happy, is he? He smiled. I'm just surprised he didn't pop. I'm sure if Mr. Ectoplasm did start the fight, he would have. For our next fight we have 1B's Kodai Yui versus 1A's Mikazuki Tobu. Both girls walked on stage and Kodai put her hands up in a surrendering gesture. It seems we have another surrender. How about it, my co-host? Any tidbits you like to add about 1B's immediate surrenders? Aizawa sighed. 1B knows their weaknesses and strengths. Both students realized they had no chance in beating either opponent and gave up without putting themselves in danger. That does not mean they are weak, however. Both students are exceptional and capable in their own ways. They wouldn't have made it this far otherwise. Well said, my spooky friend. Now for our next match we have Class 1B's Tsunatori versus 1A's Kirishima. He was looking forward to this fight. He had obviously taught Kirishima, but he was excited to see Pony fight. He had spoken with the girl previously, and she had said she could fight but was embarrassed to do so in front of so many people. Begin! Kirishima dashed in first and instantly hardened as a horn shattered against his face. Wiping away the flecks of keratin, he was greeted by a hoofed foot, which sent him sprawling on to his back. Misaki laughed as Kirishima scrambled back up to his feet. Come on, Kirishima, I didn't train you to lose. Pony sent 2 horns at him this time, and both hit their mark to little avail. As the horns hit, Kirishima charged forward and let them shatter against his face as he grabbed Pony's foot. Not being able to see, he did the only thing he could do. He held on and began the process of trying to hit his now stationary target. And Kirishima grabs hold off of his victim. She better be careful. Those meat clubs are as hard as stone. Pony, to her effort, was actually dodging as much as she could, but the death grip he had on her legs spelled her defeat. Kirishima, feeling her twist, went for a hard jab, but the girl had gone for a second kick to his face, leaving her stomach open. The punch made a meaty smack and he could see the air get knocked out of Pony. She went limp and started gasping for air. Kirishima opened his eyes, blinking away the bits of horn, and gently set her down, patting her back. Mr. Ectoplasm called the fight and had the winner carry her off stage. Misaki started whooping at the pair, though no one could hear her. And Kirishima wins via half knockout. What's your take on that fight, buddy old pal? Mississippi Tsunatori unfortunately went into melee with a student who not only has her outsized but also physically stronger. Her best way of winning would be to use her horns and dance around her opponent, keeping him off guard and tire him out. Sound advice. Now for our next match we have Kendo versus Uraraka. Let's go Uraraka, cheered Mandalay. Ecto made both of them bow and started the fight. The first to attack was Kendo, who went for a leg sweep. Her student easily jumped over it and attempted to smack the other as she was standing. It hit nothing but air though as Kendo launched herself backward by extending her hand. Uraraka leaped after her, spinning midair to dodge a punch, but was flung to the side as the fist enlarged. And Uraraka hits the pavement. Kendo went for a pin but was only able to barely brush her. Spinning on the spot, she got her feet behind Kendo and kicked her backside. The extra momentum caught the girl off guard and caused her to fall on her hands. Going for another smack, she dodged an easily telegraphed kick but was unable to get the attack in. Kendo quickly enlarged her hands and shrunk them again, doing a small flip forward and landing on her feet. She must have been getting annoyed because she sent a fist at Uraraka with all her strength. Behind it, her student bounced backward on her feet, riding the punch and was thrown back as the offending fist enlarged. She sensed a bit of red, more than likely pain, and the fight was only half over. With her quirk on Kendo, she only needed a decent punch or a throw. This is it, folks. One more hit and the fight is decided. Kendo held her left hand up, unenlarged, and smirked. Uraraka let off a huge amount of orange while the other was radiating purple. What she did next rocked the stadium, literally. Kendo slammed her hand straight into the cement, giving her a handhold, and began to slam her other hand. Uraraka, being closer to the original impact, was thrown onto her and started to vibrate violently on the ground. Every time she tried to stand, the girl would slip and fall back down herself. Tiger began to laugh. She's forcing the other to drop her quirk. He sensed the other's questions around him and answered. The only way to not lose her balance right now is to use her quirk on herself. Meaning if she does, she goes sky high due to the vibrations. She has to drop then or she's lost in space. She turned back to the fight halfway through and the most unexpected thing happened next. Uraraka was able to grab a decent-sized stone, used her quirk on it and after a particularly violent bounce, tossed it as hard as she could. The rock caught Kendo off guard and smacked into her face, causing the shaking to stop. For everyone to hear, Kendo let out a sad noise and yelled at the other. "Stop hitting face." After giving her piece, she shrunk her hands and yelled again. Seismic clap. Uraraka was thrown backward by the sheer force and the bits of rubble that the two hands sent flying at her. Kendo used the midair tumble to dash forward, lighter on her feet than normal and closed the distance between the two. And this is where I lose. She didn't mean to PSS her off, but she couldn't think of anything else. She saw Kendo coming at her, flying through the air and was prepared to take the hit, but something pushed an idea into her head. As she rolled backward with the force of the clap, she put her hands together and heard Kendo yelp. The sudden weight had thrown the other to the ground, giving her chance at winning back. Her backflip was perfectly done and made her land on her feet, allowing her to quickly close the distance to reapply her quirk. Unlike last time though, Kendo wasn't in a position to back off or nail her too badly. As her friend stood back up, she gave a sharp kick to her behind. The small kick was enough to not only cause the girl to yelp, but lift her off the ground just enough so that she couldn't reach the ground. For the first time since the fight started, she spoke to Kendo. "I win. Give up." When Kendo managed to somewhat turn and look at her, she added, "Please." She made a face and crossed her arms. "Nope. You'll have to force it out of me." Uraraka sighed. She walked around Kendo, avoiding her swinging feet and fists, and yanked her feet up. This action caused all of Kendo's momentum to go spinning face forward in a circle, which she aided by giving the other smacks when she could. When she managed to see the green look on her face, she held her hand out, stopping the girl, causing her to vomit. When she finished, she held her hand up and conceded. And via legal torture, Mississippi Uraraka wins. She bristled at that, but shrunk in on herself as the crowd cheered. Letting Kendo down, she patted her friend's back and helped her over to locker rooms, where Recovery Girl was waiting. "That was so not cool. Have you done that before?" Uraraka went red in the cheeks as she answered truthfully. "Not to a living person before." Kendo gave her a look. "What does that mean?" She didn't look at her friend's face. "Mom had one of those test baby things from high school, and I spun the doll in the air, making it go faster and faster until it started raining fake vomit everywhere. Kendo broke down laughing as she sat down in a chair, causing her cheeks to flare. Izuku couldn't help but laugh alongside Misaki. That was by far the funniest thing he had seen in a long time. Even several of the teachers were barely holding back laughs. Two, though, Midnight and a third-year teacher, were laughing alongside him. As he calmed down, Nizu smiled and asked, "Did you expect that result?" He shook his head as he smiled. "Kind of. I didn't expect the ending, but it was the final result I thought would happen." Nizu nodded. They fought amazingly. Present Mick's voice came back over the mic and announced the next fight. For our next match, we bring it back to Shishida, who will face the overwhelming force, Todoroki. The crowd cheered, but it was only half-hearted. The fight was pretty much already determined. As soon as the start was called, the familiar glacier made an appearance, ending the fight before it could begin. As they waited for Todoroki to melt the ice again, he talked to All Might. "Who's the final member on your team, by the way?" His mentor smiled at him. "Ms. Soma has decided to accept our invitation." Izuku groaned. Best Jeanist, Soma, Cementos, Ryukyu, and All Might? This was going to be not only painful but annoying. That didn't put a damper on Misaki's mood, however, as he felt her adrenaline start to bubble. "Who do you think is joining you?" He looked at the giant glacier. "Either Todoroki or Bakugo." "Would you prefer one over the other?" asked Nizu. He shook his head. "I'm more than capable of working with either, but don't expect much trouble with Togata leading us." His team had himself, Togata, Hado, Amajiki, a student from 2B named Fuwa, another two from Fuwa's class he has yet to meet, and the winner of the first year's tournament. He mentally sighed. "Even having the numbers advantage doesn't make me feel like we can win." Misaki giggled. "Not your problem. Still though, I doubt we can keep him busy for long." She shrugged. "Just gonna have to give it your all." "Will our next competitors please come out onto the field?" Shiozaki and Yaoyorozu. As the two came out onto the field, they bowed, but he could see the smirk on Yaoyorozu from here. Start was called and Yaoyorozu instantly created a flamethrower with a pair of matching safety goggles. Shiozaki paled and conceded the fight. And not even having to throw a punch or pull a trigger, Yaoyorozu wins. "Will the next fighters please come to the field?" Bakugo versus Mikazuki. He perked up at that. This fight would either be completely one-sided or Tobu was going to pull something out. From her time with Ms. Soma. As the two walked on stage, Tobu said something to Bakugo, who only harumphed at the girl. Start was called and Tobu did her normal disappearing act as copies of her went on the offensive. Bakugo, however, had other plans and let loose an explosion that sent a shockwave across the whole arena. Ectoplasm called fight after that as Tobu reappeared out of bounds. He saw Tobu's expression of annoyance, but it was quickly replaced by a smile. She must have known she couldn't do much to him. "Well, no duh. He won't fall for her tricks like you do." Yeah. "Who do you think will win the next one?" "If your girl doesn't manage to smack Kirishima, she shouldn't be this far in the first place." "Earlier in Kamino. Did you find him?" "I did. I've sent your request to him and he says he'll come when he has time." Shigaraki scratched at his neck. "And Kuroki?" His bartender sighed. "She refuses to talk still. She's made what you requested, however." He slid a bottle of cream-colored liquid to him. Taking the bottle, he started applying the medicinal lotion on the worst parts of his skin. "Did you actually see her this time?" He nodded. "Her experiments are working. Her left arm is again functional and she no longer needs a crutch to walk." He sighed as he felt the medicine instantly start working. "At least something came out of us getting her those bodies." "Indeed." Standing, he made his way to his room. Kurogyari knew the plan and could pull it off. His own charisma score is far lower than his servants. How dare he? She stabbed one of the carcasses she had already used. "Call yourself a hero." Again she stabbed the corpse. Her bottom left rib dug into her stomach. Wincing slightly, she talked to herself. "Need to find a new one." Standing up from her stool, she walked over to a fresh corpse. 22, female, some type of European tourist. According to Kurogyari, she died during a villain attack 2 days ago. her body wasn't found by authorities. Using a scalpel, she sliced open the abdomen right below the rib cage. The girl had a small tattoo of a deer below her left BRT. Using her quirk, she commanded the cells of the rib and tore it out. As she did this, her own rib dug into her gut more. Her quirk worked better with dead bodies, one of the many reasons why she was kicked out of the medical program. Cutting herself open at the exact same place, she commanded the cells of the whole rib to die. Tearing it out of herself with a grimace of pain, she stuck the new one in and sped up the healing process. As she fell asleep, she dreamed of the day she discovered her quirk. "Mama, look!" A 4-year-old Rini Kuroki walked up to her mom holding a dead bird in her cupped hands. As her mom looked at her in horror and shock, she started making the bird's dead heart start beating again. Her mom didn't say anything and just looked at her with wide eyes. Rini was proud not only of her own quirk, but her mom and dad's as well. According to Mom, Dad's quirk was electrifying hands he used as combat medic. He died when she was a baby. Mom's was super cool too. Her quirk was some sort of time stop for cells. The bird was smacked out of her hands, and her mom quickly managed to kick it out the back door. "Hey, why you do that?" Her mom grabbed her by the shoulders and knelt down next to her, a serious expression in her eyes. "Honey, you can't use your quirk like that anymore. Do you promise?" "Why?" "Because I said so." "But why?" "Dang it, Rini, just say yes." She gave an exasperated sigh and nodded. "Okay." 6 years later, her mom died during a crisis while shopping. Being only 10 years old, she was sent through a number of foster care homes. None were any good. When she turned 12, they gave up and put her in a government-run home. Life became better after that, but only partially so. When she turned 18, she was finally able to receive all of her parents' personal effects. The greatest treasure among them was her dad's journal collection, which were a detailed life journal of his time with his family, up to when he died. According to the book, Dad was the heir of vast fortune that was earned by the family quirk and dark dealings. Her quirk, which up to that point had been hidden and unused, was the ability to control, to manipulate and to bring life to dead cells. Dad lost all of his money after authorities arrested her grandfather. He was only let go because of his age. She used the books as a training manual after that. Her control, after months of training, had extended to already alive cells, but was far more finicky. She practiced on dead and dying animals she found around her home, but she was eventually caught by a boy who was stalking her. He ended up ratting her out to the dean of the university, who got her kicked out of the school and on a watch list. It was 2 hours later she woke up to find herself on the floor, covered in dry blood. She sighed as she stood up. "Shower?" Before she even made it out of her mini morgue, there was a gentle knock on the door. She inwardly cursed as she went to answer it. Peeking it open, Kurojiiri was standing there. "I have a request from my master." She glared at him. "Not Shigaraki." He held out an envelope. "It's from him." Her eyes went a little wide. She was only part of this whole thing because of him, and she had to admit, she had a major amount of respect for the man. If he was still one. Taking the letter and opening it, she found it to be a summons to his makeshift lab out on the other side of town. "It doesn't say when." He nodded. "He says as soon as you are able." "Shower, then I'll go." He nodded in acknowledgement and walked away. Closing the door, she cheered and rushed to the shower with a pep in her step. She got to work with Dr. Garaki again. Host City. Kaizome wasn't happy. First the kid's butler appears and hands him a rather demanding letter, and then his first prey gets away before he could finish him off. Getting sloppy. He stretched his neck and received a satisfying pop for his efforts. He looked down at the new weapon in his hand. He didn't know how or why, but someone had placed a package next to him while he slept. He tore his entire hideout upside down trying to find anything else, but this was all there was. He didn't have any suspects either. The kid and his handler were out, and the one person who actually knew where he lived was out. He opened the package to find a zipped-up case with a small note taped to the front. "Thought you could use the upgrade. Have fun, friend." While he didn't know who the hell the person was, he had to admit he liked the new toy. An automatic retractable dart, perfect for him, but he was still learning how to use it in his normal style. Crush. He looked over at the entrance to the alleyway and saw a drunken man stumbling toward him. The drunkard was taking out nearly every trash can along the way and didn't look up. He mentally groaned, can't even use him as bait, doubt he would even call out for help, let alone cry out in pain. Sir. He instantly retreated further into the shadows and watched as a hero ran up to the man. You shouldn't be walking in dark alleys by yourself. Please let me escort you home. The man nodded and stumbled before being caught by the Tin Man. The drunken one gave a slurred thanks and restarted his trek further down the alley. When they were out of earshot, he relaxed and waited for someone else to appear. Little over 5 minutes passed before he felt an unseen presence pass over him. He smirked as he saw a few shadows dart behind a dumpster. Time for a little fun. And Uraraka wins. The crowd cheered as both of his classmates walked off stage. Kirishima tried ridiculously hard, but both of his students were outquirked. She won the lottery for matches, but her luck runs out in the next one. He gave an absent-minded nod. Do you think it's the necklace doing that? Misaki shrugged, more than likely. We know it's really working if she pulls off an upset. He smiled. I'd love to see Bakugo's reaction. She's doing well. He looked over at Nizu and nodded. Mandalay is teaching her, correct? Yes, sir. He gave a small hum and waited for the next fight. Do you think Yaoyorozu will actually fight Todoroki? He would normally say yes, but what could she do? So far the only ones he could see prevailing over the dual quirk user were himself and Bakugo. His ice creation is fast enough and strong enough to overpower most people. You either needed to be able to outspeed or overpower the ice coming at you. Maybe Denki could get the drop on him, but that's a huge maybe. Kirishima probably could get him to make the fight a little longer, Mikazuki could dance around for a bit, but no else could definitely put him down. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the semifinals of the first-year tournament. As the crowd cheered, Present Mike continued. What say you, my friend? Which of your students do you believe will win this brawl? Aizawa sighed. Todoroki is a very strong competitor, but we have yet to see what he can do past the first 3 seconds of a fight. The same could be said for Yaoyorozu and Bakugo as well. However, this means nothing. There is a reason their fights didn't last long and a reason Uraraka's fights did. When his homeroom teacher didn't continue, Mike took over the reins. As mysterious as ever, my spooky friend. Now for our first fight we have Yaoyorozu versus Todoroki. Both competitors have shown either their power or versatility in their previous fights. Now let's see what they do. As his classmates walked out on stage, a second-year teacher, who he had never met before, ran up to Nizu. In a hushed whisper, which he heard, the man told Nizu some pretty bad news. Sir, one of Aizawa's students must leave. I believe his name is Ida? He got a call from family saying his older brother is in the hospital. He's requesting permission to leave. Nizu sighed and looked at him. Midoriya, your friend needs you. I'm sure you will be of great use to him right now. He nodded. Ready for a field trip? She shrugged. Sure. As he stood up he asked, our event is after the second-year tournament, right? All Might nodded. That is correct. We'll be back by then. He looked at the teacher. Do you know where Ida is now? With a nod he said, he's currently seated with the other students. Coming through the entryway, he was immediately grabbed. Midoriya, please tell me the principal said yes. After Ida finished shaking him, he freed himself and smiled. He did. I was also told to go help you. Ida's face contorted into a confused expression until it dawned on him. Thank you. He waved away the thanks and stepped away from his friend's hands. No prob. Now do you know where he is exactly? The taller one nodded. Hosu General. I need coordinates. Tenya nodded and pulled out his phone. One moment. As he waited, he saw a few of his classmates give him questioning glances, but only Kendo walked over to him. Everything okay? He nodded. Will be. Got to hop over to the hospital real quick. Be back soon. I got it. Ida held out his phone. Kendo nodded and went to go sit back down. Let's go. How am I going to do this? She had gone over her notebook of ideas, but only came back with theories. She didn't have time to test any of it, and the next fight would be more than difficult. "How are you doing?" She turned to see Ms. Soma standing at the doorway. "Fine, trying to figure out how to win." The teacher sat next to her. "Any ideas?" She held out her hand. Momo sighed, "Some, but they're all untested. My best idea is just making bombs." Soma smiled as she looked down at the notebook. "Would help deal with the ice, but would you be okay?" She shrugged. "I can make a bomb suit, but have no idea how well it would work." "Why not this?" She looked over to find a design she stole from a pro. "I don't know if I could get the chemical mix right." Putting the book on the table, "Let's practice then. Make a very small amount, and we'll see if you can get it to work." "You don't plan on losing to this girl, do you?" He didn't answer. "You'd be even more of a disgrace if you did." Again he didn't answer. Before his father could say anything else, a woman's voice came from the hallway. "Get away from him." Both of them turned to see Pixie standing there. "Back off, Mr. Two." His father growled. It reminded him of Bakugo. "What did you say to me?" Pixie summoned two walls, tearing through the cement around her, and made a small tunnel between her and his father. "I said back off." Her voice was filled with poison. His eyes widened as he heard his father growl and push his way past her. When his footsteps faded away down the hall, the walls were dropped, and Pixie, whose legs were shaking badly, collapsed in a seat next him. "Didn't think that would actually work." He tilted his head as he asked, "I thought you said you couldn't use your quirk in the city." She made a gesture with her hand to say, "That's true, and a lie. It's just really, really hard for me to pull it off. In a concrete jungle like this, the natural stone is so much further away." "So you threaten my dad, knowing you would lose no matter what?" She smiled. "You got a problem with that?" She put a hand on his head and rubbed. He could feel her shaking badly still. Freeing himself, he fixed his hair. "I'm not a kid." She shrugged with a smile. "You're almost all kids to me. Will Todoroki and Yaoyorozu please come to the field?" Present Mick's voice rang in the empty hall and locker room. "Another 1-second sweep?" He shrugged. "Maybe." As the two of them walked out on the field, Mandalay watched as both of the people she sent to check on them returned around the same time. "So how did it go?" Pixie sat down with a huff. "His dad was terrorizing him." She nodded. "That matches his colors." Grumbling a reply, she crossed her arms and waited for the match to start. Yaoyorozu was nervous and stressing herself out. She smiled at the youngest teacher. "She doing better?" Soma nodded. "We worked through it." "Begin." Todoroki started with his normal attack, and as the crowd watched, the glacier started glowing. Momo walked out a second later, the gloves she was wearing glowing a bright orange. "What's that?" Her question was directed at Soma. "Winter's Bane." It was Ragdoll who replied, "The Arctic hero?" Soma nodded as Todoroki started sending volleys of glacier at the girl, hoping one of them would catch her. It was to no avail. Each that came near the gloves melted into a puddle of water instantly. "How do they work?" "There's a chemical that surrounds the gloves and is in a constant state of heat. A normal person can't wear them without burning their hands." Ragdoll nodded. "Winter is able to stand both extreme cold and heat. Being able to carry equipment without breaking a sweat or dying along the way allows Sub-Zero rescues. Few heroes can do them without risking their own life." Momo found a basic design for his gloves on the internet and found another set that could withstand extreme temperatures. Using her quirk, she was able to combine the two. Pixie seemed to have enough and stood up. "Take your science and shove it." She turned to the arena and yelled, "You can do it, Todoroki." She smiled as Soma stood, an angry twitch in her eye, and yelled for her own student. Ragdoll started laughing loudly and Tiger just smirked at the two women. He opened a portal a bit above the roof of the hospital to avoid causing a traffic accident. As he jumped through, Ida had already pulled out his phone and started calling his parents. They walked over to the locked door of the roof access and waited for someone to open it for them. He used Observe on the first person who appeared from the door and found it to be Ida's dad. The two hugged each other in tears and pulled away a minute later. "Father, this is Midoriya, he's a healer. He's willing to help as a friend." his father grimaced. I'm sorry, son, but from what the doctors say, Tensei might be done. Tenya winced at the words but pushed on. Dad, Midoriya is more than just a healer. His quirk is able to heal broken bones and sickness in minutes. Midoriya? He looked at his classmate with a raised eyebrow. What? Proof. Misaki snorted. He sighed. Fine. He turned to the sky, used one for all at full capacity, broke his arm and dissipated a cloud all in one go. He grabbed his arm and cast emergency aid on it. The Ida Patriarch's eyes widened as his arm corrected itself and pulled itself together. I can also heal nerve damage. The man sputtered for a few seconds, then grabbed both of them and pushed them toward the surgery ward. After a brief exchange with one of the nurses, he was thrown into a pair of scrubs and led into an ongoing spine surgery. One hell of a field trip. What's a kid doing here? The nurse, who had talked to Ida's father, held his shoulders. The kid got a quirk that can heal bones and nerves. The doctor's eyes narrowed at him. Kid. He held his gloved hands out away from him. I can help, but I need to touch him. Just a touch. Yes, sir. It won't work through gloves, though. Take his gloves off and get him over here. He was shoved toward the doctor, who made a small bit of room for him. Having taken arms off and the dead bodies of villains, he knew what to expect. Though, seeing exposed nerves and cut open spinal vertebrae was a new one. 5 minutes later, he was walking out of the changing room trying to get the smell of blood and antiseptic out of his nose. How is he? Ida had waited for him apparently. He smiled at his classmate. He'll be fine. The doctors just took him off the knockout medicine and he should wake up soon. No problems. He shook his head and hugged his friend as he started tearing up. I'm gonna get back to the tournament, okay? These doctors are a menace and are trying to recruit me. If you want to get back, just shoot me a text, K? Ida nodded and went to tell his family. Opening another portal, he walked into the teacher's box in the middle of a chaotic scene. The fight between Todoroki and Yaoyorozu turned into a mass spectacle. Todoroki, refusing to use his fire, was on even footing with the girl's genius. It apparently all started between Ms. Soma and Pixie, who in turn were able to drag not only the people around them into the chanting but the whole arena. He had no doubt Mandalay had something to do with it, but he had no evidence of that. The shouting, according to the principal, wasn't bad to start with. What turned it completely mad was the 1-minute timer going off. Todoroki, who seemed to have a competitive streak in him, got annoyed with Yaoyorozu and started flinging fireballs at her. She apparently had an answer for them as every single one was extinguished by a gas she was pouring out of her body. The arena, made by Cementos, was swaying, rumbling and groaning under the weight and feet stamping. It wasn't in danger of falling, according to the creator, so that was a small blessing. When 30 seconds hit, people were jumping as one, making the place feel like an earthquake went off. Their shouts and yelling finally reached a crescendo as Todoroki finished it. Super cooling the arena in one fell swoop, he unleashed an uncontrolled firestorm which caused an accidental bomb to go off. The explosion swept across the crowd, throwing people back into their seats, and sent Momo into the back wall. She was unconscious when the smoke cleared, which unleashed the chaos that Izuku came back into. People were cheering and chanting Todoroki as both were led off the stage. We missed it. For a good reason. But we missed the chaos. Honestly, you cause enough chaos where you are. The chanting of Todoroki's name died off as they disappeared into the tunnel. For our next, hopefully just as exciting match, we have Uraraka versus Bakugo. 2 hours on Bakugo. He squinted his eyes at both of the contestants in thought. Fine, he said after a moment of thought. 2 hours. She cheered as they readied themselves for the fight. If he was being brutally honest, he wasn't expecting Uraraka to win. Even if she managed to use her quirk, Bakugo could just launch himself wherever he wanted. Nonetheless, he cheered for her to do her best. Fight is exactly the same as canon. Didn't see a point in changing it when it's already a good fight. He quickly ran down to the locker room and stopped as he heard crying. He could hear her talking to someone, so he decided to wait on knocking. Another 2 says you make her cry more. Shut up. Very faintly through the wall and quieting sobs, he heard her talk. "I'll call you when I get home. I promise." After he heard the sound of a phone tapping against a table, he knocked softly. "Come in." Opening the door, he saw her stiffen. Her eyes were a puffy red and streaks of tears were going down her face. He smiled. That was an amazing fight. She looked down at her hands, which were strangling the edge of her chair. "But I lost." Her voice was quiet. He took a breath in and let it out as he sat next to her. "I think it was amazing. You showed the world that you're brilliant and an amazing fighter." She was looking at him now. "If anyone tells you otherwise, they're blind." "I think you could go for it." Turning his body to face her, he took Misaki's advice and pulled her chair closer to him. Her body language and face conveyed shock, which slowly turned into something he couldn't quite understand. He could hear her pulse racing, his eavesdropping was picking up every fast-paced beat of her heart. He leaned forward, which she copied and lightly kissed her. She didn't push away or pull away, just sat there in shock. Though when he tried to pull away, she followed him. "I like this." He rolled his eyes and pulled Uraraka onto his lap. "Sir." She curtsied to the man. His medical equipment softly beeped in the dark room. "Ah, young Rini. How are you today?" His voice was soft and welcoming, like a grandfather. It didn't match what he could do with the snap of his fingers. "I'm doing fine, sir. How may I help you?" His mouth turned into a wide smile. "For that, I believe you'll want to talk to my doctor." The corner of her mouth went up slightly. "Yes, sir." With another curtsy, she left the man alone and walked down to the lab. She fiddled with her villain outfit as she walked down the corridor. She didn't want to wear it, but the big man asked her to humor Shigaraki. Luckily for her, it was Kurojairi who made the outfit and took her measurements. The outfit he had stitched together was like something out of a horror movie. The material easily stained, which made the white material become covered in blood splatter. Her major problem with it so far was the length of the skirt. She dealt with it though. If it was any longer, she would probably trip over her own feet constantly. As she was flattening it out, she walked past the training room. Annoying memories of being beaten into the ground by her coworkers surfaced in her mind. It had been a long year before she was thrown in with Shigaraki. Apparently taking on the whole of the Hero Society was bad for one's health. "Ms. Kuroki, welcome back." She turned to see All for One's butler, named Butler, walking down the hallway toward the bossman's room. If you ever asked him for a name, he only requested to be called Butler. He was a strange dude. She nodded at him and picked up her pace toward the lab. Opening the door, she greeted the man who found her, trained her, and was more a second parent to her. "Mr. Garaki." The man turned with a sneer, which lightened slightly when he saw her. "Ms. Kuroki, come in." He started waving her over, and began to explain what they were going to do before she even made it over. "All for One has a few requests of me, and I requested your assistance with one of them." She smiled. "What would that be?" He smiled ear to ear and hurried over to a nearby door and opened it. Her eyes widened as she took in the massive collection of tanks. Rows upon rows, stacked from floor to the ceiling with body parts. What? Every tank, every body part, belongs to a hero or villain. All for One has tasked us with figuring out how to get the quirks from dead body parts. His smile turned manic. Her heart started racing. "Is that possible?" He nodded. "I believe so." After their small make-out session in the locker room, both walked back to their respective seats. Him to the teacher's box and her to the student's seating. On the way back to her seat she was stopped. "Hey!" Turning with a smile, it faltered slightly as she saw Mandalay. "Hi!" Mandalay was leaning against the corner of the hallway. "So, you two a thing now?" Biting the inside of her lip, she gave a half-answer. "I don't know." The older woman sighed. "Did you not talk that whole time?" Uraraka shook her head. This caused Mandalay to laugh, making her blush turn more red. When she saw her looking away and red in the face, the laughing stopped. "Are you still scared of me?" All she could do was shake her head. She wasn't scared of her, more confused by her. The lady obviously likes Izuku. Would she get mad? Sad? Jealous? She had no idea, which made this even more confusing. Do you want to talk about it? She was gonna shake her head no, but could tell that the woman wanted to. She nodded and followed her to a small conference room. This was going to be weird. For our next fight, we have the final match of the first years. As the crowd cheered, Mike spoke over them. After their hard-fought battles, both contestants will face each other in a battle of vicious wills. Todoroki and Bakugo, please come to the stage. The crowd cheered as both of them walked on stage. Bakugo was popping like a line of fireworks, while Todoroki looked perfectly calm. They're almost complete opposites. He smiled. Expect that we know Todoroki can be pushed to get competitive. All Might chuckled lightly. That is true. Who do you think will win? Bakugo. I have no idea. Misaki says Bakugo though. His mentor nodded. Decent choice. My only concern though is if Todoroki uses his fire. Young Bakugo is no doubt capable of dealing with his ice, but I have no idea how well he would do with fire. Begin. A massive glacier appeared, encasing Bakugo. Ectoplasm didn't call the fight however as a deep rumbling started shaking the ice. A second later, Bakugo busted out and flung himself at Todoroki. Even over the low roar of the crowd, he was able to hear Bakugo yell. Howitzer impact. Using his explosions to push and spin him forward, he picked up both speed and momentum. Todoroki created a miniature version of Shield of Gaia, stopping the other at the third layer. That only seemed to annoy him though as a second explosion shook the glass of their box. The final layer of ice crumbled under the force, but he didn't get much further. Pillars erupted from inside the dome, throwing him back and slamming him against the ground. Todoroki went on the offensive as hundreds of arm-length icicles sprung from the ground. They had little effect as Bakugo simply blasted them away. This is just gonna be a de-measuring contest, isn't it? He smiled. More than likely. Misaki groaned. Can we just go make out again? That was fun. He raised an eyebrow. You want to skip a fight and go make out? She sounded confused. Yes? He shrugged. Fine. Standing up and excusing himself, he walked out to find Uraraka. Hopefully she was willing. So, I know you got a question. The girl gave a small nod while she was radiating orange. You can ask, I'll tell you the truth. Uraraka pursed her lips and let out a small sigh. I don't know what to ask. Anything. She started fidgeting with the edge of her pants pocket. Do you like Izuku? She went straight for the throat. She sighed and nodded. I do. The girl looked down at her chair. Why? Honestly? He's an amazing person with a heart of gold. He's the first person I've had even a close semblance of a crush on for the longest time. She could tell Uraraka was biting her lip. If you're worried I'm going to take him, don't be. I wouldn't do that to you. I'm not worried about that. Her voice was small. She waited for the girl to continue, but her colors kept changing. It was a kaleidoscope of orange curiosity, yellow worry or stress, blue probably trust, purple creativity, pink love, and gray unknown. It was actually causing a small headache to build. Just what? She didn't answer for a second as the colors condensed into a blue. I'm sorry. For what? Taking him. I guess. She smiled. Don't be. It would be wrong for me to be with him anyway. Uraraka sent a confused look at her. Why? Mandalay leaned back in her chair and crossed her arms with a sigh. While I would love to snuggle up to him and kiss him. She looked at the girl and smiled. Jealous, by the way. Uraraka went slightly red. It would be wrong. I'm so much older than him and I don't think people would be okay with it. After a pause, especially when he's number one. Uraraka seemed to mull over that before saying something that actually surprised her. I'm pretty sure he likes you. She felt her own blush appear. Why do you say that? He relies on you and tells you everything. She raised an eyebrow, which the girl saw. I'm taking a guess, but from the pictures you showed me he seems to tell you a lot more than he tells me. But he chose you. Only because I was crying. Mandalay sighed. That's why I was down there originally. I could feel your blue from a mile away and was gonna cheer you up. Then when I found the room you were in, it changed to a double assault of pink. I figured Izuku beat me to you. You know it's about us. Still their conversation. He had tracked down Uraraka via scent not far from the locker room, which mixed with Mandalay's a bit later. He tracked the smell to a small room, and was able to pick up effing quiet talking from the other side, but decided to leave them be and return to the fight. And Todoroki gets flungs. Dang it, I was really hoping for more. He shrugged. You'll live. Lion. Before he could turn, he was tackled into a hug by Ragdoll. Resistance check pass. Hugging her back, he smiled. Hey Rag. What's up? Standing, she gave a half-butted salute and smiled. Looking for our fearless leader. Izuku shook his head. She's kind of busy right now. What's up? Ragdoll giggled. She has all the money. He raised an eyebrow. For what? Throwing her arms up, she cheered. Snacks. Those chocolate things do sound good. He hummed. I guess I could get you some. Yippee. He began his trek to concessions with her, talking the whole way there. So what are you gonna do? Sighing. I guess I'll just have to give up. The girl shrugged. Why don't you ask him? She rolled her eyes. And say what? I want to have your babies. Uraraka's eyes went wide. Don't be like that. You know you'd love to be his wife. Uraraka started giggling as her blush deepened. Mandalay smiled. Knew you liked the idea? As she calmed down, she was a lot more relaxed. I still think you should just confess to him. What about you though? The girl smirked. He kissed me first. Just because he kissed you first doesn't mean anything. It just means you have a small head start. Uraraka looked offended by that. You kidding me? That's a huge head start. Mandalay smirked at the girl. I have a secret advantage though. What? That would be telling. She began to whine, which reminded her of Pixie. Not fair. All's fair in love and war. There was a small knock at the door which made both of them jump. Girls. It was Lion. Uraraka quickly ran to the door and opened it for him, her face red as a tomato. When he saw both of them, he smiled and held out what he had in his hands. Ragdoll and I got snacks. It was a small tray of chocolate mochi and candied strawberries. I thought we could share. He was radiating pink and green. Neither of them said anything, which made his smile falter for a second. Uraraka stopped him once he took a step back. Don't go. Sit down. She practically dragged him into a seat between them. As he set down the food, he let out a small breath. So, what's up? She answered as Uraraka opened her mouth. Girl stuff. Taking one of the strawberries, she began to nibble on it. Her rival picked one of the matchas and began to copy her. Izuku raised an eyebrow at her. He clearly knew something was up. Aha. And after a show-stopping match, the fight ends in a tie. Young Bakugo and Todoroki had knocked each other out of bounds. He had to admit it was probably for the best. If Bakugo lost, he would be livid. If he won, none of them would hear the end of. That did leave a problem, however. I suppose Midoriya will be the only first year. Nizu's squeaky voice could barely be heard over the shouts and roar of the crowd. I suppose young Togata should be warned. Nizu began to laugh hysterically at this, which greatly confused the number one hero. As he settled down, the principal wiped a tear away. I think the one who needs to be warned is you. He raised an eyebrow at this but stood up anyway. Maybe he could get more from Togata? The second-year event started by the time they left the room of awkwardness. Uraraka wouldn't look him in the eye and took peeks at Mandalay the whole time. For her part, Mandalay became the slowest eater known to mankind. As they apparently weren't finished yet, he was kicked out and told to find something to do for a while. While walking around, he had heard the final results of the first-year fight. Haha, this is even better than I could hope. I guess we should prepare for it. Can I take over at any point? He shrugged. We'll see. It's up to Togata if we are needed to hold off All Might. If we need to, then it's your go. She gave a cheer as he found a seat toward the back of the arena. He needed to figure out what skills needed to be leveled for the upcoming fight. The current plan, as far as he was aware, was for him to run defense with Fuwa and Amajiki. All he knew about the second year was her quirk was called Cotton. Her major weakness was fire. Your best advantage is speed and strength. Besides All Might, you're probably faster and stronger than the others. He couldn't deny that, but there was an issue. I can't exactly nail a teacher in the face. She snorted. Be funny though. As he started to go over skills, arms wrapped around his neck. He didn't need to turn to see who it was, her smell gave her away. Hey Pixie, what's up? She blew onto his head. Hate that I can't sneak up on ya anymore. He shrugged. Not my fault you smell like cinnamon. She whined and leaned her chin on top of his head. Still. He nodded as best he could. So what's up? Come sit with us. We miss you. He raised an eyebrow. You saw me yesterday. I watched you scarf down a plate of barbecue. She squeezed his neck. That doesn't count. I meant as a team. Okay. She let his neck free and asked, what happened to Shino? He let her lead the way to their seats. It wasn't far from where he sat. She's talking to someone right now. Who? Someone. She glared at him as he smiled. Not funny really though. Who? She can tell you if she wants. She let out an annoyed noise and sat down next to Tiger. He was eating a crepe Ragdoll got him. Talking to the three of them, he smiled and asked, are you three ready for tonight? He got a round of nods and sat down next to Ragdoll. Are you ready for your fight? Asked Tiger. Yeah. Not looking forward to dealing with the headache though. Tomoko tilted her head at him. A bit of chocolate was smudged on the edge of her lip. You look fine. As he sat, he held out his phone. I meant, who we're fighting. Hey Togata. Midoriya. Glad you could join us. Hato flew over to him, a smile plastered on her face. Hello. He smiled back. Are you excited? She nodded and made a happy sound. Looking over, he saw Amajiki with his head against the wall. What's wrong with him? She turned to look at her friend and gave a small giggle. He's just sad because he thinks he'll embarrass himself. We have to fight in front of the whole of Japan. What could be more embarrassing? Hato floated over to him and started to pat his back. It's okay, Amajiki. You'll do great. Walking over to Togata, who was smiling at his friend, he asked, what was he like during the other sports festivals? The same. Hato added more information as she floated over. He was super embarrassed and hid most of the time. He didn't end up placing very well because of it. Hey Hato. The girl spun on the spot and dashed forward to lift someone he never met before off her feet. Both hugged midair and Hato dropped her. Phew. How was it? The light brown-haired girl smiled. It was fun. Genist is an amazing mentor. That's amazing. Using her quirk, Hato pulled him over to them. He still had no idea how her quirk actually worked. This is Midoriya. Holding out a hand, she lightly shook it. Nice to meet you, you're in Aizawa's class, right? He nodded. Yeah. He's a good teacher. Strict but good. Which classmate is helping us? Fua? Asked Togata. The girl shrugged. I don't know. Teach says the finalists of second year are going to help. Togata hummed as he closed his eyes. Hato, wanting to give him time to think, pulled Fua away and started talking to her. Well, the winners of second year are going to be strong, so they can more than likely be attackers. True, but there's always the chance that someone like Shinso wins and is useless against the teachers. Misaki was going to respond, but Togata hit his fist against his palm. I got it. He looked at Midoriya and smiled. You can go invisible, can't you? He shook his head. No, I can kind of shift out the world a couple dozen meters though. Togata nodded. How's your quirk stealing? A little bit longer than before. Little over 2 minutes now. Then eat some food, Amajiki suggests. You'll be with him and Hato on offense. We'll have your classmate and everyone else on defense. I'll be helping both teams. He nodded. It wasn't a bad plan. Quick question, who are we fighting? Togata's normally smiling face grimaced slightly. It's not looking great for us. All Might was able to get Best Genist, Ryukyu, and Cementos to join him. He's supposed to be asking another teacher for help too. Izuku groaned as Misaki started laughing. Do you have a plan of attack? Oh, I do. Hato rejoined the conversation, holding Amajiki by the arm. Amajiki can hold down Ms. Ryuko, and I think I can deal with Mr. Isayama. What about best jeanist? Fua came from Hado and held up her hand. I can maybe deal with him. I haven't exactly sparred against him yet, but I've seen how his quirk works. Hado used her other hand to drag the girl next to her. Fua is his new protege. Said girl went red in the cheeks and looked away. He smiled, that's awesome. The main problem is going to be All Might and whoever he brings with him, said Togata, who was staring at him. He raised an eyebrow, and you want me to deal with him? Amajiki murmured from where he was hanging in the air. You're the only one with a strength quirk. I also heard you could use fire and lightning. Hado dropped both of her friends and lifted him up with her quirk so they were at eye level. He nodded while trying to keep steady. I can. Dropping him into her waiting hands, she spun and laughed. We should train together sometime. Togata. Say yes. He saw Togata smiling, but he shook his head. I'm pretty sure Midoriya runs a training camp for his classmates. I don't think he has time. Midoriya. Hado was giving him puppy dog eyes. Misaki started laughing again. He sighed. He's right, I do, but if you send me a time, I can probably make 1 or 2 sessions. She cheered, dropped him and pulled out a phone. What's your number? Togata clapped his hands together. We'll do that later, Hado. For now we have to talk strategy. Fua stopped the conversation before it could begin. You forget. Aizawa is in charge of the festival. There's a chance we won't get any more help. Their team lead opened his mouth to respond but closed and put a hand to his chin. Dang. Amajiki let out a loud sigh and slumped against the wall again. We're doomed to a losing fight in front of Japan. Hado floated over to him and smiled. Even if we only get halfway, I'm pretty sure people will still cheer for us. Fat Gum will still be happy for you. He let out and said something only Hado could hear. I don't think so. Maybe we can ask Ms. Recovery Girl for one. Another bang. Sure, let's go. She picked him up by the scruff of his shirt and flew off with him. Togata looked at the two and shrugged. I guess we're done. He looked back at Midoriya and Fua. See you two soon. He waved and walked off. Fua said her own goodbye, but as she turned, she quickly added. By the way, I'm super weak to fire. The message he showed them was from the group chat Hado put together. The issue was the one right before everyone complained. Was just told what the game was. Tower defense, we have to protect civilians from harm. Any of them hurt in any way, we lose. That's not fair. Any other rules? We might have a problem then. Best J has pretty decent sneaking skills. Heard the new teach was also joining. Any info? M calls her quirk Puppet Master. She can bring dolls and stuff to life. She might as well be fireproof also. The only way to melt it is to go beyond what my own body can take. So I can deal with her, but I'd need a few minutes to heal myself afterward. We'll think of something for now though. Our best bet is to try and deal with them in 1v1s. Oh, and we will only have Midoriya from first years. So no pressure. Tamaki started whimpering again. He says this is even worse than before. Hate to say it, but I agree. Same. Let us know if there are any more rules. Will do. That is a problem. Pixie looked sympathetic as she started to think. Any ideas? Asked Tomoko. He sighed as he leaned back. Not a lot. The main problem is All Might and Cementos from what I can tell. All Might just needs to send a single punch to harm the target. Cementos can do about the same from anywhere. Yuara nodded. Fua should be able to help with that. What can she do? Ragdoll smiled as she looked at Tiger. That was the cute cotton girl, right? At his nod, she turned back to him and told him. She can expand and create cotton from other cotton materials. She normally carries around a couple different cotton swatches. She can probably ball up the civilians out of harm's way, but your issue there would be Best Jeanist and Soma. Both of them control wire. Don't forget Ryukyu, added Pixie. Her claws can more than likely slice through the cotton like it's nothing. Misaki decided to put her 2 cents in. Sounds like we're boned. He groaned. Maybe I should just join the front line and melt them all. Tomoko giggled. That'd be smart, but you'd probably not only put yourself out of commission but your teammates. Yawara reached over and flicked his forehead. You're also forgetting you're not allowed to harm them. He sighed. I'm out of ideas then. You could borrow one of their quirks. He tilted his head back to look behind and saw Mandalay approaching them. Any suggestions? She shrugged. Maybe Ryukyu? 2 minutes of giant Izuku Dragon with how strong you are can end most threats. Cementos would allow you to wipe the whole area and capture a decent amount of them. No Printin All Might. Somas and Bests would be quite difficult to utilize. I like that plan. Shino. Their teammates finally saw her. Where have you been? Asked Pixie. Their team leader shrugged. Talking to someone. Things to work out. Well, better late than never. Ragdoll patted a seat next to her. As she sat down, he said, I doubt I can use her quirk at full power though. Even when I use your guys' quirks, it's not even close to what you can do. Mandalay's eyes widened as an idea came to her. From what she talked about, he assumed the message was only to him. You absorb levels, right? He nodded. How far are you away from 15 for one for all? 1 why? Izuku. All Might has 1 for all. His own eyes widened and Misaki began to maniacally laugh. This is going to be fun. Ladies and gentlemen, normally during this time we would be setting up for the 3rd year tournament, but we have something special in store for you this year. As you may have noticed, the exits are currently closed and several of our staff members are telling you to stay in your seats. There is a reason for this. Hold on to your seats, everyone. On cue, Cementos, leading several other heroes who could help him, unfolded the arena into a half circle. Behind the arena, a massive castle was sitting on a fake hillside. It looked like it could hold off a siege for days. When the arena finally stopped moving, Present Mic continued. As you can probably tell, this isn't our normal venue. For the rules and contestants of this game, we bring it down to Mr. Hamasaki. The seemingly bored 3rd year teacher sighed into the mic and began to explain. Some of you may have noticed that several students, such as the speakers from 1st and 2nd year, did not participate in their year's events. The reason for this is because of this event. Including those 2, the winner and runner-up from the 2nd year event, and 3 students from 3rd year will be participating. He paused as the crowd began to loudly murmur. When it quieted down, he went on. The event will be a civilian defense game we play in 3rd year. The idea is one team will have a small group of civilians that they must defend from. The villains. If these civilians are harmed in any way, then the defending team loses. The honor of being the defense team captain goes to the number 1 student of UA, Lemillion. The crowd began to clap as Togata came out on stage in his hero costume. The teacher handed him the mic, which he took with a massive smile. Thank you for the applause. I would like to introduce my teammates for today. First off, we have my 2 best friends, Nijire-chan and Sun Eater. The crowd cheered as both of them walked on stage. He knew that all 3 of them were public figures before their 3rd year, but the amount shouting for the 3 of them was as much as All Might got when he arrived to distribute medals. From 2nd year, I'd like to introduce Double Knit. Fua came out on stage. Her costume looked like a kid was learning to sew. The crowd cheered for her, but not as loudly as it was for the first 3. We also have the winner and runner-up from the 2nd year event. Alnico, Izuku did watch this fight from the 2nd year event. The guy who walked on stage had some type of magnet-based quirk. From what his teammates told him, he could designate 2 points to attract and repel each other at will. And after training with them, he was able to make more points, but only 2 were able to be active. His hero suit was simple. He wore a 1950s-style detective outfit. The only difference was the utility belt around his waist, which held a bunch of stacked discs. And Mao Ryan. Now this girl was a little more interesting. Even if she did lose the final battle, she was apparently ridiculously good with her quirk. The girl was a foreign student from India who joined UA last year. Her quirk was called Peacock, and it gave her the ability to spring feathers from wherever she wanted on her body. While it was similar to Hawk's quirk, it was very different. For starters, she couldn't fly like the number 3 hero could. Her feathers were also hard as steel and able to be used as weapons. Part of her training with the Pussycats last year was increasing her creation's durability and her creation limit, which was dictated by the amount of iron in her body. She apparently took iron pills constantly to increase her levels. Her hero outfit was a dress stylized like a peacock's feathers and combat boots. They looked out of place, but apparently stepping on the feathers without decent foot protection was a bad thing. The crowd cheered for quite a bit, which surprised him before he realized that the majority of the cheers were coming from male population in the crowd. She does have a nice rack, and her butt is shapely? He mentally groaned. Please stop. For the last person on our team, I'd like to reintroduce Midoriya Izuku. He walked out on stage to little applause. It didn't surprise him. He didn't participate in the tournament and he obviously wasn't the best-looking person on stage. Togata handed the mic off to the teacher again, who thanked his student. Facing them today as the attacking team's captain is. I am here. All Might fell from the sky onto the stage, causing the crowd to jump to their feet and cheer loudly for the man. Mr. Hamasaki just handed the mic to his mentor and stood back. Thank you, Mr. Hamasaki. All Might turned to the crowd, his smile as wide as ever. On my team, I'd like to welcome some of my UA colleagues. First off, we have the new teacher, Mary. Ms. Soma walked out on stage in her hero outfit from the entrance exam. She was also accompanied by a couple dozen dolls. Also from UA, I'd like to welcome on the stage he made, Cementas. Mr. Ishiyama walked out on stage with a smile and waved to the crowd, which was cheering for him louder than Ms. Soma. Which made a lot of sense since she was an underground hero. When the crowd calmed, All Might continued. Now I have a few surprises for you folks. First off, I'd like to welcome Best Jeanist. The number 4 hero walked out on stage to just as much fanfare as All Might got. Izuku knew nearly everything about the hero, being number 4 made him super popular and the man deserved it. I'd also like to welcome Ryukyu. The number 9 hero walked out on stage with a small smile and stood next to her team. The crowd once again cheered loudly for the hero and All Might handed the microphone to Mr. Hamasaki. Once the crowd finally calmed, the man spoke less jubilantly than All Might. The defense team will have 4 civilians to protect. He gestured to a couple of dummies that were brought out on stage. They will also have 5 minutes of prep time before the game begins. Midoriya, we need you to keep Best Jeanist and Mary busy. Togata looked over at Fua, who was fiddling with a small stack of cotton squares. Fua, we need you to keep the dummies safe. Alnico raised a hand and looked slightly shaky. Yes. Does that mean we have to fight Cementas and All Might? Togata shook his head. I was hoping you two, he pointed at him and his classmate, would help Midoriya. I'm not quite sure what both of you are capable of, but I know you are decent fighters. Maorian looked offended by this. I'm more than a decent fighter. Tiffy, she pointed a feather at Alnico, who looked down red-faced. Didn't cheat by tagging me before the fight, I would have won. Togata made a placating motion. I'm sorry, but I'd still like you to help Midoriya. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like you to explain how your quirks work to him, just in case. He looked over at Heido, who was holding onto Amajiki. We'll be taking on Cementas and All Might. We don't have to beat them, just hold them off until the timer ends. A-okay. Heido smiled and made a peace sign. Any questions? Amajiki raised a hand. No, Amajiki, you cannot leave. He lowered his hand. Shimazu. What happens if All Might gets through you? Asked Alnico. Togata sighed. As much as I hate to admit it, but there's a high probability. If that happens, it's up to you 4 to stop him. Alnico paled while Maorian narrowed her eyes. How do you expect this one to fight? She pointed a feather again at her classmate. Togata shrugged. I'm sure he'll figure something out if it comes down to it. If you want, you can fight with Midoriya. The girl looked down at him and raised an eyebrow. Can you fight? He nodded cautiously. I'm a hand-to-hand fighter. She nodded and looked back at Togata, who addressed them all. Remember, while it would be awesome to win, it's more about how long we survive. I doubt they expect us to fight All Might and win. Misaki started laughing. So with that, let's get started. As everyone started walking up the massive hill, he took out Aki's present and began carving runes across the ground. This was admittedly one of the only skills he didn't skimp on during the last month. Engraving LVL 43. Known rune list max rank K. They will be listed in the next chapter with a full sheet filled out for Izuku. While he more than likely couldn't win because of the rules, he wouldn't make it easy for the heroes. All Might walked out of the waiting area that was set up for his team and looked out over the fortress. It was built by some heroes Nizu had hired to keep Cementos from knowing the layout. The thing was built like it was meant for a war, ramparts and walls taller than some buildings. The main fortress looked like it could take a bomb and still stand. A siren blared to life, signaling the start of the game. He looked back with a smile. Let's show these young upstarts who we are. Walking out the door, he waited for his team to join him. Midoriya? He looked up at Hato. Yeah. What did you do? He smiled and pointed. Don't touch the ground. As All Might landed from his jump at the first rampart, he detonated. Hato jumped at the sound. Did you just blow up All Might? He made SOSO gesture. I did, but he managed to move. They could hear the number 1 hero angry shout. Boy! He stood and smiled at Togata and Hato, who was dragging Amajiki still. Good luck. He jumped away from them toward where he could see Soma and Genist running up the hillside. They were taking great care after watching All Might get blown up. It did annoy him slightly when his runes started going off thanks to his teacher. She was using her dolls to tank the explosions, making his preparations null and void. He landed next to the 2 second years. You two ready? Alnico gave a shaky nod, while Mauryan flourished her quirk. A savage grin appeared on her face as she puffed out her feathers. I like her. He hummed and summoned his own weapons. I'll keep their attention, help when you can. This was directed at both of them. With his buffs activated, he kicked off the wall and flew straight at the pair. Throwing his spear straight Genist, he went for the skewer on his teacher. Unluckily for him, he was stopped by a makeshift wall of metal. He felt his shoulder pop out of its socket and kicked off the dolls. As he cast emergency aid, he looked over and saw Genist had stopped the spear midair. Rolling his eyes, he started rapid-fire casting. This is going to be annoying. She watched Izuku start throwing lightning at Ms. Soma while he was controlling some sort of fire creature that was going for best Genist. Have you ever seen him go all out before? Asked Mandalay. After hearing about the fight for the first time, she sought out Izuku and stayed with him until it started. She shook her head. She had seen some of his power during USJ, but he was panicked and desperate. She's never seen him actually fight an opponent that didn't need to be turned into a husk to stop. You're in for a treat then. He's a bag of tricks with a massive amount of power. She looked at Mandalay with a curious look. Does he have multiple quirks? The older woman nodded. Don't tell anyone, but he has 4, technically 2 are the same thing. Her eyes widened. Is that even possible? Mandalay shrugged. Ask him, he tends to do the impossible constantly. She looked back at the fight and watched the runner-up from the second-year tournament engage best Genist. She didn't seem to care about the fire though as she ran straight into it and started slashing at the hero. She's really pretty. We look better. Mandalay winked when she looked over at her, causing her cheeks to go red. And All Might launches Lemillion. Both of them looked over at the fight between the big 3 and the 3 other heroes. It wasn't going too great from what she could tell, but All Might was barely able to get a hold of Lemillion and was kept at a standstill. The throw that Mr. Mike had announced actually didn't do anything. Even if All Might caught him before he could disappear again, he just went through the ground and popped back up a bit away. While those two were fighting, the girl named Hato, according to Mandalay, was fighting Cementos and barely keeping the masses of cement at bay. The other boy of the big 3, Amajiki, seemed to come out of his slump and was fighting a massive dragon. He looked like a bunch of different animals. Mandalay groaned. I hated training him. Do you remember him, Pixie? The woman nodded. He was the one who hid from us, right? She nodded. That's him, surprised he's so strong now, wonder what happened. It looks like Midoriya is in trouble. She could see that Izuku was indeed getting pushed back by the 2 heroes. The girl was barely able to keep up with the mass of strands and dolls. Her feathers broke against the dolls and the strands of fiber cut her hands, forcing her to back away. Lemillion is back in the fight, But All Might is pushing back. Wait, he can do that? She looked over at Mandalay, who was leaning forward in her chair. What? I didn't know Lion could give his quirk to other people. She looked over and saw Midoriya, who was firing lightning, using his quirk on the girl. She glowed a few different colors like Izuku did once in a while, and she flew back toward Best Jeanist. Their fight was on slightly better terms now, but even she could tell the girl wasn't prepared for the hero. Jeanist started fighting with a bit more speed and sending fibers past the girl for some reason. She lost. What do you mean? Watch. Watch out. A doll went for his leg, but he was able to kick it away, only breaking a toe in the process. His warning just barely saved the girl, who only managed to dodge thanks to his buffs. Jeanist had managed to circle the girl in fiber and pulled the string on his trap, which thanks to his warning, she sliced through. Thundered weapon, he sent the spell at the girl. After gaining her balance again, she dashed in using her unbuffed weapon to slice through fibers and then used the buffed one to slash at Jeanist. It didn't actually hit, but still sent him flying backward. Turning his attention back to Ms. Soma, he channeled a dual-cast spell of Mana Storm and let it loose right at her. Her shield of dolls instantly came up and he turned his attention to Best Jeanist. Sunny Day Smash. The fireball flew from his hand, rippling the air and smashing into the pro. He doubted the hit would do anything besides annoy the man, but it was too late to second guess himself. He heard the clank of metal and instinctively cast Mana Shield and Emergency Aid. A doll, armed with a crude knife, slammed into his shield and was soon joined by others. They weren't strong enough to break the shield, but he could see her rearranging the wire into something else. Repulse. The dolls were so much heavier than acidic rain and took a great deal more mana to throw back. The instant he had a clear shot, he sent a Banshee's wail straight at her. While the spell couldn't be dual cast, it did leave his hands free to do other things. As the spell came to life, he dual cast Cold Snap in the hopes the metal she used had ductile to brittle transition. He only knew of the effect because Mei had accidentally used an iron piece on the inside of an ice gun. Utilizing a power Misaki had discovered, he drained the heat and light out of the area in front of him. Deep space. The little heat that was left in the spell's OE was instantly drained, going into him and raising his internal heat. He purposefully avoided using the reverse side of Solar Aura on his teacher, as he had no idea what it would do. Luckily for him, the metal did indeed get decently chilled. Jumping forward and pulling the non-injured hand back, he swung at the doll shield. The punch, unfortunately, didn't shatter the dolls, but did send them and Soma flying backward. As he landed on his feet, he saw his shield shattered and he was thrown backward by an unseen force. Catching his bearings, he saw that Alnico had finally joined the fight and had pulled him away from Jeanist's attack. He nodded his thanks and looked over to see that Maorian had lost the buffs and once again on the back foot. He sighed. He had a feeling he was going to have to keep both busy. He cast Emergency Aid on his other hand and started sending fireballs at the Fiber Master. Diving into the ground and jumping straight at him, he phased just as All Might tried to go for a grab. He delivered a haymaker's the man's face, which felt like punching steel, and phased again as the man tried punching him back. Just before he went back into the ground, he looked over at Hado. His friend was destroying the cement around her and what was coming for her. From an outsider's perspective, she was on the back foot, constantly defending and never being able to stop made it appear she was losing. To a person with more combat experience than the crowd, you could tell she was getting rid of Cementos ammo. When he came back up a few meters away, All Might was on top of him and forced him to dive again. Trying to give himself a bit of distance, he surfaced further away and watched as Amajiki led Ryukyu to land on top of a bomb. The bombs their teammate had set up beforehand was giving them short reprieves from the pros. Ryukyu's form protected her from the brunt of the explosion, but she was landing on more in general. All Might was in his face instantly, forcing him to phase through a punch and fall through the ground again. Honestly, he was definitely on the back foot and needed help here. His normal way of fighting people was useless against a man who could take any hit and come out fine. If he was caught at all, he was either thrown or would be hit pretty badly. So it was time for something probably dumb. He dropped down deep enough that he started hitting terminal velocity. Preparing himself for a world of pain, he launched himself up, straight into an uppercut at Cementos. The pro, not expecting the sudden attack from his second opponent, took the full strength of the attack and fell on his back. Hado, who was now free, turned to All Might and unleashed her newest super move. Nijire Whirlpool. The energy unleashed itself in a cone, picking up All Might and flinging him away from the two of them. They felt a boom and saw Amajiki fly into a nearby wall, cracking the stone. He winced and ran over to him as Hado engaged her mentor. As he knelt down to his friend, he asked, "You okay?" Amajiki caught his breath and gave a small nod. "Crab armor." He raised his shirt and showed off his torso, which was encased in a hard shell. He nodded. "You still good to go?" His friend nodded. "Let's just get this over with." "How much longer?" He felt a set of powerful hands grab him and toss him off the hillside. "That didn't last long." "I'm surprised they're lasting so long," said Pixie. "Are they not supposed to?" asked Uraraka. "Yes and no. What she means is that this was supposed to be a showcase for their power. Whether or not they win is irrelevant, the fact they are doing well at all shows that the future generations are in good hands. What happens if they win then?" She smirked at the girl. "The heroes will never live it down and Izuku gets a bigger head than the one he has already. Get her out of here." Alnico was panicking. He was super skittish for being a second year. Izuku wasn't entirely sure how he made it through the great expelling, but the fact he did meant something. The guy pulled his classmate, whose left arm and legs were wrapped in fiber, toward the main fortress. "When I give the signal, get me out, got it?" The guy nodded and pulled himself back to the keep. He looked toward the two pros, who were breathing rather heavily. "Don't suppose you two are willing to give up?" He asked this with a smile. Best Jeanist struck a pose and shook his head. "I'm afraid I must decline. Surrendering now will be a negative toward my hero image." After a pause he added a half insult. "Your fashion sense is decent, but you must do something with that mess on your head." "Are all pros weird?" He sighed. "Seems like it." Fire snake nest. Controlling his fire like this took all of his concentration and left him open to attack. Chef's cutting board. Dozens of knives came flying at him, forcing him to dodge as he kept his concentration on the snakes. He was hit a few times, but his qualities reduced the damage by quite a bit. Form. Each snake stretched into their predetermined shapes and marked the area in front of him. One snake though formed a simple colored flare and shot out into the sky. As he felt Alnico's quirk pull him away, he yelled out loud, "Bombshell!" The number 4 hero, who was unable to see the snake's forming shapes, was only saved because of Soma. Using a doll, she yanked both of them back as the runes exploded in a fiery mass. He landed on his knees back at the keep and saw the guy freeing his classmate with one of her feathers. "Once she's free, get to Fua and help her defend." Not waiting for an answer, he jumped away and kicked off the air toward the big, "I say take out the dragon." Redirecting his course, he flew past Hado and grabbed the hero by her snout. Kicking both his body and one for all into overdrive, he cast Momentum Bomb on her. Throwing her as hard as he could, he activated Hunker Down for a bit of a boost. He received a few pings for his broken bones and immediately started casting emergency aid on his arms. He noticed Hado was breathing hard as he slowly floated down. "Go help Amajiki, I'll keep her and All Might busy." She nodded and flew off to help Amajiki deal with Cementos. He looked over to see Ryukyu still on her side nursing her foot. He must have sprained her ankle. Now where was El? "Watch out," called out Togata. A mana shield sprung to life around him, courtesy of Misaki, but was instantly shattered as All Might punched it. When the fist hit him, he did two things. The first was to realize how hard All Might could actually punch, and the second was to use transference. When Misaki confirmed the steal, he hit the cement wall of the arena with a meaty thump. "Oh wow. Alright, I've read the prompt and the basic gist of it is to balance the amount of one for all through your entire body. Hold it there and don't let it out." He took in a breath and concentrated on the power of one for all. He started hearing shouts of warning from the crowd above him, and then it clicked. He felt the pure, unadulterated power of the previous holders and opened his eyes to see pure white light. All Might's eyes widened as he saw him. It didn't stop him though as he picked up speed. When his hero was within less than a meter away, he jumped over All Might and grabbed his cape. With the power running through his veins, he used gravity to spin All Might as fast as he could and slammed him into the ground. The boom made a small crater in the dirt and he jumped away toward the other pros. If All Might went after him, he'd try and deal with it. The crowd let out a held breath and they collectively started to shout as one. The range of colors and sound both deafened her ears and split her head. Izuku's sudden power-up was unexpected, and after throwing All Might like he was a ragdoll, he jumped after Cementos. The pro's eyes went wide and he started bringing up wall after wall in an attempt to stop the glowing lion. It did nothing to stop him. Using one of his legs, he shattered the cement like it was glass and hit Cementos with a kick, sending him flying. He's got maybe one more good kick. He is healing though. She looked over at Ragdoll, hand on her head in an attempt to stop the headache. What do you mean? He's breaking his body apart, his right and left arm are completely shattered and he just did the same to his right leg. She looked back at the fight and saw him slightly stumble as he landed. Hado stopped him before he could fall over. All Might's up. She looked down and saw All Might shaking the dirt off his costume and about to jump back at Izuku. He's super hurt right now, he's almost out. She didn't know if he got the message through all the things in his mind, but she didn't want her crush to accidentally get knocked out for the day. She looked over at Uraraka and saw the girl's white knuckles wrapped around the edge of the armrests. He'll be fine, he nearly died already, remember? He's fighting people who only want to knock him out now. That didn't seem to ease her chaotic mind. Wait, sheet, that was probably the wrong thing to say. Her head was killing her. You're hurt, kid. Should probably end it. He could feel his skin slowly burning and he was barely able to stand. Yeah. Midoriya, All Might, yelled Amajiki. He sighed. Out with a bang? I think we can pull it off now. Yes. Can I do it? Sure. Switch. He felt his mind retreat and the full body aching pain turned excruciating. It felt like his bones turned into thumbtacks. Collapsing onto the couch and releasing a sigh, he waited for the incoming pain. With practiced precision, his sight was replaced with what Misaki was seeing. She channeled every bit of One for All, Dimensional Traveler, and Heliokinesis into their fist. She spun when they felt All Might less than a few meters away, and pushed Hado out of the way. Event Horizon Smash. All Might blocked the strike, but he was far from unharmed. The punch, which they developed earlier to no avail, sent him flying up and up. He was a solid 100 or so meters in the air when the force that was pushing him exploded into a fiery maelstrom. It wasn't over yet though, and as the name implied, both disappeared for a short while. Control snapped back to him as their HP dropped below the threshold and he fell onto his knees. The fighting stopped when All Might came flying at him, and everyone was just now staring at him. It was left to Hado, who looked terrified, to ask, "What happened to All Might?" Using the not-powdered arm, he waved away the concern. "And won." He pointed in the air and after a short ripple, All Might came flying out of a crack that appeared. As soon as he was out of it, the crack winked out of existence. The hero landed still in his defensive pose and opened one eye. He was smoking, covered in soot marks, and letting off steam that wasn't normal. If he wasn't mistaken, he could see bruises and burns all over his body. He smiled weakly as the #1 hero started walking over. "I give." So they lost. It was actually over before All Might's disappearance. Best Jeanist and Soma had run through Alnico, Double Stitch, and Mauryan with little to no resistance. Present Mike, who was shocked by his display, didn't call the match before his final punch. Whether or not he knew the match was over in the first place was still up for debate. He was currently being carried by All Might to the infirmary. So what was it like? When I blinked away, I started getting hammered by some type of force on all sides. While that was going on, the fire was burning me on all sides at once. Not very pleasant. How did you do it? Well, Misaki and I tried figuring out if it was possible to use our gravity on One for All. It wasn't, at least with the amount of strength I had at the time. So we decided to try and theorycraft our way through the power problem. That single hit cost us everything, by the way. From what I could see of her thought process, no actual thought went into it. It was half instinct, half raw power. All Might laughed lightly. Be sure you don't use that move too often, it's very strong and I doubt a small fry villain would be standing after it. Izuku rolled his eyes. Misaki. He still wasn't receiving an answer, she must be asleep still. So, what's full cowl? Apparently I can flood one for all throughout my entire body, but as you can probably tell, anything I do puts me out of commission. I'm sure you'll get the hang of it. It took an hour, but he was finally able to move on his own. In between meditating and casting spells on himself, he read prompts. Spar complete. New perk unlocked. New quality unlocked. The fight had given him a hefty sum of XP and had actually increased almost all of his stats besides wisdom. Apparently Gamer decided it wasn't very wise to shatter your own body just to win a game. The new perk was interesting. Beacon of Hope. Having proven yourself to society as a whole, you are able to become a beacon. When good and neutral aligned creatures are within a kilometer radius and can see you, they receive an increase in base stats. He wasn't going to take it now, but if he needed to, it was available. Quality, training dummy. Having taken so many hits and broken so many limbs, your body has learned how to quickly repair itself. This one was amazing, but it only helped if he was out of mana. Otherwise he could just heal himself like normal. So he decided not to waste his last point in it, and keep it for something really good. Now he needed to decide whether or not he wanted to walk out of the infirmary. Leaving now would mean people would see him, and Nizu did warn him that quite a few reporters were looking for him. He sighed as he leaned into the bed. Misaki. He heard the first words she spoke since she had gone quiet. Shut up. Have you been awake this whole time? No, maybe 5 minutes? Did you have fun? Yeah, but that ending really SC. I kind of wanted to win. Closing his eyes, he put his arms under his head and talked to her. I did too. Maybe if Todoroki or Bakugo were there, we could have done more. She shrugged. Maybe, but I doubt we would have won. The 2 second years didn't get along and refused to fight together. We didn't really work with them either though. He felt the annoyance build inside her. So it's up to us to make sure everyone plays nice? No, but it is up to us to be the bigger person. They're older though. Cutie, Foodie, and Smiley worked together fine. Because they're friends. Those two hated each other. Maybe if it was any other pair it would have been better, but the girl refused to acknowledge the boy as any use. She sighed. I guess. Izuku. He peeked open an eye to see Uraraka opening the curtain around his bed. He felt like teasing her. You know, I could have been naked. Her face went red, and she took a step back to walk out. With his mana full and no other fights for the day, he decided to have a bit of fun. Sending out an arm of gravity, he picked her up and brought her to him. I didn't say leave. Her balance while being weightless was better than most people. Probably something to do with her quirk. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. He set her next to the bed and made a bit of room for her to sit. I'm fine, just didn't want to put up with reporters. She took the offered space and curled her knees to her chest as she sat down next to him. There were a few down the hall, but recovery girls scared them away. He smiled and called out. Thank you. I'm not deaf, you imbecile. Keep your voice down. After a pause she added, and you're welcome. He and Uraraka smiled at each other. How did the third-year tournament go? She gave a small shrug. Didn't really watch it, the Pussycats knew all the students, but I left to join our class before coming here. How are they? Bakugo is furious, he keeps demanding a rematch with Todoroki, who just ignores him. He laughed lightly. Don't doubt it. How is Momo? Uraraka smiled. Good. She's actually super happy with how she did. She's starting to remind me of you with all the notebooks she made. He stuck his tongue out at her, causing her to giggle. After a few moments of silence, he decided to ask. So what's on your mind? The feeling of your lips and the caress of your hands. Nothing, just tired after today. He nodded. If I wasn't a freak of nature, I doubt I would even be awake right now. I don't think so either. She yawned. Gonna go home and take a nice long bath. I can work with that. What? Hold on. Do you want to go to dinner with me and the pussycats? She thought about it for a moment before nodding. Where are we going? What are you in the mood for? Laying her head down on her knees, she closed her eyes and thought with a hum. It can be anything or anywhere. What do the others want? Pixie likes beef. Ragdoll and Tiger like seafood. Mandalay likes nearly anything but American. He smiled and whispered to her, says it makes her fat. The girl giggled, what about Spanish? We haven't been to Spain before. Think the team will like it? Misaki didn't answer, so he just went with yes. He nodded at her, sounds good. I'll take you home to change and we'll head to the restaurant. What about the pussycats and you? The team made sure they brought dress clothes to change into. She raised an eyebrow, dress clothes? Where are we going? He smiled as he stood up out of bed. You'll have to wait and see. You do have dress clothes though, right? She made a face, maybe? I haven't put on my old dress since working out. I'm not sure it will fit. I doubt my blouse from our karaoke night will be any good if the others are dressing up. He nodded. Okay then, let's go find Mandalay. We'll get you a dress and then we go out to eat. He offered his hand to her, which she took, and he kissed her gently. He felt her body shiver at the NTMT contact. She stuttered as she tried complaining. But money. He cut that off short. Not gonna hear it, I already bought the girls dresses and Tiger a tux. I can buy my girl a dress. Oh, I'm your girl now? She asked with a raised eyebrow. He shrugged and smiled. I did just kiss you without any resistance. Are we not dating now? She glared at him. I didn't put up a fight because I don't mind it. You never asked me out, so no. Got it? He wrapped his arms around her waist and looked into her eyes. Achiko? Would you like to be my girlfriend? Her glare turned into a smirk as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Not yet. He raised an eyebrow. Why not? Hey, I said I did it. He ignored her for right now. Because you have something to work out before I can say yes. He was about to ask what, but she silenced it with a kiss. You'll figure it out. Freeing herself, she walked out of his closed-off area. I guess we should go find the pussycats. She swayed her hips slightly when she caught him staring. Yes, ma'am. He could feel the heat on his cheeks. Following her out, he turned his attention to Misaki. What did you do? Finally. Stupid puppy dog eyes. I made something for our enjoyment. She must have felt his confusion, because instead of explaining, she pushed a daydream to the front of his mind. The heat in his cheeks went into a raging fire as he watched his mental image of Achiko playing in the tub. With his attention completely drawn to that dream, he crashed into a wall, much to the amusement of the real girl. Were you not able to heal your head? I'm good. I'm good. Standing, he couldn't look at the girl and decided to lead the way to the pussycat seats. You know, I think you would look cute in a baby blue. Get real, pink would be better. Her hero costume has pink though. We don't want all her clothes to match. Ragdoll? Yeah. What's that? Pixie whistled. Red works. Agreed. She raised an eyebrow at this. The girls had jumped at the opportunity to go clothes shopping. They spent the last half hour fighting over what type and color of dress they thought she should wear. None of them agreed until this next one. Ragdoll threw the red article of clothing over the top of the door. As she pulled it down, her eyes went wide. I can't wear this. You're putting it on, or you're getting the black slip-on. Ragdoll snickered while Pixie huffed. She whimpered, but the older woman threw the black cloth over the door as a threat. The skirt on it went just barely past the top of her thighs and hugged her figure up to her melons. She was not getting it. Sking it up, she put on the dress and blushed at herself in the mirror. She had to admit it did look good. Her hair didn't match at all though. Maybe they could fix it up for her. You got it on? Why yeah. Well, open up, we want to see. Undoing the latch, she opened the door and tried to keep her blush under control. It looks amazing, cheered Ragdoll. Pixie nodded her head and gave her thumbs up. Mandalay didn't say anything until Pixie nudged her. You look great. The older woman's cheeks went slightly red. Ragdoll walked over to her and fiddled with her hair. We need to fix this. You ready? Tiger nodded. Just put on the tie. Let's go get them then. I hope they didn't have a repeat of last time. Tiger laughed. You can blame Tomoko for that one. She purposely confused them on what time we were leaving. He sighed, figured. Opening the door to their hotel room, he walked across the hall and knocked on the door. After some type of scuffle, Tomoko opened the door, out of breath. He looked behind her and saw Ryuko on the floor. Did you just dash? She waved away the accusation. She just fell. He sighed as Tiger smiled. Are you four ready to go? She opened the door for them. Mandalay is fixing Achiko's hair right now, but for the most part, yeah. He nodded as he looked at her dress. A cream-colored lace dress with a pair of matching sandals. Her hair was done up into an intricate bun. You look nice, by the way. Ragdoll just smiled. Pixie, after she was done playing dead, stood and did a small twirl. What about me? Her dress, according to the receipt he got on his phone, was called a short sleeveless black halter, apparently. He had no clue what a halter was, but she did look really nice in it. To go with it, she wore black strappy sandals, and her hair was pulled into a long French braid. You look good too. And done. All of them looked at the door to the bathroom, which opened to reveal something that caused his heart to stop slightly. Mandalay was out first. She wore a purple single-strap full-length cocktail dress. Her shoulder-length hair was curled at the tips. When she caught him staring, she gave him a small wink. His cheeks flared slightly at being caught, but they got bad enough that Gamer's mind kicked in when he saw Uraraka. The girl's hair was braided in multiple places and was adorned by a single red jewel just above her left braid. Her dress was stunning. It was a red floor-length evening dress with a single slit going up her left thigh. When she saw him, her face went through a range of emotions before settling on a glare. She fainted when she saw the price. Mandalay must have seen the girl's expression. He smiled. Do you like it? Her eyes narrowed, but she gave a curt nod. Let's get going then. With Tiger leading the way, they made it out into the streets of Barcelona. Tomoko pulled Achiko alongside her as he stayed with Mandalay toward the back. Quietly he said, if she asks you how much something costs, lie. His first honest crush laughed and took his arm in her own. Let's go have fun. He woke up surrounded by heat and something laying on each arm. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by his normal wake-up prompt, and the notification icon for new prompts was flashing. Looking to his right side, he saw Mandalay curled up into him. She was drooling slightly. He panicked for a second, but it was quickly squashed by Gamer's mind. Looking to his left, Uraraka had done pretty much the same thing, minus the drool. Her exposed leg was draped over him though. Figures alcohol wouldn't work on you. He looked up to see Pixie mixing something in a mug. You got us drunk? She shrugged. Yes and no. I just gave you a single glass. You were the ones who kept going. He sighed and threw his head back down. Misaki. Yeah. I don't remember what happened last night. Do you? He felt her nod. I can play the memories for you. Please do also. What? You are amazingly calm right now. She shrugged. They're asleep. Nothing entertaining about it. Want to go get breakfast? He looked back up at Pixie. Kind of stuck. She raised an eyebrow. Just pick them up with your gravity. Duh. Gently as possible, he lifted them up and freed himself. Neither woke up, but both did roll closer to each other when their heat source was gone. Apparently he made a decent heater. Solar aura. I turned it on while you slept. Felt the girls shivering. Oh. Thank you. She shrugged again. Do you mind playing the memory? Sure. In an instant, he remembered part of last night. They had just finished dinner and were on their way back to the hotel when Tomoko stopped their group. Guys, there's a festival going on down the street. Really? What for? He answered when she shrugged. It's some type of local party. The signs for it don't say anything else. I can hear the music from here. Pixie put her hands on her hips. And why didn't you tell us this? I figured you guys would be tired. I was gonna tell you in the morning. I can stay awake for a little while longer, said Uraraka. The rest of the group quickly agreed. With him leading the way, they soon became part of a massive crowd that was humming with energy and shouts of delights. Tiger, being a massive fan of sports, left their group rather earlier and joined a crowd of soccer fans. He was pretty sure Yuara had no idea what anyone was saying, but he looked to be having fun. Ryuko and Tomoko disappeared sometime later while he, Achiko and Shino were playing some type of skill game. He wasn't sure what the trick to it was, but Uraraka, no doubt because of the necklace and a bit of zero-G, beat them and won quite a few prizes. What happened to all the stuffed animals? Pixie stretched and answered. Girly found a couple of kids and gave them over. What would she do with them anyway? He couldn't disagree with that. The prizes from festivals like that tended to be cheap. They made it to the hotel's restaurant and waited in line to place their order. Where did you and Tomo disappear so early on? Pixie smiled. She found a store that had a bunch of neat souvenirs. We got everyone something and brought them all back to the room. What are they? Not telling, you'll have to wait and see. He rolled his eyes. You guys want a drink? Pixie and Ragdoll joined them soon after he demolished a strength measuring test. He ended up giving the prize, a plastic sword, to one of the little kids who watched him. The girls all agreed to a break and made their way toward where he saw a few bottles sitting on a shelf. Reading the sign and answering their questions on what meant what, he was finally able to place their order. The only person who didn't get something new was Ragdoll. She apparently knew one of the drinks that was offered. About time to go back? He asked when he saw Achiko yawn. She shook her head. Not yet, I'm actually having a lot of fun. Do you have something planned for tomorrow? He nodded. I do actually. I thought it would be fun to go sightseeing. Like where? He smiled. No clue. Was just gonna pick a few places and go. Esius, we can't cross the border. I'd love to see Paris. We can go another time, promise. After the government figured out he could teleport anywhere, he got a license thanks to Nizu and was able to go anywhere he wanted. The only stipulation being that there was a cooldown PRD of being back home. He's only ever used it twice. The first time was shortly after coming back from the US. He had taken the team to Singapore, where they only stayed to have dinner. The second time was with his mom and they went to go see an opera in Berlin. He didn't have too much fun on that trip, but it made his mom happy. I'm holding you to that. She winked at him. Tus bebidas. The waiter laid their drinks out for them and walked off toward another table. Taking a sip of his own, he winced at the sweetness. It was some type of icy milk drink called a granizado. It wasn't bad, he just wasn't one for sweets all that much. Taking another sip, he saw the look of blissfulness on Uraraka's face. She got something called horchata. It was some sort of rice water from what he understood. Tomoko was in a similar state as she practically inhaled her drink. She got something called tinto de verano, red wine of summer. She said it was a wine mixed with lemon juice. Pixie had told him to ask for the sweetest drink the guy could make, and he had given her a blueberry batida. He had no clue what was in it besides the blueberries. Mandalay had gone down a similar road as Tomoko and ordered a local drink called Agua de Valencia. It did take him translating the ingredients for her to get it though. The three of them, after trying their own, swapped and sampled the others. Achiko gave him puppy dog eyes, which was pointless as he slipped his drink over to her. It was after the three were done that Pixie slipped her drink over to him. Try it. He raised an eyebrow. Is that even legal? She shrugged and pointed to a nearby table. That kid is drinking beer. Looking over, he saw a guy, about his age, taking sips from a glass filled with a fizzy amber liquid. Shrugging, he brought the cup to his lips and tasted it. The drink burned his throat and stayed in his chest. He did taste the sweetness of the drink, but he couldn't get rid of the heat. Like it? He tapped his chest. It burns. The statement caused the three older women to giggle. Shino pushed her drink over to Uraraka, who took a small sip. She made a funny face, which turned into a slightly curious expression. Tastes like orange juice. I think we can find you both something you'd like. She called the waiter over and after forcing him to translate, they got their first drinks. Curiously, his second drink had nowhere close to the burn of the first one. Wait, did you? Not even bothering to answer, Misaki pulled up one of his notifications. New skill. Alcohol tolerance LVL 1. XP 0%. Since humans first discovered the process of fermentation, alcohol has been made all over the world. Sadly for you, the more you drink, the less of an effect it has. Potency reduction 50%. That explains that. Again not answering him, she pulled up another window. Skill level up. Alcohol tolerance LVL 1 to 12. Potency reduction 72%. Any more secrets? Watch the rest and I'll bring it up. Senor. He looked up from the floor at the teenager who had their food. Tu orden esta lista. With Pixie having gone to the restroom, he walked over, grabbed the food and left a hefty tip for the guy. His eyes bulged at the small wad of cash and he started to hand it back. Shaking his head, he said, Quettatello. With a smile, he took the small stack of trays in both hands and walked over toward the women's toilets. Maybe an hour later they were told alcohol was no longer available and decided to go back to the hotel. When all of them finally stood up, there was a definite wobble in their stance. The worst one was Uraraka, who apparently couldn't taste the booze in any of her drinks. She was a giggling mess, but was able to walk as long as someone was holding her upright. That was left to him as he was most steady. Izuku. He forced his mind to focus on Mandalay. Yeah. You're amazing. Even through his swimming head, he had the wherewithal to smile. So are you. It took a decent amount of time before they got back to the hotel, and it wasn't until they got back to the room he realized Tiger had the room key. Sure, he could just break in or teleport in, but with the way his head was spinning, he would be lucky if he made it back to Earth before falling asleep. He was gonna go look for the man, but Tomoko passed out on the floor. Something in his head told him to stay. Was that you? No answer. Laying Uraraka on the bed, and picking Tomoko up off the ground, he started getting them ready for bed. Because she was in his arms, he took Ragdoll over to a bed and undid her sandals. As soon as the last one came off, she curled into a ball with a sigh. Throwing a blanket over her, he helped Pixie into bed next. To his inebriated mind, the sandals she was wearing were like a jigsaw puzzle. It took him a bit of work, but he was finally able to free her feet. Next he helped Uraraka. Exposing her feet and taking extra caution to not expose anything else, he slipped off the dress slippers she was wearing. As soon as she was free and started making herself comfortable, she started floating. He blinked at her in confusion for a few seconds and heard giggling. She said something about sleeping gloves. They should be in her bag. Mandalay was laying her head on the small table in their room and just looking at him. Looking around, he found a bag with a small keychain of 13 on its handle. Hoping the gloves wouldn't be with her change of clothes, he opened one of the side compartments. Luck was on his side as they were sitting on top of everything else. Picking them up and pulling her back to the bed, he took her hands and tapped them together. As soon as she was back in bed, he wiggled the gloves onto her hands. He looked over at the only other person awake to find her still staring at him. You going to bed? She didn't say anything and kept staring at him. It felt like a good 5 minutes before she said his name. Izuku. Yeah. Oh, the food's done. He blinked and saw Pixie walking over to where he was sitting. Yeah, just got done. She smiled. Smells good. Let's go on back. I have something I want to tell you. Like what? There was a brief pause before she talked again. I'm scared. Of? His mind was slowly becoming unfocused before he snapped it back to her. He sat on the edge of the bed so his mind didn't have to focus on keeping still. What you'll say. Even if he was slightly drunk, he knew one thing. I'd never do anything to hurt you or the team. She smiled. I know, Lion, but this is different. He tilted his head and asked, What is it? She didn't respond immediately and slowly got up from the chair, making her way over to him. Sitting down next to him, she looked into his eyes and said, I like you. His mind didn't process that at 100% and he stupidly took it at face value. I like you too. Shino leaned forward and slowly pecked his lips. No, I like you. That probably would have broken him if it wasn't for the poison in his veins. He could only mumble out a no before it was over. She plopped onto her back and held out a leg. Mind helping a girl? He could just barely process what happened as he stood in front of her. For the first time tonight, he saw the matching purple sandals. As he started working on undoing the one foot, she slowly hiked up the edge of her dress to expose her full leg. She kept all the other bits covered though, but even that was enough to make him stop and stare. He could hear the smile in her voice. See something you like? He didn't answer and forced himself to get the sandal off. He was pretty sure he was red as a tomato, but he was finally able to get the thing off. When he finished and set it on the ground, she lifted her other leg up and repeated the process. This time though, she didn't ask, she only giggled as he went slower than last time. When he was finally done, she pulled her dress back down and crawled further up the bed. When he headed for the fourth empty bed, she spoke again. Where are you going? To sleep. He really wanted this feeling gone and his senses back. Not by yourself, come lay down. She scooted over a bit and made a bit of space in between the two of them. He was gonna say no, but a nagging feeling in his head told him that would be bad. So he relented, kicking off his shoes, undoing his jacket and tie. He laid down. You beach. She didn't say anything, but he swore he could feel her snickering. Mandalay didn't go to sleep for a while and just stared at him. He turned to her with a question, but she asked first. Do you care if we kiss, for real this time? Something came over him and he said yes. She pulled her body over to him, an expression on her face that he couldn't quite place. Thank you. She placed her lips on his, and with more skill than both Uraraka and him had together, kissed him like the world was ending. By the time she finished, she fell limp with a light snore. It was at that time Achiko curled into him as well, effectively pinning him in place. He passed out soon after. I can't believe you made me do that, while drunk. Wouldn't have happened if you were sober, so who cares? You had a bit of fun, you shared your bed with two of your crushes and you got a new skill. He raised a metaphorical eyebrow at that. What? She pushed a notification into the corner of his vision. New skill. Euphoric Kiss LVL, 1 XP, 76.23%. Through both practice and mentoring, you have learned to kiss. Leveling this skill will not only help during NTMT moments, but will also provide bonuses at higher levels. Effect: both you and the recipient gain a 0.05% increase to leveling of skills and quirks. This effect lasts for 4 hours. He whistled softly. If this leveled high enough, he could cut down the training time of skills by days or even months on some skills. The only problem was he effectively needed to make out before training. You can thank me later. He rolled his eyes. Pixie and him made it back to the room, entering quietly. He could still hear the effeant snoring of Mandalay and Tomoko, but Uraraka was gone. On account of the shower running and the sound of someone vomiting, he assumed she was in the shower. Pixie whined just loud enough for him to hear. I was really looking forward to breakfast. With a sigh, she put down the trays she was carrying and went into the bathroom. He sat down in one of the chairs and put his head on the table. Sighing, he talked to Misaki. I really hope she doesn't remember. What happened? He could feel her genuine curiosity as she asked. Why? Because not only would it be embarrassing, but she was absolutely hammered. Misaki shrugged. Alcohol just makes you do stuff you wouldn't have the courage to do otherwise. He raised an eyebrow. And where did you learn that? Movie. Taking advice from a movie is probably the worst thing you can do. She almost instantly denied that. Nah, taking advice from a villain would be worse, maybe. She had a point. He lifted his head up slightly when he heard the door to the bathroom open. Pixie walked out with a towel in her hands, drying them off. She'll be fine, she's gonna take a shower and get changed before she joins us. He pointed his head at the other two. What about them? She shrugged. We can wake them up now and deal with the vomit, or we can wait for the girl to get done and wake them up one by one. Nodding, he said, sounds good. He personally didn't want to deal with it. While he technically didn't need to eat, being able to taste something that wasn't alcohol would be nice. Taking a bite of his eggs, he asked her. So, how is it you aren't vomiting? Swallowing the bit of food in her mouth. My tolerance is pretty good. I also have more experience with alcohol than these three. The only one with more is Yawara. What happened to him anyway? She shrugged. No idea. I texted him, but didn't receive a reply. He's probably asleep, but when he wakes up he should make his way to us. Going back to eating, he talked to Misaki again. This is so weird. What is? Getting treated like an adult. I like it. I was tired of people doting on us. I mean, I was too, but I am just a teenager. A teenager who stands with pros and is able to fight with the best of them. It was a few minutes later that the water stopped and the bathroom door opened to reveal a slightly sickly-looking Uraraka in street clothes. She dragged herself over to the table and sat down with a groan. Laying her head on the table, she complained. Never again. Pixie laughed. You'll get used to it. She shook her head, but the motion seemed to make it worse. Throwing her hands to her skull, she let out a low. He pushed a tray over to her. Picking her head up, he saw a brief look of happiness on her face as she saw chocolate, but it was soon dashed by her headache. Letting out another she asked, complained at him. Why can't you cure hangovers? He smiled as she froze and opened a single eye at her. Wait, can you? He shrugged as he leaned back in his chair. Maybe never tried. Quickly, but not too quickly, she grabbed his arm and begged. I'll be the guinea pig, please just try. He hummed, I don't know. She started whining, which caused Pixie to laugh. Maybe you should suffer for right now. The whining became more sorrowful, which caused him to sigh. Emergency aid. A minute later they had their answer. A hangover was considered a debuff. With that news, the next person up was Tomoko, who vomited into a trash can that Pixie gave her. He cast the spell on her and she joined the table soon after. When Pixie went to wake up Shino, he forced himself to not remember last night. Putting 2 fingers into her mouth, Ryuko blew hard and loud. Mandalay quite literally jumped 2 meters into the air and crashed down on the bed, letting a low of both pain and annoyance. You beach. Why? Ryuko snickered. Lion can help, but you have to beg. Shino raised her head. Please. He was gonna cast it to help her, but Ryuko held an arm in front of him. That didn't sound like begging. He raised an eyebrow at that, but watched as Shino glared at her friend and pulled herself to her knees. She looked at him with a puppy dog eyes and stuck out her lower lip a bit. Please help. He cast the spell instantly. Oh God. Dimen, you have it bad. He groaned internally, no need to point it out. With everyone recovering, he walked out of the room and looked down the hallway hoping to see Yawara. He wasn't that lucky though. With a sigh, he opened 2 portals and went into his room to shower and change. After everyone had showered, he received some cords on his phone. It was on the opposite side of town near the beach, and it was from Yawara. Before he left his room, he snapped open a portal and waited for the man. When he came through the portal, he really wanted to know the story. Tiger was covered, head to toe, in soccer memorabilia. He also had the distinct smell of the ocean, mixed with alcohol. He raised an eyebrow. Have fun? Yawara nodded and walked to the bathroom, taking out a chair along the way. He sighed. Hold on. Walking over, he used the spell on him, and double-checking his stat page, he really wanted the story. Your wrist is broken. Tiger nodded. Felt it when I woke up. What did you do? Me and a couple of the guys went to the beach and started playing beach volleyball. Another group found us and we had a massive tournament. That would have been fun. Did you win? Tiger lifted his broken hand and smiled with a fire in his eyes. I didn't suffer for nothing. How did it break playing volleyball? One of the guys had a quirk that could turn stuff into steel for a short while. He started laughing. Yeah, that would do it. What's on the agenda today? He shrugged. I think we're going sightseeing then heading home. Pack your stuff and I'll put it in the portal. Tiger nodded, and after he applied the heal again, he went to shower. Walking next door and giving it a small knock, he planned out the day with the girls while they waited. While they were in the in-between world, he created a portal for the pussycats. Sang his goodbyes and while no one was looking, gave Shino a kiss on the cheek. She went completely red in the cheeks, which confirmed to him that she didn't remember the night before. Why did she didn't finish asking as she was pulled through the portal. He looked back at Uraraka, who had a smile on her face. You ready for school? She nodded with a yawn. Still wish you could cure exhaustion. Opening up another portal, he took her hand and dropped onto her apartment's parking lot. Do you want me to pick you up? She shook her head. Kendo was going to go to school with me. Nodding, he leaned in and kissed her cheek. I'll see you at school. Not having the mana after opening a bunch of portals, he jumped and launched himself back home. What's on the table for today? Should be pretty easy. The hero companies probably already sent their requests. Classmates probably just need to choose someone by the end of the week. Do we get to leave early? We can ask. I'm kinda excited to meet Night Eye. As he approached his apartment, he saw a familiar truck. Izuku? Is that All Might? He could only give a small nod. He was happy to see his mentor, but this was a rather weird place to talk. Landing in the parking lot, he waved to the hero who was waiting for him. Rolling down the window, All Might waved. Get ready for school and come on down, we need to talk. He nodded and jumped up to his apartment. Opening the door, he found his mom making some breakfast. Oh, I didn't know you were coming back this early. I didn't make something for you. He waved away her worries. It's fine, Mom. I'm leaving for school earlier than normal for today. I'll come back right after school gets out. Training was called off for the week. Throwing his bag on the bed, he quickly changed into his school uniform. With a wave to his mom, he jumped off the balcony and landed next to the hero's truck. All Might unlocked the door and drove off as soon as he was seated. I have something to tell you that I probably should have told you sooner. Oh no. Not All Might too. He mentally groaned. What is it? As you know, One for All is a torch. That torch had to start somewhere. Secret villain? She was all ears. All Might had parked at the beach he cleaned when he first started training and told everything he knew about One for All and All for One. So I have to fight him? All Might sighed. I'm afraid so, my boy. Having given One for All to you so long ago, my time is running out. I was hoping I could end it before I lost it all, but I doubt he'll show his face anytime soon. How long do you have now? He held up 2 fingers. 2 at max, even if I push it. Any longer than that, and I risk losing it for good. Looking at the man he knew had a penchant for pushing his luck, he asked, Are you gonna keep doing hero work? His mentor nodded. If I have to, yes. I made a few promises to a couple of people, one of them being Nizu. Right, you are All Might. Even if he had gamer's mind, the small principle was still frightening. Unluckily for All Might, he didn't have the luxury. The number 1 hero expanded into his muscle form and hit his head on the truck's roof. Would you stop doing that? That's the 3rd time this week. He shrunk back down and addressed him again. I have promised to stop all hero work unless it was completely needed. This also means I will no longer be able to take on my muscle form during class. He raised an eyebrow. How are you going to teach then? We are going to change All Might's job to be a consultant and hire one known as Yagi Tashinori as our replacement. As for an excuse to the media, we are simply saying that All Might was asked to deal with a secret mission. Is this the only year you'll be teaching? His hero shrugged. I honestly couldn't tell ya. He looked back at Nizu. If you'll take me on as a permanent teacher, it could only be after I retire. Nizu nodded. That would save us a lot of trouble. He asked his own question of the two. If I need to fight him, I'll need time. I'll need to focus on leveling everything I can do, including my quirks. What's the plan for giving me time? His principal and teacher smiled at each other. During your work study, you'll be trained alongside Togata by an old teacher of mine. He raised an eyebrow. Really? Who? All Might brushed off his question. You'll see when the time comes. And after the work study, you'll need to pass your final exams, which I'm sure you'll pass easily. He smiled at the compliment and finished. Then the classes go to the Pussycats. Nizu nodded. While you're there, you will not be training your quirk with them. You will be tasked with training your abilities and skills 24/7 for the 3 weeks you are there. Even if All for One was to attack during that time, he is not your mission yet. Once your training is done, you and the rest of your class will be going for your provisional licenses. He could feel Misaki vibrating with energy. So from next week until the end of summer vacation? Both of them nodded. What do you think? 100% yes. He nodded. May I use a UA training ground after school until next week? Nizu smiled. Actually, that's one of the reasons why I'm here right now. He raised an eyebrow. After their defeat and realizing that they had a long way to go, Togata, Hado and Amajiki have decided to spend even more time training. I've taken it upon myself to tell you what gym and times they will be training. We get to see Cutie again? Woo! Nizu looked at his watch and beckoned for All Might to drive. We'll be late if we don't leave soon. As Aizawa had him and his deputies hand out the stacks of paper, he wasn't surprised by the amount of papers both Todoroki and Bakugo got. The biggest surprise of class though was both Momo and Achiko. Both girls received stacks of requests nearly as big as the finalists. Do you mind helping? He shook his head and immediately felt bad. He knew she probably felt intimidated by the pile, but this was something she needed to do on her own. I've got my own training to take care of from today until the end of summer break. Kirishima whistled. You really don't know how to take it easy, do you? He leaned back and smiled. I do actually, we just got back from Spain this morning. Wait, Ribbit. Sue put a finger to her chin. Achiko went red, but didn't say anything. He wasn't going to embarrass her, so he lied a little. The Pussycats and I took a vacation to Barcelona right after the tournament ended. And you didn't invite me? Kendo actually sounded offended. He shrugged. It was a teacher's only thing. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Achiko. I think that's total dash. Her best friend slapped a hand over her mouth and finished her sentence. Totally unfair, we would have loved to go. He saw her communicate something to Kendo, who just glared at her. When the end of homeroom was called, he and Kendo walked back to their seats where she told him, You're taking me next time. Both you and Achiko have hit me in the face enough that I deserve a vacation. He laughed. You don't learn any other way. She gave him a dark glare and sat down for class. When Aizawa didn't leave his spot on the ground, he was seriously confused for a second before he remembered. Oh yeah. Midnight walked through the door in full costume. Hello my little first ties. Are you all excited? Besides him, no one knew what was going on. Today is a very special day as you get to choose your hero names. She pointed her whip at them. If you don't figure out one by the end of the day, we get a little one-on-one time. She snapped her whip, causing several of the students to jump. After giggling at their reaction, she gave them a few rules for names. Giving yourself a vulgar name was not allowed, and if you named yourself similar to another hero, it made your life difficult. Not only did you get the name of the pro, but you had to deal with the legacy that came with it. It's why there was no other pro named All Might. After passing out the whiteboards, she told them, If you need help coming up with a name, please feel free to ask. He internally groaned and closed his eyes. The hell should our name be? The Solar Viking Hero, Sol. He raised an eyebrow at her. Seriously? She shrugged. I couldn't think of anything. Thank you donating your precious time. He felt her anger rise before it dissipated. You know what? You're not worth it. He did feel her flip him off though. What should our name be? Sighing loudly, I don't know. What do you want it to mean? Well, it needs to be short. Deku. He opened one eyelid and looked at Bakugo in the seat in front of him. His anger was apparently boiling right now. He was furiously scribbling some type of name. Closing his eyes, he said, No. I'm not going to use an insult. It also doesn't mean anything to me anymore. Fine. So something short and that has meaning. Well, there's always just going with lion. He smiled a bit. I love them, but the name is something between us. They know I'll help them when they ask, but I can't be part of their team. The name for now then. Let's work on the bit before. That should be a lot easier. What do you want to be? The number one hero. He felt a sharp kick to his and forced himself not to wince. What's that for? Think about it, being the number one hero doesn't matter anymore. You have to be more than that kid. More than All Might, more than any other hero before you. Then the person you chose has to take up that mantle, not of just number one, but being the bedrock of hero society. After a pause she said, That's good, what about bedrock? I agreed with your idea, but no. Maybe Kirishima could name himself that. Putting some thought into it, he was momentarily knocked out of it as the class cheered for Tsuyu's name, Froppy. Something greater than all might, something every person will rely on, civilians and heroes. Send a message to Aki and ask her if she has any ideas for a name. KK. What about, the hero's hero? She snorted, now you just sound gaudy. He shrugged, it does have to be good. I thought you figured this out. Nope, haven't been able to figure anything out. I have no idea honestly, if you would have asked me sooner, I could have probably thought of something. I'll figure out something, thanks anyway. Well, that was a bust. He nodded. Maybe we can ask the Beatsome Queen? Midnight wouldn't be a bad option to ask. Raising his hand, she walked over. Yeah. I have no clue what to do. She raised an eyebrow. I honestly thought you would be one of the first. Crouching down at his desk, she asked. What seems to be the problem? Giving her a small example, he channeled a minute amount of his power. Obviously my fire power and strength are some of my greatest attributes, but that's not the only I can do. She nodded. I've seen you train, kid. Your firepower is insane. So what should I go for? She hummed for a second. What about just using your name? Izuku, the hero. Oh, I like that. Short, sweet, simple, and doesn't make us sound like an butt. He nodded with a smile. I like that actually. I'll do that then. She smiled and stood to walk to the front desk. After giving him a second to write, she called him up. Walking to the front of the class, he felt every eye on him. He had no doubt that if he didn't have Gamer's mind right now, he would be a stuttering mess. When he was at the podium, he smiled at the class and flipped the board over. There were a few confused stares and someone actually raised their hand. Yes, Ishido? Why aren't you going for a name like Apollo, the sun hero? That's like your gimmick, isn't it? He sighed. A couple of reasons. 1, I'm not that pretentious. 2, that's not the only thing I can do. 3, I'm not naming myself after a god. He got a confused amount of stares at that, but no one called him out on it. Kirishima raised his hand. Why not go for some Jack of Trades type deal then? Because I'm not naming myself Jack, the everything hero. He got a few laughs. I think as long as you're okay with it and it works, I say you pass. She just wants to be able to say the next number 1 was named by her. He couldn't help the smile on his face as he sat back down. Pulling out his phone, he sent a message to the team's group chat in all might. Finally got my hero name. Izuku. I thought we were bad with names. Only took nearly a year of thinking about it. Actually Midnight thought of it. I couldn't think of one to save my life. At least you have one now. In a separate message, Shino sent another message. I assume we need to talk? Only if you want to. I do. I'll come over when I get the chance, probably this weekend. Alright. By the end of the day, the only people left without names were Bakugo, Todoroki, and Ida. Achiko went with Uravity, which was pretty cute. He looked to his right and saw Tobu with her head in the clouds, literally. She ended up going with the nightmare hero, Sweet Dreams. His best friend behind him, after a little help from Midnight, will become known as Battle Fist. He honestly couldn't complain about anyone's name. Everyone was happy with theirs and none sounded bad at all. When the final bell rang, he said his goodbyes and made his way toward Gym Zeta. Opening the door, he failed his check and was thrown off his feet. Standing up from the ground and brushing himself off, he entered the gym. Almost immediately he had to pass another check and watched as Hato blasted a training dummy. The thing's head flew off and smacked into the cement wall of the gym. Flying over to the head and picking it up with a sigh, she bemoaned. Not another one. Midoriya. He looked over to Dogata. The older student was standing next to a machine with a foam pad on it. He waved and was taken off his feet by the now excited Hato. What are you doing here? Don't you have your training class? He gave her a quick hug and she dropped him. It's been called off by the teachers. After the work studies finish, it starts up again. What are you 3 doing? He noticed Amajiki was on the floor panting, badly. I'm trying to figure out if I can make a blank spot in my attack. For allies? She nodded with a smile. When I'm fighting on the streets with Ms. Ryukyu, no one is ever in the way besides the bad guys. Made sense, most bystanders ran away. What about Ryukyu? Hato made a pouty face. She doesn't like standing in front of me when I fight. He smiled. I can see why. Any luck so far? She shook her head. The most I can do is a slight curve. She held up her hand and blasted the defunct training dummy nearly square on. It only curved very slightly. I'm sure you'll figure it out soon. What about Amajiki? Her regular smile split her face again. He's trying to learn a better fighting style. He could see the logic in it. He was the protege of Fat Gum, a hero who was known for taking massive amounts of damage easily and dishing it back out. More than likely, he probably felt he should be able to live up to the hero. And Togata? He could see the top student disappear underground and come back up to punch the foam pad. Strength testing? He says fighting All Might was like punching steel. He's trying to hit harder? She shrugged. I think. He nodded. He wasn't sure what Togata could do honestly. He'd try and think of something later. Hato got really close to him as she asked, "Do you want to fight?" Her smile turned into a frown as she added, "No punching though." Misaki snorted as he just smiled. "Sure, was there something you wanted to work on?" She shook her head. "Not really. Just really wanted to let off some steam. Why don't we take them to the Shadows Cape? It'd be better than sitting around in this boring gym. It would also make them stronger." That idea gave him a bit of pause. It wasn't bad. His only worry though was Togata. He wasn't sure if his quirk would cause him to go down floors. We can check that by taking his quirk for a minute. Another good idea. She was actually making herself worth the point today. Hey! I'm kidding. You're amazing, Misaki. I'm glad I chose your perk. She didn't respond, so he addressed Hato. I got an idea. He ran over to Togata, with Hato hot on his trail. Togata, said Guy, turned to him with a smile. What's up, Midoriya? I got an idea. I need to borrow your quirk real quick. He raised an eyebrow but held out his hand. Sure. Transfer complete. Portal calculated. Snapping his fingers, he opened a portal a bit away and jumped through. Since there was a chance of coming back, he decided to leave it open. As soon as he exited the portal, he deposited himself right in front of the entrance that led to his first dungeon. Activating Togata's quirk gave him a really weird feeling across his whole body. Back at USJ, he didn't need to worry about this, but he quickly striped NDE and put the items in the girl's pocket universe. He heard a sharp "ep" when he took off his undergarments. He turned to see Hato covering her eyes. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gone through, I'll leave now. Floating backward, she disappeared from sight. Misaki was rolling. He sighed and activated the quirk, immediately falling through the floor. He waited for a few seconds, and when the timer on the quirk reached a minute, he deactivated it. Falling in reverse was a weird feeling. Coming back up, he flew straight into the air. He cleared a solid 50 meters before he started floating back down. That answers that. Once he reached the ground, he reached into the inventory portal and put his clothes back on. The portal back to the school was also reaching its timer. He could only tell because of the flickering color. With his low level, the portals only lasted about 3 minutes. Walking through, he found Togata sitting crossed-legged on the ground talking to the other two, who joined him. Sitting down with them, he explained his idea. It had taken a bit of work, but they agreed to at least give it a shot as long as they could leave at any moment. He also promised himself the instant they complain about being hungry or tired, they would leave. He wasn't going to let them be nothing but 100%. When they made it through the portal, Hato's natural curiosity overtook her and she immediately started looking around. I forgot to say this, but there are no monsters on this floor, they only exist in dungeons like this one. He gestured to the stone square that acted as the entrance. His natural instincts flared to life as he raised his arms and caught the girl who fell from the sky. Damn it. You never let me do that anymore, Aki pouted in his arms. He smiled at her and set her down. She turned and looked at the other three. Her hair today was a baby blue and she was wearing her school uniform. Heido's face split into a smile as she zoomed in and took Aki into her arms, squeezing her. She's so cute. With a snap of her fingers, Aki teleported out of the grab, her cheeks slightly pink. My name is Hale Akito. I assume he's bringing you here to train? She got 2 head nods from the boys, but Heido dived for her, taking the teleport as a challenge. Aki teleported again, this time behind him. Togata, who was used to Heido's antics, looked at Aki with a confused stare. She must have noticed as she teleported away from Heido and in front of him. What? He didn't jump at all from the sudden appearance. Why do I remember you? Aki became confused before she remembered. You were at USJ, weren't you? He nodded, and then it was like a piece of his mind was unlocked. Wait, you were that little girl, weren't you? Your hair was a different color last time though. She shrugged. I decide that wasn't my color. Teleporting again to float in front of him, she addressed all of them. You ready? When she got 3 nods, she tapped something in the air and the 3's HP gauges appeared in his top left interface. That also did remind him to do something he forgot last time. He used Observe on all 3 of them. He had to resist the urge to whistle, but Misaki did it for him. Their stats weren't that abnormal, but their warning messages made them sound like supernatural beings. Name: Togata Mirio. Title: Thun. Age: 17. Level: 35. Quirks: Permeation C. HP: 2210. Mana: 2195. Stamina: 3795. Strength: 301. Constitution: 212. Dexterity: 234. Agility: 287. Intelligence: 167. Wisdom: 136. Charisma: 412. Resistance: 547. Blood of Heroes, Strength of Hope, Nerves of Determination. A beacon in your darkest hour. Name: Heido Nijire. Title: Thun. Age: 17. Level: 34. Quirks: Wave Motion B. HP: 4120. Mana: 2420. Stamina: 4375. Strength: 96. Constitution: 412. Dexterity: 208. Agility: 242. Intelligence: 198. Wisdom: 143. Charisma: 482. Resistance: 463. Fear the fury of life. Happiness and strength intertwined. Name: Amajiki Tamaki. Title: Thun. Age: 17. Level: 37. Quirks: Manifest C. HP: 3460. Mana: 3080. Stamina: 4210. Strength: 297. Constitution: 346. Dexterity: 184. Agility: 179. Intelligence: 232. Wisdom: 192. Charisma: 86. Resistance: 496. The Devourer, the Ravager, the Annihilator. His Observe leveled up after using it on Heido, which allowed him to see titles. The problem was that none of the 3 had titles. He used it on Aki to double-check. Name: Hale Akito. Title: Unrestrained Mage. Age: 7. Level: 26. Quirks: Gamer Light S, Transference S, Dimensional Traveler S Temporary. HP: 2790. Mana: 7375. Stamina: 2455. Strength: 68. Constitution: 279. Dexterity: 82. Agility: 115. Intelligence: 479. Wisdom: 498. Charisma: 312. Resistance: 212. A blood-bonded friend, a companion on the road to hell. Protected by a godling. When did she get that title? The message was new to him too. Misaki shrugged. Sounds awesome though. I'll ask. Mind asking her how titles are earned for normal people? She sent the message to Aki as the girl stepped on the square, teleporting them in. Bringing up the messaging window, she allowed Izuku to take the lead and show them the ropes. How did people earn titles? Didn't she explain this to him when he first asked? Thinking back, she was ashamed to admit they weren't too helpful back then. She typed out the explanation of titles to him and yelled at him for not using observe on her since she almost died in their first boss battle together. As for the message, she ignored that bit. No need to add more onto his plate. She got the title right after she started falling toward the ground and before he saved her. Apparently destroying an HP shield that reduced magic damage by 95% was an achievement that deserved recognition. That was also how non-gamers gained titles. So far the only ones she had seen with a title were veterans of war and the occasional combat pro who was low enough for her to observe. She looked up at the small party. This dungeon should be ridiculously easy for them. The only potential problem should be the boss. "There's so many," exclaimed Hato. Amajiki groaned. "What's the plan of attack?" Togata instantly started analyzing the scenario. Aki spoke before him. "We normally just deal with it all in one fell swoop. Do you just want us to deal with it?" Two of the three shook their heads, while the third nodded. "I think we should be good, Nijire." "On it." She flew over the edge of the balcony and began her assault. "Come on, Tamaki, let's go help." Togata laughed as he jumped off after her. Amajiki sighed as swallowed the last of his quick meal. He looked at Izuku and gave him a very brief stink eye. He then jumped over the edge and started changing his fists into tentacles. Chimera Kraken. As soon as he landed, all hell broke loose among the Shadow's ranks. Nijire with her quirk was wiping out waves of the things while Amajiki was keeping the vicinity under her clear. Togata was taking out anything that came close to either of them. "They're strong." He laughed as he sat down next to Aki on the top step. "Kind of an understatement." She nodded. "Who are they anyway?" "They're the top students of UA." She seemed impressed. "Are you thinking of taking them down a floor?" "Maybe, depends on whether or not they can handle the boss well enough." "Who do you think it will be?" He hummed. There was Aki, having found one of the mages in the Shadow's army, took it out with an icicle spear. The magic it had in its hands died out with a putter. There were now 4 bosses in this dungeon. The Crusader, the Willow by far the easiest for him, Milkman and Princess. He was hoping for either Crusader or Milkman today. Princess was a swordswoman who could cleanly cut stone in half. While he could easily kill the demon tree, he had a feeling it wouldn't be easy for these 3, even if they were strong. Milkman was a minotaur that had underlings. The add-ons weren't too bad, and if you could keep out of the way of boss gore attack you were good. He looked at Amajiki and Togata's gauges and noticed that neither had taken much of a hit so far. The worst one-off was Amajiki as he was draining his stamina fighting hordes. Hato was doing fine, and with her being in the air, none of the Shadows could get her. "Are you going to help with the boss fight?" He nodded. "I'm not taking the risk, I'll heal them after this and we'll head straight for the second mini-boss." She let out a yawn and stretched. "The base is coming together." "Really? How close are the runes?" She gave him SOSO gesture. "Maybe halfway? I'm having to develop new runes and algorithms for it." He smiled. "Better you than me." "Yeah, because you'd blow the place to smithereens." Whoosh. Another mage taken down. "Wait, I just remember something." "What?" "Titles." "What about them?" "Misaki read your message to me and I'm sorry by the way." She shrugged. "It's K, but I forgot to tell you something. Titles tend to give you bonuses depending on how you got it." "Really? What does yours give?" 20% boost to all magic damage and a 15% reduction to mana cost on all offensive spells. He whistled. "That's pretty good." "It is, but it comes with a drawback. If I'm stuck in any way, I not only lose the buffs, but my mana costs go up every second I'm caught." "That makes sense actually." After a quick peek at their gauges, he asked, "Why haven't I got a title yet?" She shrugged. Maybe USJ wasn't a big enough achievement. He supposed that was possible. Standing, he decided to end this room as their stamina gauges hit 50%. Solar crust. Fire and light rolled off his arms, onto the floor below. Any shadow that came into contact with it instantly bursts in ashes along with half his health bar. Making a circle around the big 3, he sent the fire out in all directions. Dark side. To keep them from burning alive, he absorbed the heat from the middle of the circle and pulled it into himself. He felt his skin sweat instantly and then the sweat evaporated. Jumping into the circle, he waited for the battle to end to start healing them back up. Nijire floated onto the ground and sat in a chair Aki made for her. Is there always that many? The young girl nodded. Yeah, it hasn't really changed since the first time I was here, but the enemies are different. Is that what you were taking out? Asked Togata. Again she nodded. There were some enemies that can do one or two things we can, mixed into that mess. Amajiki let out a breath and slumped into the other chair. Not my most favorite version of training. He smiled. The first time I was here, Hale and her sister did all the work for me. The most I did was pretty much throw a dart into the mob. Her sister did most of the work. Handing each of them a bottle of water, he told them, there's a single enemy before the final boss. Aki and I will help with them. I'll act as the decoy and take as much of the attacks as possible. If you get hurt, go to her and she'll heal you. He got 3 nods and after calling back the fire, they went on to finish the dungeon. After what felt like 5 hours they finally arrived at the final boss room. Hato was floating next to him, watching him play around with a multicolored mana dagger. Are you any good with it? He nodded. I can use blades of any shape or size, and I can use spears. Any other weapon isn't my forte. If I need to though I can use an axe. Desummoning the knife, he created an ice axe. What are you? What even is your quirk? She was giving him a curious stare. He smiled at her. Secret. She pouted at him but didn't push it. Looking at the boss door, he paused and looked back at his friend. Aki. On it. Buff gained. Matriarchal protection. He looked at each of them. Stay behind me. If we're in danger, I'm going critical. I'll stop the fight before it can begin. Togata frowned like he wanted to say something, but held his tongue and nodded. We'll follow your lead. He nodded and turned back to the door. Touching it, he received the prompt. Do you wish to enter the boss chamber? Doing so will prevent you from leaving until the boss is dead. There is no escape from this dungeon until it is done. Do you wish to proceed? Misaki hit yes, and after a swirl of darkness they appeared in the familiar cavern of darkness and crystal. Sitting on a crystal throne was the lithe female figure of Princess. Misaki groaned as they saw her. She wasn't a fan of getting covered in thousands of cuts. It also meant they had to end the fight quickly. Momentum bomb. As soon as Aki's spell hit him, he flew forward and clapped. Just like with Denki's super move, he stole this from Kendo. Stellar Wind. Channeling one for all into his heliokinesis and hands, he sent a full burst of energy at the boss. It sent her flying into the back of her throne, leaving the normally agile enemy open to attack. Twisting a bit, he channeled one for all into his right foot and flew forward with even more speed he had before. Nijire Jet. A swirl of life force hit him and sent him into a dizzying spin. He heard Misaki GG. Spiral Phoenix Smash. Fire and light started spiraling off his body until he smashed his foot into the boss and throne. A boom resonated across the cavern and the crystal throne's top half smacked into the wall. With his only good foot, he jumped a bit back and fell onto his butt. He used Observe on the body and started laughing alongside Misaki. Lady Jitha, Princess of War. HP, 54 1620. As the boss jumped back onto her feet, she disappeared into her normal blur. As he wasn't able to dodge, effectively, he was about to kick off but stopped. A clam shell appeared in front of him and tanked the hundreds of cuts meant for his face. I thought you would end this. Nijire even helped you. Amajiki didn't sound annoyed, more tired than anything. He smiled. I can't be the only one to have fun. Suneater sighed and he saw Togata appear from the ground going for a strike on the boss. He ended up missing as she disappeared again. Midoriya. He looked at Hato. How do we hit it? Lemillion trip her. Hato hit her and Amajiki tank. She nodded and flew into the sky, with Amajiki standing below her. Clam shells began to form all over his body as he prepared to take more hits. He didn't see Togata, but that wasn't surprising. Aki walked over as he started healing himself and began to watch the big three try to punch a ghost. HP. She's going to be even faster now, but they should be fine. As soon as he said that, they heard Nijire shout out an attack. He turned to see Nijire blast the boss of its feet into Togata, who appeared out of the wall and walloped the boss on the side of her head. The both of them received a notification of the boss's defeat and watched as the boss disintegrated. "Dang it," shouted Misaki. "What? We were only 27% away from leveling one for all. I thought we'd level with that fight." "Anyone besides Midoriya hurt?" asked Aki with a smile. She got 3 head shakes. "Are we done?" Amajiki was slowly starting to slump over. "Yeah, Izuku can send you back where you came once he gets better." She waved and opened a portal for herself. "I got to get back before Dad notices. Bye-bye." Hato smiled and waved as she was caught creeping closer toward Aki. He waved alongside the 3 and watched as she disappeared. "So who is she?" Togata sat on the ground next to him, with Amajiki not far behind. "She's a friend I made last year. I met her mom who introduced us before she died. Her and her sister are some of my best friends. And her quirk? Her mom originally found me because of my quirk. Along with her daughters, all 3 of us share similar quirks." "Wait, so she can punch stuff to oblivion too?" Togata sounded amazed. He laughed as he shook his head. "No. She mainly focuses on what we call spells. If you see her punch something that hard though, I'd really like to know." "What about her sister and mom? How do I catch her?" Hato scooted closer to him with a huge smile. He smirked. "Do I betray the trust of my friend?" "Yes. I'll teach you how tomorrow. As for her mom and sister, I honestly have no idea how her mom fights. I've never seen it. Her sister is a summoner of sorts. She can open portals like us, but can bring creatures out of them." Amajiki sounded quiet when he asked, "How did her mom die?" "She died fighting a villain. Her mom was Absorbent Girl, who died last year." Togata nodded. "I remember her. The Night Eye Agency was in charge of the investigation when it was still fresh. When all trails went cold, we handed it over to the police who considered it a cold case. Do you know anything?" "Wait, so he was going to be an investigator now?" He shook his head. "None. The only thing I know is that she never told her kids or husband." Togata sighed, while Hato looked depressed now. With his body finally healed, he opened a portal for them. "Don't feel too bad for what happened. They both know and believe their mom died trying to save people. They'd hate it if you felt pity for them." Tempest. The lightning aura sprung to life and began to fry the smaller monsters that stood in his way. When the second wave started attacking from his flank, a massive burst of life force blew them back and sent them flying into the abyss. "Thanks, Nijire-chan." She smiled and flew over to help Amajiki, who also started to get swarmed. It was their 3rd day in the Shadows Cape. The 3 of them had taken to the place with ease. After clearing a 2nd and 3rd dungeon the other day, he decided to take them to the 2nd floor and challenge them a bit with something that was on the easy side of floor 2. The dungeon they were in was called the Ravine. A massive single-room floor with the not-so-simple objective of getting from point A to B while defeating a certain amount of monsters. The stretch of path he was walking down currently was nicknamed the Drop. On either side of the path, 2 deep gouges were carved into the stone and didn't end. Both holes were considered kills for the counter, so it was where they farmed kills before making a rush for the boss room. Solar Crust. To give Togata, who was tossing the mobs one by one off the edge, a bit of a breather, he covered the whole pass in the fire. HP at 35%. "I really hope we can make that cheaper." "Yeah, because it would be totally awesome to end all fights instantly." He shrugged at her sarcasm and waved at Togata. "You okay?" The older student nodded and wiped a bit of sweat off his brow. "Good. It's a nice workout." He looked over at Amajiki and Hato fighting on the other side. "How far is the boss? What is it anyway?" "It's a worm the size of this tunnel. The final room is a gigantic hole with tunnels coming in and out everywhere. You have to attack it while it is outside of the tunnels and dodge its acidic spit." "Sounds fun." He just had to say the F word. "Not now." Frost Giant's weapon. Picking the spear up with his gravity, He threw it and cast momentum bomb on it. It pierced the hide of the now upgraded worm and shattered with a boom. Amajiki! The older student jumped up to the open wound and with razor-sharp clam shells, started sawing. When he was deep enough to draw blood, Hato tossed Togata, who was holding a crude bomb. As soon as he made it to wound, he phased out and dropped the bomb into the already closing wound. Using a bit of gravity, he pulled Amajiki toward him, giving Togata the all-clear. Bird food. The worm stopped for a second, then the now closed wound erupted into fire. A loud shriek came from the creature and it went for a tunnel. Good news was, its wound didn't heal the scarred tissue. Grouping together, Togata gave him a high five. Good job. Give me a second to create another one. Maybe 2 more times and we're done. Finally, Amajiki took one of the snack packs he pulled out of a portal along with a satchel of gunpowder. He smiled as he pulled out his knife. We'll head home after this. You have patrol, right? While taking a bite, he nodded. Fat Gum got a tip on a drag ring. We're heading there tonight. Togata watched him as he began to work. Next week, Sir says we're going to be investigating something about the hero killer. He looked up and frowned. Are we to take him out? Togata shrugged. We'll talk to the police then decide. From up in the air, Hato, who was keeping watch, called out. I saw it slither past. Get ready. Putting the final touches on the bomb, he handed it to Togata. Remember, don't risk getting hit by acid, it's not pleasant. The guy nodded and ran behind a boulder below Hato. He looked at Amajiki. You good? The guy sighed and mumbled something, but nodded. I'll grab its attention then. Jumping into the air, he started summoning spears and casting thundered weapon on them. Come on out. He threw a spear at the hole Hato pointed out. After a few more spears, a shriek resonated across the hollow walls followed by a glob of acid aimed for him. Mana shield. Misaki saved their skin, as the first shot was just a distraction for the faster second shot. Thank you. She just gave a thumbs up. The worm died after 2 more rotations and to the absolute agony of Misaki. 1 for all hit 99.45%. Looking around the room, he saw Ida and Momo talking at her desk. Hey you two, what's up? Both smiled and Momo gave a small wave. We were discussing what we should do this weekend for the class. He raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Ida pushed up his glasses. We wanted to do something nice for the class and we came up with baked goods. Like cookies and cake? Momo shrugged. We don't know. Cookies would be fine, but cake might be a bit much. Ida nodded. We also don't want to spoil their dinner or give everyone too much sugar. He saw Momo's eye twitch. We, the word was stressed quite a bit, are trying to find a happy medium. He smiled, asked Sato. He said something about baking one day. Momo's eye twitch calmed but was replaced by a hunger. I'll talk to him as soon as I see him. The door slammed open, which meant one of 2 things. Either Bakugo decided showing up early to school with the nerds was a good thing, or Aizawa was mad about something. He was betting on the second. Midoriya, follow me. He smiled at the 2 of them. See you soon. Spinning on his heel, he followed his homeroom teacher to his office. There was an attack. All his confusion was instantly replaced by a simmering fury, courtesy of Misaki. Who? Student from another school. A national emergency is being called. They reached the office and sat down on the seats next to his desk. The principal wants a buddy chart figured out by the end of the day. You'll be working with Shishida to work out who lives close together. He let out a sigh along with the rage. Is the student okay? He nodded. He's being treated at the hospital currently. Luckily for us, he was the top student of Shiketsu's first years. I'll organize it with Ida and Momo. Was that it? Your training with 1B will begin the week after the next and tomorrow I'll have a lesson plan for you. That's it. He stood and bowed. Yes, sir. See you in class. The F is wrong with people? He shrugged as he slid the door closed. If it's a mage, it's our problem, so we get to ask. How was patrol last night? Amajiki slid into the chair and hung off the edge. Fat Gum and I were called to the attack last night. By the time we got there, the kid was covered in blood and unconscious. We cared for him until the ambulance showed up. Spent all of last night at the police station. He reached over. Medic's respite, emergency aid. That should help a little. I can't get rid of your need for sleep, but I can take the edge off. Togata, noticing his friend's state, said, I don't think we should go tonight. Not only is he tired, but all of us have patrol tonight. The attack lit a fire under the heroes. Hato whined as she slumped forward on the table. I don't want to be tired. That'd looked cute. Please no. Togata laughed. You'll be fine. Heya will keep you awake. She let another whine. Wanna go on a walk? The three of them raised an eyebrow at him. We can take a break in the world I use for portals. The natural fauna shouldn't be an issue, and there's some wicked landscapes we can check out. Hato's eyes lit up. Can I take pictures? He smiled and nodded. Sure. What is this world anyway? Asked Togata. No clue. Apparently the Hales tried finding out, but there hasn't been any intelligent species on this planet. Not a single building exists or unexplained ruin. So it's like a nature preserve? He shrugged. I guess. Hey Amajiki, do you want to try that? Hato pointed at an armored lizard that was letting off steam. It doesn't look like it would appreciate that. The guy took a step back. After using Observe on it, he explained what it was. It's called a lava skink. Apparently it's not natural for it to be near the surface. How do you know that? Asked Togata. Sheet. No point in lying, they think you're ridiculous already. I can bring information up on people and things. My brain translates it into information I can understand like stats in a video game. I have to be close to use it, but it's handy. Summoning a dagger, he charged one for all into a finger and threw the dagger at the thing's tail, slicing a bit off. The skink screeched and dived into the hole it crawled out of, a plume of smoke rising out of it. Why'd you do that? He smiled at Amajiki, who looked nervous at his friend's question. There's a chance he'll be able to breathe fire by ingesting it. Part of physiology is a fire sac near its stomach. Hato grabbed her friend in excitement. Tamaki, that'd be so cool. He made a face, but nodded, like it was killing him. Don't worry, I'll treat it and make it edible. I won't let you get sick. That did little to change the guy's worried look, causing Misaki to giggle. A loud thump echoed off the valley walls, causing all of them to stop and stare. A few seconds later, a massive creature the size of a skyscraper came around the bend. It had the massive body of an elephant, with the fur and massive horns of a goat. He heard the click of a camera and looked over at Hato. What is it? She asked. He shrugged and jumped closer to it and used Observe. Translation: Horned mammoth. This colossal creature is a world dweller. It scours the land for enough nutrients to sustain its massive size. GSTTNPRDS can last up to 10 years if the mother is unable to find enough nutrients. Lifespan: up to 300 Earth years. Kicking off a solid air, he jumped back toward the group. Called a horned mammoth. They can apparently be PRGNT for 10 years. Hey Amaji dash. No. But. No. Pili dash. No. Togata and him smiled at the exchange. Continuing their trek, they went until nightfall, where they made camp. They spent 2 days exploring the world as tourists. Amajiki succumbed to Hato and he was tasked with collecting and preparing samples for him. So far out of their weirder finds, they had some type of eel that could freeze itself and the water around it for protection. They got another really lucky find with a bird that could use magic to disappear. He had no idea if it would work, so he prepared a leg for the guy. Here. He held out the now fire-roasted leg. Amajiki made a face, but took it. He could see the curiosity in the guy's eyes, but also the hesitation of eating such a weird animal. Taking a small whiff, he took a bite and made a face. Tastes like a mix between a turkey and clam. Well, come on. Give it a go. Hato was vibrating in her seat. Finishing off the tiny morsel, he concentrated on his quirk. Hato, who was creeping closer and closer to him, was thrown back off her feet as Amajiki sprouted feathers all over his body. He might have purposely aimed to do that, but who knows? Think you can turn invisible? Asked Togata. With a shrug, Tamaki shimmied the feathers. The telltale signs of magic took effect and he disappeared from sight. The only sign he existed was the ruffle of clothing. Even his scent was erased by the bird's natural magic. I suppose I'll have to find more for you later. Pretty cool though. Want to try the eel? The older student reappeared, shaking his head. We know I can use the food here, no reason to waste it. Hato floated up to him. How much longer do we have? By my guess, it's been 3 hours roughly since we came here. We should probably head back soon. It's almost 6:30 roughly. Exiting the portal and saying goodbye to his friends, he walked out of the gym. So how was your vacation? He smiled as he turned to Nizu. Mind answering how first? The principal hopped up onto his shoulder and answered as he walked back to the main building. Their homeroom teacher informed me that you disappeared 3 hours ago. He raised an eyebrow. Does he always watch them? Nizu nodded. Mr. Hikari takes great care of his students. Hikari? He swore that name rang a bell. Kyoto incident, 7 years ago, he saved the city after 2 years of underground work. That's right, he followed a terrorist organization the entire time and was able to arrest every single person without a single injury. What was his hero name though? The Faded Hero. Shade. Nizu smiled. That's correct. I took them on a camping trip. We found a couple of wild animals that will give Sun Eater even more fighting potential. Sounds nice, but how has your training been going? He smiled. After quite a bit of prodding from Misaki, I went training after training yesterday and hit level I can use full cowl, but any movement I use during it breaks my body. It ended worse for me than the game did. Nizu smiled and patted his head. You'll work it out. How about transference? Hit 21. Heliokinesis hit 15. Oh, did you get anything for level 15? He nodded. It's called Cosmic Halo. His principal laughed. Sounds pretentious. See, I told you. He rolled his eyes. Misaki agrees. It's a power-up like full cowl, but burns me alive if I use it too long or too much. Nizu hummed. So Ofa breaks your body while Helio burns you to ash. Sounds like you need to work on control now. He sighed as he walked through the first door of the school. I plan on some training this weekend. Aki is going to keep me from dying. Nizu laughed as he hoped off. Be sure you treat her to lunch. Headed up to Aizawa? Yeah. He said something about preparing for my internship. Sign this. Aizawa pushed a paper over to him. This. Another. This. One more. And this. He slid the final paper over. Quickly signing the paperwork, he asked. What is it all? It's so you can't release any confidential information about what you're doing. He nodded. Togata told me that we'll be tracking the hero killer. Aizawa sighed as he leaned into his seat. I know. As he finished signing the last paper, he handed them all to his teacher. Has Stain had any more attacks since Ida? He took the papers. 3. And they've all been reported in Hosu City. In an effort to keep your classmates out of harm's way, we're not allowing any first years to get close to the city. The only exception will be you, and that's only if Night Eye plans to take you there. He saw the man age a few years. Please keep yourself out of trouble. You've been extremely lucky since school started. Don't let it run out. He laughed a bit. I'll try, sir. Is it ready? Aki nodded, a massive grin on her face. Give it a shot. As he shrugged off his school jacket, she ran into an etched glass box. Solar flare. His body instantly heated to the print off, evaporating his sweat and started to turn his skin into a crisp. As his body quickly started burning away, he looked toward Aki through the bright light coming off him. He could barely make out her form, but she was safe. He cut the heat short and collapsed onto his knee. The giant glass box that he unleashed his inner sun in was glowing a bright blue. Flood the fields and bring new life. Water rushed all around him and started drowning him. Before Gamer's mind could activate due to panic, the water began to evaporate into steam. So, can I get my prize? He couldn't look at her, but he could hear the sound of her bouncing. Tell her yes, heal me and then we can go. She let out a cheer and started healing his now NDE body. When he was finally able to move, he looked up at her and her large smile. His throat felt like sandpaper. Any problems? She shook her head. Nope. She popped the word in English. You need clothes. He raised an eyebrow as her cheeks started to heat up. Aha, why don't you leave and give me a bit of time? She hummed. N-dash. Open it. Misaki, with a bit of giggle, opened a portal below the girl and a second below him. One sent Aki to a random planet he had been to before, and the second sent him home. Dropping onto his bed, he cast another round of emergency aid on himself and got dressed. So where are we looking first? I guess we start in Boston and look in the records they have. Hooray for trespassing. He rolled his eyes. We wouldn't have to if her dad agreed to help. Maybe he knows something. He shrugged. Maybe. A portal opened in front of his door and Aki walked through with a small scowl. Not nice. He smirked. You ready? She nodded and snapped her fingers. To America. All right, let's get some food, then we can go. They walked down the street from the government building that housed quite a few different departments. Their target was an office that stored birth records and another office that stored court records. They were hoping to find any trace of Aki's mom and learn clues of her past. In exchange for making the glass room for him, he agreed to help her in finding anything they could. From what they could find, the best was this government building. Sitting down, a waiter took their order and left them alone. He looked across the table at her and took in her altered appearance. She aged herself via makeup and now looked like a slightly taller recovery girl. His own appearance, made by both runes and makeup, was of a pink-haired girl. It wasn't exactly his first choice, but she insisted since they were doing something highly illegal in another country. So what are you hoping to find? His voice was higher and more feminine, thanks to a combination of runes burned into his throat. She sighed. I want to find out if I have grandparents. Dad doesn't have any. He says they died when he was younger and Mom never said anything about her family. I'm hoping I can at least find out about them, even if they are dead. Her voice was strained and sounded aged. Well, I hope we find something. Even if we don't, I'll still help you. She gave a small smile. Thank you. Here you go, Mises. Plates of highly American food were put in front of them alongside glasses of water. Can I get you two anything else? He answered with a smile. No, thank you. The older lady smiled. Give me a holler if you two need anything. She walked away and left them to eat. Aki grumbled. What is with Americans and gravy? He laughed. Don't even start. You put sesame sauce on everything, even fruit. She pointed her fork at him. Goma dare is amazing, you pleb. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's bad. After their short argument, they ate and talked until nightfall. Pulling his jacket back on, he asked, You ready to get going? Taking a quick swig of water, she nodded. Emchum. Leaving a tip and exiting the small dinner, they made their way to an alleyway. Sitting down crossed-legged, she used thin lines of water to mark the ground and form several rune lines. None were any runes he had access to, so he was curious. Rune of Create Ash Sprite, Rune of Shaping, Rune of Sentience, Rune of Second Eye. She nodded when she was done, and powered the runes. This little thing. She held out her hand as the runes created a miniature fairy out of dust. Will give us a third eye inside the building. The dust fairy flew off the ground into her open hand and just stared directly at her, not blinking. She held it up at the building and commanded it. Search. The thing let out a little and almost silent laugh and dashed off in a burst of speed and shapelessness. What is it looking for? Standing up and wiping away the strands of water with her foot, she told him. In the algorithm, I added a few different runes to the sentience rune and created basic commands. One of them is search. It will search the whole place and find what we're looking for. Once it does, my palm will glow. Before he could even ask how it would even know that, her hand glowed a deep green. She smiled at him and snapped her fingers. Let's go. Hide and seek. Runes that she drew on both of them activated, and they went invisible. Walking through the portal she opened up, they came out into an office space. Looking around and listening, he could only hear the F anthem of the AC. They were good for now. Misaki sent a quick message to Aki and she responded. Now we look for the records, get on the computer and start searching. I'll give you everything I got, I'll look for the quirk registry. He nodded and sat down at the terminal. Plugging in a data stick, he waited for the program to kick in and unlock the computer with the previous username and password. They make hacking look so cool in movies. He inwardly snickered. I doubt any director has ever written a line of code in their life. As he waited, he thought back on the rules of this excursion. The number one rule of this whole place? No magic. Runes were fine as they used little to no magic to power, just mana. The whole reason behind the rule was because they didn't want to PSS off the magic family of the Northeast US. What do you think they're like? He shrugged and watched as the final steps of the program took effect. No clue, neither of the sisters knew anything about the other magic families. Think we can meet them? No, and the computer was unlocked. He looked around the desktop and was slightly floored. How does a government of such an advanced country use such old programming? Letting out an inaudible sigh, he got to work. A half-hour later, they found themselves outside a hero school that Kat was registered with before she got kicked out. Aki looked up at the massive sprawling building and sighed. I didn't think we'd have to break into the school. He shrugged. The only thing in the quirk registry was the name of the school. And the only thing in the birth records office was the attachment to speak to the quirk registry office. Aki had sent the fairy to look around for the second office, and after telling her where it was, she dismissed it. He was actually kind of sad to see it go. The thing was fun to watch as it interacted with the world. From the way Misaki put it, it was like watching an AI learn its place in the world. Albeit, the creature was completely silent and didn't ask any question. It also wasn't a perv. Hey, you know you like it. Where will the records office be? Asked Aki. He pointed at the first floor, a good 10 meters to the left of the main entrance. When he figured out that they were heading to the school, he pulled up the school's layout over the internet. Right there, if not, we'll have to look a little more. She nodded and opened a portal. Hide and seek. The hell? Aki must have seen the same thing as Misaki, because she started smacking his shoulder and whispered into his ear. Figure it out, I'm going to buy time. He nodded and started to work. According to the school's record, Kat showed up out of nowhere midway through the first year. Which wouldn't be weird if it weren't for the fact that their records indicate she came from abroad. From where? They had no idea, not even the PI they hired couldn't figure out. Luckily for them, the PI did figure out her address when she left school. Saving the address in his memory, he opened the incident folder. His eyes widened as he read the voice transcripts. Roughly 14 years ago. My name is Carmen. Last name please. Perelman. What year are you in? This will be my first year in Boston Hero High. Now will you please tell us about the incident that happened during the 4th PRD? Yeah, I'm sure. I was walking to class and there was a fight going on in the hallway. I tried to walk past the fight, but when I was pushing my way through, the girl, I think her name is Catherine? She was shoved into the crowd and hit the wall. She didn't look too well. Her face was bleeding all over and I think her hand was broken. What happened then? She started puking blood all over the floor. Mississippi Perelman was provided a bucket as she vomited at this point. Please continue when you are ready. 1 minute and 27 seconds passed before the vomiting ceased. When the student that threw her against the wall got close to her again, she took the blood and stabbed his foot. Are you saying he didn't see the blood? The girl gave us a shaky shrug. I don't think so. The other students didn't seem to notice her state, so I think I could only see it because of my quirk. May we know what your quirk is? True sight, it also me to see weak points and through fog and stuff. So you believe Miss Hale hid her injuries from the other students? I don't know, maybe? Please continue. Like I said, she took the blood she vomited up and formed a knife out of it. The guy yelled really loudly like it hurt, and she tackled him to the ground. She was on top of him and started stabbing his chest over and over. The girl began crying. Will he be okay? I heard that 2 of the others are still in the hospital. He didn't die, right? However, he is in critical care currently. Mississippi Hale missed all vital organs and all major arteries. His bleeding sent his body into shock, which is what was killing him. So she didn't mean to almost kill him? I did not say that. What Miss Hale did was deplorable and needless. This seemed to anger the young girl. If she didn't kill anyone, then she was doing us a favor. Mississippi Perelman, you will calm yourself. She yelled some obscenities at me, but complied with my request. Now please explain your reasoning behind what you said. You must have heard the rumors. There's no way you didn't, Miss Gaines. I have. Then you know those people deserve nothing less than what happened to them. Mississippi Perelman, as a hero in training, you must not condone such acts of villainy. Is it being a villain if the people who were hurt were no better than villains? Our talk ended there. The girl refused to speak to me anymore. What in the hell happened? There's a whole folder attached to this report. I see it. The day after the attacks, I, Megan Gaines, the school's safety officer, investigated the rumors that the attacks were warranted. Mr. Rush, there have been rumors that Mr. Spears, your top student, has been torturing other students. The man's normally stoic features turned angry at my accusations. While my student is in the hospital and was nearly killed by that beach of a girl you let into our fine establishment. What happened to her, Miss Gaines? From what I've heard, she's been under arrest and hasn't spoken to anyone about what happened. That is true. As to why I accuse your student, there have been quite a few rumors behind the attacks, and this is why I am here. Well, Megan, I'm afraid you're wasting your time. You may leave now. Very well, Matthew. I don't trust him. Not only has there been far too many rumors for them to be unsubstantiated, but his heart rate betrays him. Please speak your name for the record. It's Jackson Sosa, ma'am. You said you had something important you had to tell me. Yes, ma'am. May I know why you brought this to me? Because, Miss Gaines, you're not scared of anyone. And why do you say this, Mr. Sosa? The boy smiled at me. This was rather intriguing, as most of my students are intimidated by me. Ma'am, you're the one who got rid of Mr. North. After what you did, it'd be hard to find a student who didn't at least somewhat trust you. I remember the event like it was yesterday. It happened during my first year here. Mr. Theodore North, brilliant mind mixed with an equally brilliant quirk. Too bad he used both to have his way with his students. A young girl, freshman, came to me in tears and spilled her heart out to me over what happened. I will admit, that wasn't my prettiest day. I stormed his classroom mid-lesson with 3 teachers trying to hold me back and unleashed every bit of rage and hate I had for that man. When I was finished, Mr. North was nothing more than a piece of meat. I was arrested on the spot while he was carried to the hospital in critical care. I was eventually let go and got back to work with the fear of the teachers and students behind me. I thank you for your trust, Mr. Sosa. Now please tell me what you'd like to say. The boy's eyes went dark as he chose his words. My girlfriend, Lily Barnett. Continue. She was crying yesterday when I went over to her house. When I asked her what was wrong, she admitted something happened between her and one of the guys who was attacked. I'm sorry, Mr. Sosa, but I'm not a relationship counsel. No, ma'am. It wasn't tears of sadness. She was actually happy that he was attacked. She told me that the guy touched her. She also said something about another girl having the same issue but with a teacher, but she wouldn't tell me a name. I will admit, I almost had a repeat at that moment. Give me every name you can and I will do my best. Yes, ma'am. He proceeded to give me a list of 27 names, and not all of them were students. When I asked him who his other had the problems with, he pointed at the name Spears. My investigations led me to the home of Mr. Spears, where I gained entry via the front door. It seems Mr. and Mrs. Spears left in a hurry and didn't lock the front door. I am now letting myself through the front door and swear on my students that I am here for nothing but their safety. With my quirk, I hear nothing but the light hum of the AC they forgot to turn off. I shall be walking up the stairs to look for the young Mr. Spears' room. There are 3 rooms on the 2nd floor, 2 doors are open. On the left is more than likely the parents' room. The middle door reveals it to be the bathroom. The door to the right is closed, but is more than likely the boys' room. Opening the door reveals an immaculate room, which is peculiar considering he's a teenage boy. Entering the room, I will now begin my search for any evidence. It took me over half an hour to find something tucked away between his headboard and wall. I only found thanks to my heightened sense of smell. Having it in my hand now, I can easily smell the pheromones coming off it. I do not believe you belong here. All right, That actually did scare the crap out of him. He turned to see a woman in her mid-60s. Observe. Name, Megan Gaines. Title, Truth Seeker. Age, 64. Level, 23. Quirk, Heightened Senses D. HP, 2210. Mana, 2195. Stamina, 3795. Strength 125. Constitution 281. Dexterity 131. Agility 152. Intelligence 654. Wisdom 629. Charisma 378. Resistance 586. The Protector. Holy sheet, it's her. Again, young man, why are you here? It's fine, I think we can trust her. I know we can. I'm sorry for breaking in. I was looking for something. And what might that be? Aki dropped their invisibility and spoke. I'm trying to find information on my mother. The lady turned to him, unsurprised. I assumed you were a male. She squinted her eyes at him and turned to Aki. And you, I assume you aren't an elderly? Aki shook her head and wiped away her makeup with a bit of cleansing magic. No, my friend is helping me learn who my mom was. The woman's face conveyed nothing. Who might your mother be? She smiled at the older woman. My name is Akito Hale. The lady didn't say anything and waved for them to follow as she walked out. He raised an eyebrow but followed after Aki. They walked down to the end of the hall toward an office titled Principal Gaines. Huh, seems fitting. Maybe she beat the other teachers into SBMSN? He smiled. I'd love to see that actually. Opening the door, she beckoned them through and to sit down. As they sat, she went over to a wall and opened it to reveal a cupboard. Your mother was a special one. Did she ever tell you what happened? Aki shook her head. She only told me she did something bad when she went to school here. The lady sighed and pulled out a folder as thick as a dictionary, along with a small data stick. I heard about what happened. The Japanese government went haywire and started searching for all the information they could on her. Unfortunately for them, I made a promise to myself and your mother. She set the folder down in front of Aki and sat in her own chair. I was hoping your mother would contact me at some point, but she never did. She pointed to the folder. This contains every piece of evidence I collected on the incident. You may take it along with this. She set the data stick on top of it. It contains every vocal record I have ever recorded about what happened. Thank you, Ms. Gaines. Why are you helping me though? The lady sighed. Your mother may have done something evil, but it ended up making the school an even better place. What did she do? He asked. She flipped the folder open and the first thing in it was a newspaper. Student attacks 32 others in frenzy. One day she just snapped. During one of her many fights she was in, she decided she had enough and went berserk. I tried figuring out why, but I never learned what happened. Quest? Berserker's mind? No idea. After she finished mauling the initial kid, she went on to attack 31 other students. Every single one of them was sent to the hospital in critical care. How did she escape? Wouldn't she have been under arrest? The lady smirked, the first real emotion he'd seen on her. Mrs. Hale was an exceptional student with many tricks up her sleeves. When she was taken into custody, she was only incarcerated for a single day. She stole one of the quirks of a fellow student and was able to escape during the next night. Did you figure out anything about her past? She shook her head. The girl was amazing at hiding her past. She was originally only allowed in because she saved one of the teachers from harm. Do you know where she lived when she was in school? Asked Aki. Yes, but unfortunately the building was demolished years ago. Aki stood and bowed. Thank you, I'd like to go home and look through this now. He copied her but didn't say anything. Ms. Gaines nodded and stood. Please ask the next time you wish to know something. I'd rather not be woken up in the middle of the night. So what happened? She just finished reading through everything after nearly an hour. They made it back to Japan with no problems and went over to her house. She closed the folder and slid it to the other side of the desk. The 32 students were villains in training. Mom and Ms. Gaines ended up uncovering an underground villain ring that used the school to teach their trainees to fight. I'm guessing she didn't know that though? Aki shook her head and laid down into her arms. Mom left months before that came to light. I'm thinking she attacked anyone that had a really bad warning message. So it was just random luck? She shrugged. No clue. All the reports say is that she went haywire. So she started randomly attacking multiple students, starting with the ones who attacked her first. Yeah, he had to admit that would probably make someone evil. The question is though, where did she come from? What's our next move then? We need to figure out where she came from, right? I'll think of something. Now get out of my house. She stood and walked over to her dresser. Rolling his eyes, he opened a portal and went home. The next day. Would you like to devolve full cowl? Doing so will allow limits to be set. However, the normal chance of negating broken bones will not apply. Chance of broken bones is equal to % of limit full cowl LVL. This will also reduce the level to he selected yes. They had spent the last 3 hours trying to get something like this. The idea came from All Might after a bit of brainstorming alongside Aki. Devolution successful. Level reset to 1. At least we didn't lose anything but the progress. He nodded, thankfully. Do we work on it now, or do we go talk to your girlfriend? He couldn't help the smile. Yeah, let's go. She's probably asleep right now though. His phone took that moment to buzz. You coming over anytime soon? Snapping his fingers, he opened 2 portals leading to the team's compound. How are we doing this? Sweeping her off her feet? Dinner? Movie? How about we just talk? It's not like we can just go on dates. I'm still considered a minor. She grumbled, stupid laws. Walking to the front door, he let himself in to see Ragdoll being pinned by Pixie on the couch. What are you doing? Pixie turned to look, while Ragdoll tried. She stole my snacks and won't tell me where they are. I didn't do it. Pixie pushed her further into the couch. I found a green hair stuck to the fridge after I spent the whole day cleaning. And Lion hasn't been here for weeks. It wasn't me. Liar. He heard the sound of crinkling and turned to see Shino throwing away a wrapper. Sighing, he tried to reason with Pixie. How about I take you to go get more snacks? She narrowed her eyes. Where? Oh, can we go to that store we took Kendo to? I like that bread chocolate thingy. You mean the bakery in Shinjuku? Yeah. Sure. He opened a set of portals, completely draining his mana and giving Pixie a smile. I know a bakery in Shinjuku, it's really good. Her eyes stayed narrowed, but she looked down at Ragdoll who was still giving her a pleading look. Fine. Her expression softened as she stood up. Let me get dressed, BRB. As she went to her room, Ragdoll rolled off the couch and looked at him with puppy dog eyes. Yes, I'll get you something. He looked over at Shino and raised an eyebrow. Please? And thank you. We're gonna have to stay here for a little bit while I wait for my pool to build. That's fine. She took a seat at one of the tables and pulled out one of the many buns she got. Taking his own seat, he asked, How's work been going? Boring. It's been quiet for a while, makes me dash, she wiggled a bit. Antsy. Quiet bad. She shrugged, kinda. If history repeats itself, this just means that we have to deal with some crazy BS soon. He raised an eyebrow. What happened last time? A small sigh escaped her lips as she set down her bread. It was actually a fight between All Might and a villain. It ended up leveling a decent chunk of a city. We spent a week and a half trying to dig as many people out as we could. All Might did everything he could to try and contain the damage, but the villain had some sort of rebound quirk. Every punch sent at him just bounced back and did twice as much damage. So it was quiet before that fight? I remember reading the reports, but nothing like that was ever mentioned. She nodded. They didn't want to worry the populace. Misaki snorted. Like how people are going missing right now? Seems the government doesn't quite know how to contain situations. She gave a small smirk. Not really their fault. They can't prepare for every single villain out there. And if they announced a villain was on the loss every 2 months, it would cause lots of problems. He shrugged. I guess. How has your week been? Smiling, he said. I've actually been training with the big three. No class training? It's been called off until the week after next. Mr. Aizawa and Mr. Kan wanted to wait until the internships are done. You excited? She started eating again. Yeah, I get to train with Lemillion and some trainer from when All Might was young. She smiled. Still can't believe you're his protege. What's it like? Stressful. He told me a couple of things that will probably happen soon. She let out a groan and face-palmed. Great. So I'm right. He shrugged. Maybe he has no idea what's coming. Shouldn't you be preparing then? I've been working on it, but I have to do something. A massive grin split her face. Shino told me. I'm curious as to why though. Pursing his lips, he asked. What did she tell you? That you gave her a chaste kiss. She's had this stupid smile on her face the whole time. She leaned in toward him. What started it? Not telling. Her face fell. What, why? He smiled. Because you're nosy. Not. She told me first. But you're asking for more details. She glared at him. I'll tell you another time. Still trying to figure this out. Her glare softened. I think it will end phi dash. Boom. Both were out of their seats as a car exploded down the street. The hero and Pixie came out instantly. Protect yourself and anyone in trouble. She looked at him dead in the eye. I swear if you get in trouble I'm sending you to the moon. She was out the door instantly. I wanted to fight. If we get directly attacked, we can fight. Quickly following behind Pixie, he came out into the street to find the wreckage of a car trapping a man. Running over and easily lifting the car, he freed the man and pulled him free. Can you walk? The man nodded and started to run with a slight limp. The sound of stone tearing through cement followed by the sound steel resonated through the street. Jumping into the air, he caught Pixie who was thrown backward. As they fell, he cast buffs on her and looked for injuries. Luckily, he didn't see anything wrong with her. What's the quirk? Some type of resonation. He hit me with a steel pipe and shattered my stone. Misaki. Checking. I've given you a bit of strength. Can you hold him off? She nodded and took off. Help. The shout was effing tanned near the villain. Probably a trapped civvy. Jumping forward toward the effing sound, he also heard the many shouts of fear coming from the running bystanders. Sight of the hunter. The world faded to grays with all nearby souls glowing. He saw a kid trapped under the rubble of a nearby building, but also the soul of the villain who wasn't too far away. Using gravity, he picked up as much rubble as he could and tossed it a bit away. The kid was a little boy no older than Koda. Dropping to the floor, he freed the kid and dashed off with him in his arms. When he was a decent distance away, he handed the kid to a nearby adult and ran back in. The closest thing I can find is a quirk that makes sounds go sonic. How? She was covered in glue that prevented her from making any sounds. The only way he could think of beating him was using bubblegum bomb, but he wasn't allowed to fight. He could probably give Pixie something though. Misaki, design a rune scheme to contain the spell. With her acknowledging his orders, he jumped off towards someone trapped in a half-collapsed house. Ethereal haunt. When the world went into gray, he easily phased through the rubble and found himself in a room with an elderly man strapped into a ton of medical equipment. Snapping his fingers, he used a decent chunk of remaining mana to open 2 portals and started pushing all the equipment through as one. The portal opened out toward where he dropped off the kid. With a sigh, he jumped back toward the ruined area and saw only 3 souls in the vicinity now. 2 were the villain and Pixie while the other was someone with a camera. How's the rune coming? Just finished. Pushing now. Picking up a rock and taking out his knife, he quickly etched the rune scheme in and started meditating while filling the mana requirements. It took a minute, but he was able to fill it and cast the spell into it. Jumping from cover, he shouted out Pixie's name as she was pushed back and tossed the rock toward her. Smash it on him. The villain didn't even notice him as the guy just slapped his now beat-up steel pole into the ground. Take this. Cement and rock started flying from the broken road as the steel pole sent a shockwave out. Shut the hell up. Pixie was getting annoyed. The massive wall of rock was an easy indicator. As it started to fall on top of the villain, he held the pole back, ready to smash it into pieces. Unluckily for him though, that left him open. A pole of solid earth smashed into his side, and after a large puff of smoke, the area erupted into pink, not only encasing the villain, but Pixie and a solid 15 meters of area. Maybe the quadruple amplify runes were a little much. He sweat dropped. You think? Though with the sound of fighting gone, he was finally able to hear police sirens. His instincts went into overdrive as he rolled to the side and started channeling spells. Just as fast though he dropped the channels as he saw Edgeshot standing there. What are you doing here? He stood up and straightened out his clothes. I was here with the hero Pixie Bob. He pointed at Pixie, who was still trapped in the bubblegum. We were sitting down when the villains started attacking everything. Motive? Unknown. I wasn't here for most of it, I was evacuating anyone who was caught. The hero narrowed his eyes and looked at the pink globs of goo. And the pink? I may have given Pixie an item to trap him? The number 5 hero sighed. That's still against the law, young man, but seeing how you didn't personally do anything, I'll let you off with a warning. He looked at Izuku with a hard look. If you wish for other people to use items you make, get a support license. They make those? He nodded. I'll speak to Power Loader. The man nodded and turned back to the massive pink glob. How do we free them? You can cut it or just destroy it. It will also just disintegrate after a while. Go free Pixie Bob while I deal with the villain. For hours later, they found themselves back at the Pussycats' compound with a slightly annoyed and tired Pixie. She hadn't gotten into trouble for fighting but for not calling for backup and allowing him to assist. When they went through the front door, Pixie was taken off her feet by Mandalay and Ragdoll while Tiger patted his shoulder. You two are idiots, what happened? After explaining what happened for the 20th time today, they sat down for dinner and the team talked about their internships. It was after this when everyone finally started to go to sleep, leaving him and Mandalay alone. Want to go to the baths? He raised an eyebrow. Her cheeks went red as she added, I'm going to wear a swimsuit. Too bad. Sure. Going into his room, he dug out a pair of swimming shorts from the clothes he left here. When he came back up, she was already out the door and halfway to the baths. Smelled that. Jasmine. Why would she be wearing perfume before getting into a bath? Shaking his head, he walked toward the baths and changed. Going in, he heard her call over from the girl's side. Jump over the wall. Taking a breath, he easily cleared the wall and was assaulted by a flood of lust. Would you calm down? Not my fault she's putting on a display. He was never more thankful for Gamer's mind than right now. Shino was wearing a blue strapless two-piece and had her arms crossed, covering her upper body. Her face was as red as Achiko when he teased her and she wasn't looking at him. It was at that moment he received a ping. Gamer's mind has blocked the following effect. Allure of Aphrodite. He narrowed his eyes and slowly started to build up mana in his hands, ready to cast. When he landed on the edge of the pool, he used Observe on her. Name, Sosaki Shino. With a sigh, he let the mana go. Were you about to attack me? She had a look of shock and slight anger on her face. To placate her, he got into the water and told her, I got a notification that something tried to cast an effect on me. It was called Allure of Aphrodite, and since I have a goddess who hates me, I can't be too careful. Sorry. She huffed but didn't say anything more about it. So, did something happen when we were drunk in Spain? I can share the memories with her if you take her quirk. Scooting close to her, he held out his hand and looked at her face. She was still red, but it lessened after his accidental threat. When she noticed him scoot closer and hold out his hand, she realized what he wanted to do and took his hand in her own. Transfer complete. Sending memories. It took a minute, but her eyes widened as it finally finished and she looked at him. Heat spreading across her entire body and the smell of pheromones started radiating off her. Skill leveled up. Sent LVL, 42 to 43. I'm sorry I did that. He shook his head with a smile. I actually liked it even if it was kind of forced. She tilted her head in thought before it dawned on her. Misaki. Guilty. Shino let out a sigh. So what do you want to do? He leaned back against the edge of the bath and sighed with his eyes closed. I don't know. What do I honestly say about this? I don't hate the idea, but what do I do? I really like you, but I never thought it would even go past a crush. And you like Achiko? He sighed. That too. What did you two talk about back then anyway? He opened an eye to look at her. Biting her lip a bit, she answered. We talked about my crush on you. She wanted me to confess to you and swore she wouldn't actually date you until I actually did. That explains that. Misaki didn't send that thought out. That it? She shook her head and looked down at the water. We may or may not have talked about something you're not allowed to know until we decide. He laughed a bit. Alrighty then. So what do you want to talk about? How about why you actually like me? I don't think I've done anything to deserve it. He felt a lot of purple and pink swirling around her, but it condensed into a majority of purple as she leaned forward and kissed him. With the kiss, she sent a memory to him. 2 days before he got heliokinesis. They had just got back from a rescue in the mountains after a landslide and she was exhausted. The team decided they wanted to go get food and dropped her off so she could sleep. Dealing with constant mixing emotions and the assault of red and yellow was a guaranteed headache. Before she could open the door, she felt the colors blue, green, and gray. Sneaking over to a window, she looked through a crack in the blinds. She could see Kota sitting at the table with Midoriya, playing some type of game. The sight took her back for a second. Kota refused to do anything with them. The fact he was willing to spend time with Izuku and even play a game with him was an amazing sight. She sat there for a while watching Izuku laugh and Kota holding his happiness back. It only ended when she felt colors approaching the house. Standing, she opened the door and watched Kota's colors switch to red. That actually made her sad. He was always radiating red when her or her team was near him. She always kept a smile on her face when she was near him as she was hoping he would eventually come around. Hey Kota. Have fun. He glared at her and went to his room. When he was out of sight and she heard the door slam, she let out the sigh she was holding back. That wasn't great, was it? She heard Midoriya laugh lightly. He really doesn't like heroes, does he? She shook her head. Been that way since his parents passed. She looked up at him and smiled. You're the first person he's done anything with lately. When their kiss ended, he felt bad. That was the last day he spent any time with me. I tried talking to him again, but he just ignored me. Her smile faltered. Yeah, I know. I shouldn't have come home early that day. I shouldn't have asked anything and just said hello. He didn't see anything wrong with asking before he felt the color blue coming off Shino. He smacked his forehead. He knows your quirk and guessed you felt the colors coming off him. She nodded. Yeah. Quirk expired. Thanks, Misaki. She hummed. How has he been lately? She let out a sigh. Even more isolated. I've been trying to get him to go places, but he'd rather hide out in his cave. When you invited us to go to dinner with you, I asked if he wanted to go and he just glared at me. He matched her sigh. I'll try talking to him soon. Thank you. They fell into a palpable silence before she broke it. Do you want to make out? She was looking down at the water with pursed lips and giving him a small side glance. Yes. He smiled. Sure, but we do need to talk about what we do from here first. She let out a groan mentally. I have no idea. I would get so much flack if this became public. Sliding down the edge of the bath, she sighed. I guess we could wait until you're 18? He nodded. That'd probably be for the best. What about Aki? What? Aki is older mentally than she is physically. Sei could dowager herself, couldn't she? His breath caught in his throat. Could that even work? The three of them had Gamer's body to protect them from negative effects. What would happen if she went into a world that happened in reverse? Misaki gave me an idea. What? Aki and her sister. She made a deadpan face. Talking about other women when you have one in front of you is not the best thing to do, Izuku. He stuck his tongue out at her. As I was saying, Aki is mentally 16 or 15 right now, and Sei is apparently over 200 years old. I'm pretty sure we can reverse your age if you want it. Obviously we wouldn't make you go back to 15 but like 19 or something. Her look became one of curiosity, but also fear. I don't. She didn't finish. He got in front of her and grabbed her hands. I'm not saying you have to, hell you can say no and we can forget about this completely. For now though, we can just enjoy right now, is that okay? Locking eyes with him, she paused, but eventually nodded after a bit of time passed. I'll think about it, but I don't know if I can do that especially with the team and everyone. He shook his head. Don't worry about it for now. He pulled her close to him and smiled. Can I kiss you? No. What, why? She turned away from him, said and annoyed. How dare he ask for that type of help when he refuses to acknowledge her? She wouldn't help him with this. If he wants it done, he can do it himself. Please. No. She heard him sigh and sit down on the bed. Why should she help with his love life? It was complete bullshit that she had to be the one to deal with this. Maybe if Sei was awake she would help, but she no doubt had her best wishes in mind and would also refuse. Are you mad with me? She didn't say anything. Yes, dumbest. I help you with everything and anything you ask for. The least you could do is spend quality time with me. She crossed her arms and looked at her homework. There was no way it was getting done before she went to sleep at this rate. Can you tell me why? Again, she didn't say anything. Do you want me to leave you alone? Nothing. I'll message you later, okay? She wasn't saying anything. She refused to. A portal opened and she felt his presence vanish. A knock at the door brought her out of her thoughts. Wiping away the tears in her eyes, she said, "Yeah." Her dad walked through with a raised eyebrow. "You okay?" She nodded. Sighing, he used word to pick her up and bring her into his arms. "Sadly, I don't believe you." She tried to fight out of his grip, but his hands were like steel. "What do you want from him?" Looking at him with a glare, she tried to think but his hard look unnerved her. "Well." She let out an annoyed huff. "I want him to like me." He hummed. "He already likes you." "Yeah, as a friend." "Have you given him reason to like you more than that?" Now her nervousness was gone and replaced by pure anger. "I do everything for him. I help him level, I help build stuff, I make items for him, I give him spells. What more can I do?" Her father took the tirade in stride. Calmly he asked, "Have you actually told him that you like him like that?" "Misaki said he doesn't think of me as anything but a kid." "That's the AI, right?" She nodded hotly. "So you're letting an AI that just reads his thoughts to decide? Why not give him the chance to actually see you the way you want?" She really tried to stay angry at him or Izuku or even Misaki, but it just simmered out. With a sigh, she slumped forward and laid her head on his shoulder. "I'm an idiot." He laughed lightly and patted her back. "No, you aren't. An idiot wouldn't get high schooler work in middle school. You're just socially inept." Pushing away, she glared at him. "Take that back." He smiled. "Nah." She maintained her glare and freed herself from his arms. Landing on her feet, she asked, "Should you be giving me advice on how to get a guy? Dads don't do that normally." Her dad sighed. "Honestly, I only support it because he's probably the only person who can save you. Outside that, your mom supporting him is only a small plus in his favor." "Stupid me." Sitting down at her desk, she pulled out a pencil. "I'll message him after I finish this." "Good girl." He closed the door and walked away. He was in his room packing clothes for the internship when he received a message from Aki. Are you alone?" He raised an eyebrow. "Alone?" "Sight of the hunter." "Thanks." She hummed. Looking around, he noticed his mom was gone. Yeah, why? Can I come over?" Sure." Maybe she would finally tell him why she was so angry. Throwing the last pair of socks into his luggage, he closed the bag and sat on his desk chair waiting for the portal to appear. He waited for a bit and was about to message her when the portal finally appeared. He dashed out. Out of the portal walked a girl his age with vibrant blonde hair and in clothes that were slightly too tight for her. She saw him and gave him a nervous smile. "Hi." She waved slightly. "Who are you?" The girl sighed and talked under her breath. "Still need to get you in the habit." Looking up, she spoke a little louder. "It's me, Aki." Her smile was still nervous. His mind was going into overdrive right now. It was only broken up by the whistle of Misaki. Girly grew up. How did you? Aki sighed and sat down on his bed. Opening a portal, she reached in and pulled out a clock. This is a magic item made by Mom, it ages stuff around it. I used it on myself, but it will only last 24 hours. Why did you dash? He was still flabbergasted. With another sigh, I'll help you with your girl problem, but I want 2 things from you. Huh? Girly is a lot more forward now, I'm impressed. What do you want? Tossing the clock back through, she went red in the face and started wringing her hands. I want a date. His mind did a double take, causing Misaki to giggle. A date? Aki gave a small nod. A date and something else. What? She shook her head. I'll tell you after the date. He opened his mouth to say something but closed it. Did you know about this? I knew she liked you, but I didn't know she would go to these lengths. And you didn't tell me? It's not my business to tell you. With a sigh, he looked at her. Okay. She perked up and stared into his eyes. Really? He nodded. She smiled, brighter than he had ever seen before. I'm going to get clothes that fit. I thought Sei's clothes would fit, but she's a bit smaller than me. Standing, she opened another portal and walked through. His mind was still trying to catch up before Misaki started laughing. With another sigh, he walked over to his closet and found an outfit to wear. He decided to take her to dinner at a restaurant in Tokyo and spend the day with her. Swallowing the last bit of food, he asked a question he had been wondering since she first showed up in his room. So, why were you mad originally? She didn't look him straight in the eye and whispered so low, he was just barely able to hear her with his eavesdropping skill. I was jealous. That actually explained a lot. He really wanted to face Palm for not noticing sooner. It's not really your fault, she was just a kid until an hour ago. If you did, you probably would have just brushed it off as puppy love. He couldn't really disagree with that. I'm sorry for forcing you to do this. He hated the sadness that was lingering in her voice. Don't be, it's my fault for not realizing. She reached out and hesitantly touched his hand. Not really, I was trying to catch your attention as a 6-year-old. You finished. He gestured to her food. She shrugged. Yeah, this wasn't too great. She said this bit in Spanish to not offend the staff. Let's get going then. Having already paid for the food, he stood and offered his hand. With a smile, she took his hand and hooked his arm with hers. As they walked out down the street, he took in her appearance. Her hair was still the vibrant blonde from earlier, but was curled and framed her lighter-skinned face. Her eyes, which were normally blue, shifted constantly like oil and water in the sun. It really drew attention to her eyes, but the small smile that dawned her face caught his eyes. Looking forward, he talked to Misaki. What am I going to do? Kid, honestly? I have no clue. Achiko and Shino confuse me as it is. He mentally sighed. Where are we headed? I was thinking we could go watch a movie or a karaoke bar? She hummed and rested her head on his shoulder. How about a movie then karaoke? He smiled. Sure, sounds fun. Warning. After the movie, they went to a karaoke bar and got a box for 2. Aki had decided to get ice cream, while Misaki convinced him to get nachos. Everything was going fine until his date for the evening had decided to be a little risky. Casting a spell, she blanketed the air in a darkness that enveloped the room and created a black veil around them. The spell was a special type of dark that not even his skills could penetrate. Aki. He reached a hand out and touched warm flesh. Don't move. Her voice was low and filled with a heat. We're gonna have a bit of fun. Moving over to his lap, she straddled him. Aki. His voice betrayed him and came out slightly shaky before Gamer's mind kicked in. Do you want to stop? He felt her lips connect with his own. Almost like it was natural, he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her deeper into the kiss. When they finally pulled away, she snapped her fingers and he felt the cloth of her shirt disappear. His heart panicked to the point that again Gamer's mind had to kick in. He felt her cheek brush against his own and the tickle of her breath on his ear. Don't worry, you're not getting that lucky. Pulling away, She grabbed his shirt and felt it suddenly disappear. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she pulled her body into his and he felt her BR's push into his chest. "You ready?" "For what?" Her answer was a whisper. "Warped connection." Resistance check failed. Current effects. Warped connection. By far the weirdest sensation he had ever felt took over his body. His senses doubled, and when she moved, her melons brushed against chest. A bolt of electricity ran through his spine and his breath hitched. "Wanna do something fun?" His mind was racing, but weirdly Gamer's mind wasn't activating. Because of that, his mind was free to panic and fall into the sensations. "Yeah." She giggled in front of his face. His nose's normally insane sense of smell was dulled but still felt the tickle of her breath. Leaning into another kiss, she snapped her fingers and started grinding into his lap. The sensations that raced through his body told him that both of their pants were gone, but underwear was still present. Continuing, they began to deepen their kiss. She ran her hands through his hair, while he started caressing her thighs. They separated from the kiss, but not being able to see, he didn't notice her take out her knife until it lightly cut into his skin. "Let's amp it up a bit." Her voice was sweet and dripping with lust. Obviously he didn't see what runes she drew on him, but he did hear her whisper the activation word. "Loving touch." His sense of touch skyrocketed beyond the point it was at before, and he heard her gasp slightly. "Ready for the ride?" He couldn't answer and was taken into a world of pure bliss as she redoubled her efforts into grinding on him. Instead of kissing him, she went to his neck and started suckling on it. She stopped skiing for half a second to give him a bit of advice push. "You can touch more of me." With her piece said, and his neck exposed, she went back to it. Slowly, he started creeping his hands more and more toward her, but before the sensation went over the top and he decided to just bite the bullet. Grabbing her butt, he took a cheek in each hand and started massaging it. He felt her shiver at the touch, but it turned into a gasp as both of their senses went insane. Giving up on his neck, she kept one hand in his hair and did something he wasn't expecting. He felt a strange sensation coming from his NPL before it clicked that she was playing with her own. Then the worst thing in the world happened at that moment. The alarm for their room's timer rang, giving them a 5-minute warning. She let out an annoyed whine, but cut the connection between them and got up as she snapped her fingers. He felt his clothes reappear and his mind denumb. Almost immediately Gamer's mind kicked in and got rid of all his racing thoughts. Along with the cool calm, Misaki spoke for the first time since the first kiss. "That was complete bullshit." "What happened to you?" "She took me and Gamer's mind away and put us into a fairy." He really tried to not laugh, but he couldn't help it. "She's back." With another snap, the darkness vanished to reveal Aki. Her clothes were back to normal, but her cheeks were flush. He nodded. "She's not too happy with you." Aki shrugged. "If you succeed in my quest, she'll get more." All happiness in him disappeared instantly at that. "Quest." She sat on the edge of the small table and nodded. "That's my condition for helping you get with Mandalay." So he couldn't fail? Got it. "What quest is it?" She looked him dead in the eye. "Izuku Midoriya, will you complete my quest?" "New quest. Prison of the Free Mage 1-3. The being known as Akito Hale has requested your help and requests you take her hand in marriage. This quest is a 3-part quest. Objective: declare Akito Hale as your wife." He was going to ask a question, but she jumped forward and covered his mouth. "Don't speak just yet." She looked slightly scared when she said that. "If you declare me, you will have to fight him immediately. I know you're strong, but Mom was almost double your level when she fought him." She looked desperate. "Please don't declare just yet." When he nodded, she freed his mouth. "I understand." She let out a sigh and stood up, offering him a hand. Taking it, he asked his original question. "Is there a time limit?" She nodded. "My 18th birthday." The next day, Aizawa stood in front of the group and with a demanding tone, gave them advice. "Remember, you are guests within their agencies and you will be respectful of them. If I hear a single complaint about any of you, I will boot you from my class. Do I make myself clear?" He saw every single one of his classmates nod. Even Bakugo respected the threat and nodded. Midoriya, hand out the folders. Following the order, he began to hand out everyone's assignments. Bakugo went with Best Jeanist as no other major hero was willing to take him, and Todoroki was a complete surprise. His classmate had decided to go with his father. After hearing about what happened from Ryuko, he couldn't tell if that was a good or bad thing. Momo, having the most broad choices available to her, had decided to go with an agency that didn't have a single hero to its name. Apparently the school had a close connection to Island because he was supposed to open portals for her to get there fast. She had told him she accepted because she was inspired to figure out what her quirk could actually do. He was only slightly jealous. The inventions those people came up with were amazing, and he was pretty sure Mei would kill him if he went without her. Achiko had decided to go with the Pussycats. He hadn't actually expected for Mandalay to send in a request, or for her to actually accept it, but it made sense the more he thought about it. She wanted rescue operation training, and the Wild Pussycats were one of the top land-based rescue teams. She also told him she knew she would get more physical training from all four of them instead of just Mandalay. So she got the best of both worlds. He honestly wasn't expecting her to deal with any major incidents with how quiet it has been lately, but the same could be said to any student. A handful of his classmates had actually accepted Ida's invitation to his brother's agency. This included Denki, Ojiro, Ashido, Koda, Tobu, Aoyama, and Ida himself. Froppy was heading out to sea with Selkie. Kirishima was headed to Fourth Kind, a personal hero of his, and Tokoyami was going with one of the other top 10 hawks. Shoji, Sato, and Jairu had decided to go to Death Arms together, saying his agency dealt with what they wanted to do as heroes. They called it urban de-escalation. Toru had probably the hardest time in finding a good fit. After begging him for help for 2 days straight, he finally cracked. He had gone through her options and gave her the 3 best fits. He told her to choose, and after another 2 days, she finally decided. The agency she had chosen was run by a hero named Mr. Ray. Izuku only knew a tiny bit about the guy and actually had to look up information about him on the internet. Apparently he ran an underground agency that dealt with information gathering, and his quirk was the ability to make himself blind to a single person. Kendo, after twisting his arm and calling in a favor, had gotten an invitation from Gang Orca. Obviously he's never met the dude before and had no connections to him whatsoever. He was only able to get her the invitation because All Might and Nizu had the hero's number. He had to admit, talking to the number 10 hero was super cool. After explaining that Kendo was a fan of his and hoped to learn from him, he only agreed because she was recommended by both All Might and him, weirdly. Everyone's files have your boarding pass and a rundown on your quirks and abilities. Take out your boarding pass and proceed to your train. Give the folder to the hero in charge of you. Any questions? No one raised their hand and looked excited to finally get a bit of peaceful experience as heroes. Dismissed. The people who had a train leaving in the next 10 minutes rushed off with their partners if they had one, leaving everyone else to mill around for a bit. Momo, with a bounce in her step, walked over to him with a huge grin on her face. He smiled, excited. She nodded and did a small restrained dance. Very. Portals aimed, go for it. Opening the portals, he bowed and waved her through. Have fun. She picked him up into a hug and dropped him just as fast. Thank you so much, Midoriya. See you next week. Then she was gone. Izuku. He turned to see Togata walking over to him. Sir Night Eye had sent a message through Togata to him. The older student was supposed to pick him up and take him to the agency where a test would take place. He had asked him what the test was, but all he got was, "You'll do fine, don't worry." He waved and picked up his suitcase. Midoriya. He looked back at Aizawa. Try not to die, I'd rather not lose the next guy that could make my job easier. He smirked at the dry humor. Dying isn't high on my list of things to do. His teacher nodded. Have fun then. With a half-hearted wave, he walked off toward Ida's group who were just milling around. You ready? Yeah, let's go. This is it. Mirio threw his hand up and gestured to the building. Said building was 5 stories tall and looked like any other office building. He couldn't help but compare it to the Pussycats' headquarters. While the outside was pretty plain, The first floor interior was nice and spacious. The floor-to-ceiling windows let in enough natural lights that the fluorescent lights were barely needed. A small receptionist desk was sat in front of 2 elevators. How many people work here? Sir, Centipeter, Bubble Girl and me. He was already getting a headache. And why do you need a 5-story building for 4 people? Mirio smiled and called for the elevator behind the desk. I'll show you. Heading up to the 2nd floor, he was only able to raise an eyebrow at the massive gym. Sir had this place built so he could work out whenever he wanted. He always complained about being too far away to respond to calls. Makes sense. We'll skip the 3rd floor because it's just 2 massive meeting rooms. Making their way up to the 4th floor, Togata got out and waved for him to follow. You will be staying in a room on this floor. Drop off your stuff, and I'll take you up to see Sir. Opening the door Togata pointed to, he found a small cot and an end table. Throwing his suitcase onto the cot, he walked out and made his way back to the elevator. Please tell me we're not sleeping on that thing. Haven't decided yet, we might be staying at a hotel soon since we'll be heading to Hosu. One can only hope. Upon seeing him, Togata gave him an apologetic smile. Sorry, it's not much, since you're not spending too much time here, so didn't want to spend money on an actual bed. He waved away the concern. If I really wanted, I could just go home and come back every morning. That actually won't work. He raised an eyebrow at the older student. You'll see. They headed up to the 5th floor, and as soon as the door opened, he was enveloped in a blue shield. A foot was stamped against the shield and aimed right at his head. Togata let out a small nervous laugh. Izuku, meet Gran Torino. When the shield fell, the elderly man floated to the ground and gave him a critical look. Your reflexes are good, how's your speed? In a blur, he disappeared. Odin's blessing. Now he was just barely fast enough to keep up with the small man, but it allowed him to block almost every hit. Torino stopped his assault and nodded. Not bad. Go vomit out the window. He thumbed behind him toward the open window. Walking over, he unleashed what little backlash had built up from the assault. Please don't attack me out of the blue. It's not always a shield that happens. Torino smacked him with his cane. I'm not so old that you'll catch me off guard, young man. He began to walk toward where Togata was waiting for them. It'd take more than a kid to kill me. I like this guy. He felt her grinning. He sighed, of course you do. Joining them, they entered what he could only describe as a fanboy's dream come true. Posters, figurines, cutouts, and books of all shapes and sizes everywhere. He even saw several limited edition posters signed by All Might. If he had a chance, he really wanted to see the book collection. He felt an elbow hit his side and turned to see a slightly panicked Togata. His superior pointed at the desk, which housed a super rare figurine of All Might in his Silver Age outfit. If he wasn't mistaken, the pose it was holding was only sold in 2 stores for a single week. He was only 4 when the fig came out, so it was out of reach to him. Kid, stop looking at the merch and look at the man behind it. He looked up from the fig and saw a man with a stare that could put up a fight with Aizawa's. He gave Night Eye his best smile, but he could tell it fell short. Hello. All Might's former sidekick stood from his chair. I don't like you. He felt Misaki's anger start to bubble, but she refrained from saying anything. I'm fine with that. I know why and I accept it. He stood straight and looked the man in the eye. But I will not accept that I haven't put the power to good use. I've trained my classmates and saved their lives. If you think that it was wasted on me, then you are free to think that. Togata looked confused beyond all belief, but Night Eye just squinted at him before sitting back down. Very well. Lemillion, if you'd please get Bubble Girl and Centipeter? Yes sir. He saluted and walked out the door. When it swung closed, Gran Torino let out a laugh. Not what you were expecting, Night Eye sighed and took out his wallet. Grabbing a bill, he handed it to Torino, who took the money with a smile. Every drop of anger in Misaki was replaced by confusion. What? Night Eye looked at him with an impartial stare. You passed your test and I lost yen. He squinted his eyes at the pair. How would I not pass the test? Torino smiled. If you just accepted it. He let out a sigh. Whatever. He decided to ask a question that he'd been wondering. What am I expected to do this week? Knight, I gestured to the man beside him. Gran Torino will be training you and Togata during the morning hours. The afternoons will be spent patrolling and observing. Torino took it from there. During the nights I will give you goals to work toward before the night is up. The old man gave him a smirk that was almost as bad as Aizawa's when he got wound up. From today forward, you won't be sleeping at all. Misaki let out a sigh. He felt like it too, but stopped himself and nodded. All right. There was a knock at the door and a second later, a man with the head of a centipede came through followed by Togata. After him was a woman, who dash. He just felt Misaki short-circuit. She was cute, but not enough that he wanted to even try and deal with another woman. Both of the newcomers introduced themselves, but he had already guessed their names and used observe on them. When he shook Bubblegirl's hand, he decided to try out her quirk. Transfer complete. How does your quirk work? He held up his hand and tried to summon a few bubbles, but all he got was super tiny bubbles. They fizzed into lines on his hands. She started freaking out at that, but got herself under control just as fast. Please don't do that. He smiled. Sorry, your quirk just seemed interesting. She sighed. It's okay, and instead of trying to rapid fire them, build up the pressure. Don't put too much into it or it will just blow up. He hummed. How do you change the composition? She squinted her eyes at him, but answered his question. Try thinking of a smell you smelt before. For me it normally takes that smell. Oh, what about those flowers we found in the preserve? That'd be nice. He found a whole field of this flower that had the smell of vanilla and cinnamon mixed together. Concentrating on the smell, he started summoning the bubbles. They weren't very large, and reminded him of the bubbles created when you squeezed on a dish soap bottle. Awada smiled and started to slowly pop them, releasing the scent into the room. Not bad, it's a nice scent too. When she reached for another bubble, a stamp went flying through the bubble and in between her fingertips. She let out a yelp and went ramrod straight. Sorry, sir. Now that I have your attention. He pressed a button at his desk, bringing up a projection of Hosu. Soon we head to an allied HQ in Hosu where we will work from for the time being. A green circle dot appeared on the map. This will be our base. 3 blue dots appeared around the map. These will be our allies' bases. Every person assisting in this operation is to wear civilian clothing. Local heroes have been made aware that something is happening, but not what. Any questions? Togata raised his hand. Sir? How am I supposed to fight if something happens? The hero laced his fingers together. Actually, you will be one of 4 people dressed up for this occasion. His gaze shifted from Togata to him. You two will be in full costume and patrolling like normal. We want it to be seen that security is rising, but not by much. We are hoping that this will give the hero killer enough guts to try something. So we're bait. He smirked at her voice. Asking his own question, he raised his hand. Where will we be practicing? Gran Torino answered him. Manuel's hero agency has an underground training ring. We'll use that for sparring practice and your nightly training. We'll end up destroying it if he asks us to go nuclear. She had an excellent point. He'd have to warn them about that. Any more questions? No one said anything. Good, get packed and we'll get ready to leave. How often can you borrow a quirk? Misaki pulled up the quirk menu. About every 21 hours. So why waste it on borrowing mine? He shrugged. Yours looked like fun. Can you do anything different with the quirks that the normal person can't? He shook his head. I'm too unskilled with the ability to even do what the person normally does. Maybe eventually I could. She smiled at him and hummed as the train started to slow down. She's nice. He kept himself from nodding. Yeah. She's also amazingly calm too. We're about to take on a guy who sent 12 people to the morgue and 4 to the hospital all in one day. Do you think he'll be a fun challenge or a life or death one? Honestly, he had no idea. She let out a sigh. No switching to me then. Sorry, Misaki. She shrugged. It's okay. I've figured out how to make the daydreams more alive, by the way. Really? He stood and grabbed both a Watts in his bags. He felt her nod. I've been trying to add sense to the dreams, but it's super hard. Obviously visions and sounds are easy, but I've learned how to do small touches. He smiled. Cool, got any quick examples? She hummed. I got Shino brushing her hand across our chest, and Achiko giving us a light peck on the cheek. I'm working on Akito liking our neck, but liquids are a little weird, makes the dream feel like mush. He suppressed a shiver. Try Achiko. Coming right up. With a what leading, they made it out of the station and into Hosu City proper. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Achiko running up to him. Even knowing it was an illusion didn't stop him from doing a double take. Running up to him, she gave him a quick peck before disappearing into nothingness. Very convincing. Think you can make it interactive with the world? She did pass through people like a ghost. He hummed, maybe? I think I'll try it after figuring out sense. If you do, I'd like a request. She hummed again. I've got a commission going and you're in 9th place. That work? He couldn't stop the laugh that escaped his lips. Who put in a request first? Personality 7 was first. He requested a daydream of Shino and Achiko having fun. He felt the heat rise in his chest. Yeah. He cleared his throat. Can I second that? Not second. More like 8 fit. Reasonable. Izuku. He looked at Bubble Girl. You okay? He raised an eyebrow, and she pointed to her cheek. Your face is turning red and you missed our turn. He turned around and blinked. Wait, weren't you leading? She smiled. You were behind me, but then you started walking really fast and kept going, so I just let you. He sighed. I'm just gonna open a portal then. We don't want to be late. She laughed at him. Sir won't be that mad. You sure? She nodded. If we're seen having fun then that makes it seem like a trip versus a mission. He hummed in thought. Oh, I like this plan. He smiled as she aimed a portal. Opening it, let's have a little fun then. Throwing the bags through, he grabbed her hand and took off. Where are we going? The sound of her voice was dulled by the rush of wind. There's an arcade that's giving out an All Might prize. He looked back to see her smiling. You in? Let's do this. 2 hours later. Walking through the front door of Manuel's agency, they were met by a very peeved Night Eye. Keeping a smile on his face, he stepped to the side and gestured for Bubble Girl to step up. The older woman gave her boss the best smile she could, but he could see the sweat forming on her neck. Hi, sir. The glare the hero gave her was enough to wither a plant. I know we're a bit late, but we got you something. She pushed him forward as he pulled out their bags and prizes. He held up one of the boxes that contained the All Might figure. It's a limited edition scaled figure. The outfit it wears is a dash. Night Eye took the box. An outfit All Might wore for a single day, which was then destroyed during a fight against Dashed. Hyeno Dai, Gray Vortex. Their fight leveled part of the town and gave rise to the risque pictures of All Might that circle the internet. He put the box under his arm and turned around. 2nd floor, 3rd room on the left. With his piece said, he walked off. Bubble Girl let out a sigh. I'm so glad that worked. He smiled. Have fun. She looked up with a sly smile. You treat everyone to a day like that? Only friends, he said with a shrug. She stood straight and held out a hand. Well, Izuku, it's nice to be your friend. Taking it, he smiled wide. Same to you, Karakoko. Let's get to this meeting though. I don't have any more tricks up my sleeves to calm him down. She smiled. Let's get going then. Then I know about your abilities. He sighed. I figured. Torino smirked. Glad you got a head on your shoulders then. Now what exactly do you need to work on? I need to gain stats, skill levels, and to level my quirks. Torino sat down crossed-legged on the mat and tapped the ground with his cane. How did you gain stats before? And levels? Taking a seat, he explained. Stat points were coming in pretty nicely beforehand, but after I hit roughly 200 in a stat, the increase slows by a high amount. Skills just take forever to level after they get high enough. Higher the level, the longer it takes. Quirks are nearly 10 times as bad as that. Have you tried more strenuous activities? He nodded. Most of the activities I can think of wear me out faster, so I'm not able to keep them up for long. The elder looked unimpressed. And what's your version of intense training, HM? Doing that little light show like the one you put on during the festival. He was a little offended by that. That was the only time I've ever done that. Torino smacked him with the cane. Don't talk back. He set his cane across his lap. How about we get you started on your quirk? Which one? Channel the smallest amount of one for all you can through your body and start working out. Once it levels, channel a bit more and keep working out. He wanted to cry. Mind-numbing exercise for more than 8 hours? He sighed as Misaki started sobbing. Okay, I'll get started then. His tormentor nodded and stood up. Get to it then, I'll see you in the morning, kid. With that, he left him alone. With a sigh, he stood up and started channeling Ofa. His plan was to do squats until it leveled, then push-ups. If he was able to level it before the night was up, he would do crunches. As he started, his phone went off. Who would be calling right now? Going over to the bench and grabbing his phone, he answered. Hey, it's Suka, what's up? Didn't know we were on a first-name basis now. He rolled his eyes as he walked over to the mat. Yeah. What's up? Just wondering how your first day has been going? You are going after the hero killer. He began to do squats. We got to Hosu a few hours ago. I've been told to do exercise until I level 1 for all. She snorted. Your favorite pastime? Yeah, totally. He had told his best friend everything a few weeks ago. She had freaked out for a few seconds before asking him every question she could think of. All in all, he was glad he told her. Her and Shino were the only ones he could talk to about this. And with his hopefully soon-to-be girlfriend a couple of cities away, she was kind of out of reach. Itsuka only lived a few minutes away, and he didn't have to portal to see her. What's the plan for catching him anyway? He smiled. You're talking to the #1 choice for grade A bait. She laughed. I knew you were good for something. After a pause she added. How long you gonna be awake? All night. I'm not allowed to sleep for a week. Have fun with that. Have you talked to Achiko today? No, she asked me not to call her this week. Kendo sighed. That girl is ridiculous. She worked so hard to get with you, and now this crap. That was her trying hard? You should have seen her after you gave a quick peck on her cheek. You remember when she got that look in her eye after figuring out she could earn more money if she did well during the festival? Yeah. She threatened us that if we didn't win, she'd spin us. He snickered. I'd pay to see that again. Watch it, mister, I know where you live. He decided to switch topics. How's it going with Orca? He's unique. He showed me around his agency today and took me out on a patrol, which was fine. The problem came when we walked past a park. His normal demeanor changed like a switch had been flipped. He started playing around with the kids, which was nice to see, but we ended up staying until the last kid left. We just got back in the last hour or so. He sighed. I swear all heroes are freaks. What does that make us then? She had him there. True. Well, I'm gonna go to sleep. One of the captains told me he'd take me on patrol tomorrow so I wasn't stuck at the playground all day. Night. If you talk to Achiko, tell her I said hi. Will do later. Misaki. She hummed. Wanna play a game? I'm not playing I Spy with you again. He wasn't having a repeat of that again. How about guess that song? She started to maniacally laugh. You're on, buddy boy. Quirk level up. 1 for all. Full cowl, LVL, 2 to 3. He was on the floor, face down on the mat when Togata and Torino walked into the room. Did you die? In response, he shot a ball of fire at the geezer. He heard the whoosh of air and a laugh. Guess not, Lemillion? Yes, sir. Kick his butt. But dash. No talking back, just do it. If you're sure. I am now, get to it. I know that our stamina is at 20%, but getting hit would really hurt. He sighed. Foot. Quickly channeling 1% of his power, he rolled out of the way and slapped Togata's foot off course. Power down. No quirks. He glared at the old man and let the power go. Spinning alongside Mirio's arm, he slammed an open palm against the blocking forearm. A kick against the back of his knee almost made him take a knee, but he managed to twist into a spin. Sending out a kick, he watched Togata expertly slide away and back in for his own kick. Rolling to the right, he sprang up and went for a feint. Togata didn't fall for it and ducked under it to deliver a punch to his chin. As he fell to the ground, he stuck out a knee and fell into Togata. Unluckily for him, Togata was a decent fighter. Instead of taking the knee to the face, he grabbed him and threw him forward. Performing a somersault, Izuku pushed his feet as hard as he could. With a change of momentum, he rolled backward and sprang off his hands. He landed on the mat as Togata rolled out of the way. Getting back on his feet, he got into a boxing stance. He couldn't keep fighting in Knight's Burst until he figured out more moves. That was the problem with developing a whole new fighting style. No one can teach you anything. Togata apparently knew a bit of some type of martial arts and got into his own stance. He moved first, taking a kick with his left forearm and sending a jab at his gut. The hit connected, allowing him to dash a bit closer and send out consecutive punches. Mirio, to his credit, was able to block quite a few of the punches, but was soon overwhelmed by his more fluid movements. He seemed to realize this and switched styles to a more defensive style. The change was apparent and reduced the amount of times punches actually hit to almost nil. When he struck out with his left fist, his opponent grabbed it and yanked him over his shoulder. Rolling with it, he got back to his feet and pulled an arm back. Enough! He stopped and looked at Torino. We'll be working on technique from this point forward. Get into position and we'll start. With another sigh, he did as instructed. Are you okay? With a sigh and nod. Yeah, why? You haven't said much since we found you on the floor. He raised an eyebrow. Do you have any idea how boring it is being in a room by yourself and doing nothing but exercise? I didn't even have music. Just Misaki when she wasn't practicing. Sorry. Not your fault. Togata laughed. At least you're done for now, thanks for the heal by the way. No prob. If you were out of it, I'd be stuck training even more. His mentor smiled and started explaining how patrols worked. The idea of patrols are only partially to stop the crime you see while out. It's mainly meant to be a deterrent for villains. Showing that you're present and open to respond will stop most from taking a chance. Also, if you respond to calls for assistance fast and gain a rep for it, it scares villains from acting. He narrowed his eyes in thought. Do you think we can make copies of me? He felt her think. Maybe? I'll add it to the list. Our best bet would be a spell, but it'd probably have a ridiculous cost. He mentally nodded. It was something to ask Aki. Do we have to do patrols if there's no crime in the first place? I don't mind just walking around and being seen, but it seems pointless if they're too scared to do anything in the first place. Togata nodded. That's true, but it's not just for the villains, it's also for the civilians. The people need to see that you're willing and able to protect them. If you didn't walk around and went unseen for too long, it tends to affect the community as a whole. Even Endeavor sees that and does patrols, even if he's by far the scariest hero in the top 10. So in game logic, patrols raised morale and productivity levels. The longer you go without one, the lower the levels. All Might being All Might gave off a morale boost that covered the whole nation. He wondered if that was just because of what he's done or something to do with a title or something. Maybe one day he'd figure it out. It also gives you a chance to meet fans, which is always nice. He waved to a group of kids that were across the street. They waved back with smiles plastered on their face and walked off. Izuku. He hummed. We're picking up a huge magic source coming from the southeast. Is it friendly? No clue. Togata. The older student turned to him with a smile. There's something coming from that direction. He pointed to the high magic source. It's some type of power building up. It got stronger before stopping. Togata got a hard look on his face. Call sir and get help for us. Stay a bit behind me and help any civilians. He nodded and pulled out his phone. His boss answered on the second ring. There's an attack. Lemillion is on his way there already. I'm heading over to help bystanders as soon as I'm done here. He requests help with whatever's going on. Police and pros are headed toward your phone's location. Keep it on. The line went dead. With a sigh, Misaki cast the buffs on him. Eye of the Lost. Target locked. He's going underground so it's a little off, but when he's above ground it clears up. Misaki. Yeah. We're gonna go to the beach and enjoy the sight of my girls in bikinis after this week is over. She let out a cheer as he took off in a dead sprint. In a matter of seconds he appeared in front of a civilian. Charging Ofa into his fist, he shattered the large chunk of debris into smithereens. He looked behind him to find a man in his mid-20s. You good? The man nodded and took off down the street. With him gone, he looked around to assess the situation. A villain was on top of the nearby building, taking chunks out of it and others around it. The pieces weren't aimed at anyone in particular, but there were still people running away. He saw Togata pop out of the ground and go flying into the air. He watched as the attack smacked into the villain's head, but it didn't do much. The villain turned and used one of his 4 hands to swat at his opponent. He looked back down the street and didn't see anyone else on it. The civvies must have made it out. Where's the magic coming from? She hummed. Seems to be Macho Man up there. I don't sense anything else. He tilted his head in thought before casting. Ethereal Haunt. Jumping up toward the guy, he went past the range, ending the spell prematurely. Observe. His name is Morimoto. He's only level 7 and he's under a spell. Jumping away, he asked. What spell? She shrugged. Just says enraged. So he probably wasn't a villain. He's not. I'm pretty sure he's just a dude off the street. I don't have a way to dispel it, so we'll have to wait it out. Taking in a breath, he prepared to yell the instant Togata appeared again. He's being mind-controlled. The older student heard his call and started dancing around the man. It was a minute later that 3 pros showed up and a police car followed by an ambulance. He smiled and waved at the heroes. Lemillion is keeping him busy. Try not to hurt the guy, he's under some sort of mind control. The hero named Pink Lattice, who is a local hero of Hosu, nodded and went to help with him. While it was nice to not be at school constantly, but he would rather be training in the Shadowscape. He couldn't use his quirk in public here, and even if a villain appeared that wiped out every hero, he still couldn't help. At least until he was attacked. Am I an adrenaline junkie? Nah, if you were we wouldn't be here right now. I think it's just that this type of stuff feels beneath us. Oh, so I have a god complex, great. She shrugged. Sighing, he looked up at the villain and saw the new hero trap him in a bunch of squares. The guy struggled, but started to slow down significantly. SSE, another signature. He raised an eyebrow. Really? You told me to not F with you any more, so yes. She sounded exasperated. Looking in the direction, he debated whether or not he wanted to try and find who was doing this. Pulling out his phone, he rang Gran Torino. What? A mage is casting spells on random civilians. I'm assuming he's just making them going berserk, but I've only seen one case so far. He heard the old man sigh. I was wondering if I had permission to try and find the person doing this? No. That's what he thought. I'll warn the heroes and police what's happening. As for the person causing it, you can't until you have your own license. He sighed. Fine. Do you want me to start leading heroes? Tell Togata and follow him. Protect citizens if you have to. If another appears, let us know. Okay. He was gonna hang up, but the old man added something. Look, kid, I know you're bored, but you need to follow the laws of society. If you didn't, the school would have to let you go. He let out a sigh. Yeah. I know. I'll see you later, maybe? He was going to ask what he meant, but the man hung up. He looked over at Togata and called out his hero name. The older student told something to the pink-clad heroine and joined him a second later. What's up? He explained the situation, and after warning the heroes there already, they took off. 2 hours later and people were still going mad. Togata was only standing because he was healing the poor guy and other heroes they came across. What's the Printoff doing this? They're untrained people, so they easily get captured. He couldn't see a benefit in this. Night Eye, after assessing the situation, had called in for more pros from neighboring cities. The reinforcements had shown up a little bit ago and were now spread across the city. Another one, W&W. Also were close to leveling again. He relayed the information over the walkie-talkie that a pro gave him and started making his way there. I guess this is good leveling. Magic sense had gone up 4 levels since this started, and because he was running around everywhere, sprint had also gone up by jumping over a fence. He cleared the alley and found himself in an abandoned street. The city had issued a public warning a half-hour ago, and the people getting attacked now were the handful who just didn't listen. Looking behind him, he saw his contingent of heroes and Togata not far behind. Continuing his trek, he heard the radio crackle to life. We have reports coming in of even more civilians going crazy. He ignored that chatter that followed and jumped on top of a building. Overlooking the street, he saw a woman slowly walking down the middle of the road. An energy was circling her. Togata landed next to him in a roll. That her? He nodded. Something's circling her, be careful. Mirio nodded back and jumped off the edge toward the ground. The pros joined a second later and ran toward the woman. His worry turned out to be valid as the first pro that got near her was thrown back and slammed into a nearby building. One of the pros, seeing his ally get thrown, tried a different tactic. He touched the ground and channeled his quirk through the cement. It rumbled a bit before twisting on itself, throwing the lady to the ground. Togata appeared from the ground and walloped the woman on the side of her head. The blow appeared to knock her out as the force circling her dissipated. Pulling out his phone, he texted the location to the police and added that a medic might be needed for an injured pro. Another one just appeared from the direction we just came from. He raised an eyebrow at that. The only people they had passed on the way here were heroes. Being closer to a police station, the citizens listened more carefully because they saw the forces deployed outside their homes. That left either a police officer or... He pulled out the radio and clicked it to life. I have reason to believe either police or heroes are now being turned. Lots of shouting followed that. With a sigh, he jumped to the ground and landed as the ground shook. Come on. I have to say, this is going better than I hoped. Shigaraki smiled at the scene of destruction that was going on around him. You did pay for the best results. He looked to the side and found the person who called himself Manic. Covered head to toe in scars and smiling ear to ear. How's our little pet doing? Manic's smile turned sadistic. Had to put him in a straitjacket, he started trying to claw his way out. He let out a laugh. We'll release him when the fighting starts to settle down. The man nodded and walked away, leaving him alone. They met a few weeks ago when he suddenly appeared at the door of the bar and offered his services. They attacked him at first, but weren't able to get near him. The guy said his quirk was the ability to make marks that can affect people's moods. He demonstrated it on a man in the street and he was impressed. The man immediately attacked the people next to him and was subdued by heroes not too long after. He was assured the quirk could work on heroes, so he took the guy on. And the results were amazing. He could see one of the affected heroes smash another's face in. Giving a content sigh, he leaned back into his chair and put his feet up. Time for fireworks. Screw this stupid law. He was getting mad. The only person who was safe during this chaos was Togata. He found a rune scheme scratched into a light pole which solved a mystery. The people, and now heroes, were being affected by runes a mage had left all over the place. In an attempt to try and protect his friend, he made his own rune that would change the guy's hair color and had him phase through it. Luckily for both of them, he could just phase through them, so he was safe as long as he didn't touch a solid surface. One of the heroes they were traveling with had stepped on one and was quickly put down by Togata. After one got hurt approaching the lady, they had 2 pros in them. It wasn't looking too good. His phone vibrated, bringing him out of his thoughts. Hello. Izuku. What's going on? No time. I'll call you back when I get a chance. He hung up on Mandalay and jumped in front of a downed hero, taking a chunk of concrete to the head. With his head spinning, he picked up the pro and dashed away from the raging hero. The heroine affected had some sort of combination of strength and cutting quirks. She was picking up perfectly square pieces of building and road, throwing them like they weighed nothing. The man he was carrying had a concussion, which he healed as soon as he got far enough away. His phone rang again, his small amount of control was beginning to wane. Answering calls, he tried to sound nice. Midoriya, how are you and Togata doing? He sighed at night. We're fine, I'm keeping him in top shape, but there are just too many for just him. If you need a break, come back to base. We have many heroes out there who can assist. That's the problem, he mentally sighed. I'll ask Togata when he's free-dashed. Grabbing the guy, he dropped his phone and launched both of them out of the path of a giant foot. That's Dash. Mount Lady. He let out a curse. That was one of the last people that should have been sent into the city. Reaching for his pocket, he cursed again and looked toward where she lifted her foot up. There goes that phone. He pulled out the walkie and announced, Mount Lady has been affected. I repeat, Mount Lady is loose in the city. The line went crazy, but he did hear someone try to keep it in line. Anyone who is free and able, get to her and bring her down. We cannot let her destroy the city. Kid. He looked down at the man in his arms. Let me down and go help your friend. He nodded and did what the guy said. He wasn't allowed to help with the giant hero, but he could act as support for Togata. Him on top of the woman from before, putting cuffs on her wrists and feet. You okay? Clicking the last cuff into place, he fell onto his butt and let out a sigh. Yeah. It's not looking good out there, is it? He shook his head, which wasn't needed as the ground shook. She's loose. He stuck his thumb at the giant woman. And we're down to you and me. Togata took in a breath and let it out slowly. We should go see if we can help with any other smaller opponents. Offering a hand, he opened a small portal and pulled out a new phone. He had a small collection of them ever since he melted one at USJ. Sending his coordinates to the police, he called Night Eye. What happened? Almost got stepped on by Mount Lady. Togata's fine. We're going to stay out and help more. Put Mirio on the line. He handed the phone over. Yes, sir. He nodded. You got it, sir. Was there anything else? Togata smiled. I'm fine, sir. How's it going at base? His smile turned into a frown. Do we need to head there? He nodded again. I'll see you later, sir. The call ended and his phone was back in his hand. What happened? Togata crossed his arms. Affected heroes were reported in one of the bases. He says the heroes there are putting up a fight and waiting for help to show up. He ran his hands down his face in annoyance. Think they knew we were here? His friend shrugged. No clue, we should get going though. Which way? Misaki. True north. 12 kilometers or so. Relaying the direction, they took off. Are we going? She couldn't decide if it would be a good or bad thing. Heroes attacking other heroes? That didn't seem like something they could deal with. She had called Izuku to ask what was happening, but he was obviously busy. It's been reported that the hero, Mount Lady, has been affect-dash. The news lady looked off screen at something and looked afraid for a second before training her face. I've just been made aware that the hero gang Orca has fallen under the influence of the villain. That settled it for her. We'll make our way to the city so we can help after everything is done, but we aren't fighting. Get ready. She looked at Achiko, who looked afraid, but determined. And I thought you'd have an easy time. The girl smiled. Do I get to help? She nodded. Stay close to one of us and listen to everything we say. Don't do something without getting our go-ahead, you could hurt someone. Anything else? Maybe? I'll tell you when I think of them. She added with a shrug. Go get your costume, I'm gonna make the hotel reservation. Achiko stood, and as she passed her, the girl leaned forward to give a quick peck to her cheek. She felt her cheeks flare and the heat to rise in her chest. Giving a small sideways glance at the girl, she saw the same effects on her. Go get ready. Yeah. Her voice came out as a squeak. She had told Achiko that she had confessed to Lion during their car ride from the station to the HQ. They had agreed to try and work something out so they weren't competing. It was Pixie who put the idea in their heads to try and date one another so they could just share him. Which led to awkward moments like this. When the door closed, she let out a sigh. I don't think my heart can handle this. Opening up her browser, she started to make the hotel reservation. Gang Orca has been affected. His men are trying to stop him, but he's too strong. Send back up. Kid, calm down. We'll go and save her, she'll be fine. Calm down. Through pure will, he slowed his heart rate and breathed a relaxing breath. Lemillion. The older student looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Yeah. I need to go and help my friend, She's in Hosu and she's in turning under Gang Orca. She could be in danger. Togata pursed his lips in thought before nodding. We'll go help your friend. Any clue which way we're going? Eye of the Lost. As his inner eye went skyward, he asked his other friend a question. Time. Full throttle? A minute. If we wait for Togata, roughly 10. He reached out and cast 2 buffs on Lemillion. Sylph's blessing, Hermes' blessing. Try to keep up. He smirked at the guy who smiled at the challenge. You got eyes on her? Putting it up now. As soon as the dot appeared in his vision, he took off. She took a deep breath and steeled her nerves as Orca finished his speech to his crew. They were heading into what seemed to be a war zone of heroes. Their train started slowing, and as the doors opened, she waited for her babysitter bodyguard to get moving. The older man looked down at her with a raised eyebrow. You ready? She nodded. Yes, sir. Keep your eyes open, help anyone who's in danger, and for FS' sake don't fight. She gave a light laugh and scratched the back of her head at the last part. During patrol earlier this morning, she accidentally backhanded a member of the crew when he scared her. The guy was fine, but she got in big trouble for that. Let's get going then, stay near me. With her following, he marched out of the train into the station. As they walked up the stairs, they got their first sight of the city. Through the large glass windows, they saw a smoking city with flashes of light and the occasional explosion. Well, this place is but. She smiled. Out of all the people she's met in Orca's crew, Maki was by far the most blunt and straightforward. The cursing didn't bother her since it wasn't yelled at or used as an insult against her. Do you remember our orders? Standing a little straighter, she answered verbatim. Team 22 is to be directly behind Team 1 and acting as support. They are not to engage rampaging heroes unless Team 1 loses members. Maki smiled and rubbed her head. Good job, let's join our team before Orca gives us his stink eye. She laughed lightly. It will be good practice. If you knew Gang Orca, then you knew his personality and you weren't too scared of him. Anyone else, though? He could send them running when he got going. Maki laughed and waved for her to follow. Running behind him toward where the rest of the team was waiting, they began their 2-team march across Hosu. The radio in her ear came to life for the first time since the train. Teams 10 through 20 will head to assist with Mount Lady. Moto's voice was more harsh over the radio than in real life. It was a fact the woman hated and loathed, but she still did her job. Looking forward past Maki and his best friend, Ueno, she saw the 4 members of Team the top brass of Gang Orca's agency and the strongest members in the group. Ono, Moto, Fujimori, and Kuroki were really nice people. She got the opportunity to talk to them this morning when Ono took her out on patrol. With them was Gang Orca leading their group toward one of the bases that was under attack. All she was told was that the base was part of an operation going on in Hosu. Their mission was to subdue the rampaging heroes and keep them contained until whatever the villains were doing to them faded. They heard right before their train stopped that Mount Lady had fallen under the effects and was terrorizing part of a business district. Luckily for all of them, she was being contained by other pros, but none were heavy hitters that could actually bring her down. Where was Izuku? He could take her down instantly. Their 5-person group came to a halt as Orca's team stopped. Her eyes narrowed as Orca started shaking. It was when Moto's voice came back that her fears were validated. All teams. Gang Orca has been affected. Teams 4 through 9 converge on our position and take him due dash. Orca broke free of Kuroki's quirk and smacked both Moto and Kuroki away into a nearby building. Kid, check on them and anyone else that's taken down. He didn't stop to make sure she followed directions as he dashed in and activated his quirk. A yellow light surrounded the man and he flew forward. His quirk was called Metal. It turned his will into a shell and gave him more strength than any normal person could have. Running toward Moto and Kuroki, she approached and knelt next to them. Moto had a gash on her forehead, which she patched up and wrapped as best as she could. It was Kuroki who she didn't know what to do with. The man had taken the brunt of the initial attack and slammed into the wall first. His ribs were cracked, his stomach was bruised, and his left eye was starting to turn a dark color. She supposed this was a decent reason to use one of the healing tokens that Izuku gave her. Opening her pouch again, She took one of the small clay tokens and pushed it against the man's forehead. Redhead. She smacked him with all the force she could after he told her the activation word. She tried to force him to change it, but he refused and teleported away before she could smack him again. The yellowish-white light circled around the man, and she watched his ribs pull themselves back into place and all bruising fade. When the light died and he was still asleep, she started smacking his cheek. He made a face, but blinked awake. Kendo! You need to help them. Enlarging her hand, she picked him up and tossed him the direction of the fight. Going over to Moto, and lightly smacking her cheek, she was able to wake the voice of Gang Orca's crew. You know, I really hate it when I get hit. Kendo smiled. Then tried to dodge. She helped the woman up and sighed as she saw Ueno go flying away. Running over, she helped the man up and waited for him to gain his footing again. There wasn't much she could do for him short of using another clay token, but his injuries weren't severe enough. The guy thanked her and rushed back in. She was waiting for another person to need help, but the tables turned against everyone. They were almost there when he heard the sound of swirling energy. Coming to a dead stop, he looked around and saw a black portal that brought back the worst memory in his short time at school. Nomu! Togata attacked the instant its head poked through the portal and put all of his training in fighting monsters twice his size to the test. The hit rocked the monster, causing it to stagger. Pulling out his phone, he quickly called Night Eye. He dashed out. Nomu right on top of us. I can hear more portals opening some distance away. Nothing was said for a second before he heard something slam into the desk. Midoriya Izuku, I give you permission to fight as long as it's just against Nomu. You got that? Yes, sir. All Might was currently with the teachers of UA watching the news footage from Hosu City. Almost all of them had yelled and cursed at the TV when they saw Mount Lady being let into the city. It was bad enough that local heroes and citizens were fighting against each other, but to have a pro that could flatten buildings with a smack or kick. Stupid mistake on the part of whoever was in charge of the whole operation. Only thanks to his trained eyes as a pro, he noticed Aizawa tense before standing and walking off. As he wondered what was going on with him, he looked back at the TV and felt his heart skip a beat. Familiar black beings started appearing all over the cityscape. The cameraman in the helicopter must have noticed them too as he zoomed in on one. Nizu placed a hand on his shoulder before he could stand. He looked over the principal and received a head shake. The small animal gestured with his eyes toward his colleagues. He looked over and wilted slightly. Every single one was letting off murderous intent. Feeling a tap on his shoulder, he looked at Nizu, who spoke loud enough for everyone to hear. If any single one of you went, you would destroy the city. Nizu smiled at Aizawa, who was giving the principal a hard stare. So would you, Eraserhead? If you were to change, you would cancel the quirks of heroes trying to fight both Nomu and the affected. Aizawa's left eye twitched, but he walked back to his seat. Next he looked at Ishiyama. I'm afraid I don't need to say the destruction you would cause. He addressed all of them again. I'm afraid I can't let any of you go to help. I'm sure you're worried about our students and also want revenge for what happened, but that would be a death sentence to the heroes already there. He pointed a paw at the television. So let's watch Izuku cook, shall we? All Might raised an eyebrow before turning back to the screen. In the dusk that was finally settling over Hosu City, a bright white light was shining. He felt his pride and resolve firm as he saw his student literally become a shining beacon. These things are weaker than the ones at USJ. Yeah, but they teleport away when they get low health. That was true. He had activated 5% of OFA and slammed into the head of the first monster. The attack had snapped its neck, but didn't kill it. When he went for the finishing blow, he saw magic at work again. A rune had come to life and whisked the thing away. The next one he fought had some type of speed quirk, but still wasn't able to keep up with him while he was buffed. Smashing a hand into its chest, he dealt a decent blow to it and it was also teleported away. He was starting to think this was some sort of test run. Midoriya turned to see Togata shielding his eyes. The light died instantly when he powered down. You okay? The older student smiled and nodded. Since you're allowed to fight now, how about I head over to get your friend and you help with the Nomu? He opened his mouth to say he wanted to help her, but he thought about it a little more. She would be furious if he showed up because he was worried about her. He sighed and rubbed his eyes. Yeah, okay. Mind making a memory of where she is? She gave him a thumbs up and pushed the memory to the front of his mind. Laying a hand on Mirio's shoulder, he transferred the memory to him. Togata gave a confused expression before it was replaced by understanding. Awesome. I'll head over. He waved and disappeared into the ground. A woman's scream tore through the air, taking his focus off Togata. Speed run. He smiled. Why not? Crouching down like he was at the starting line of a race, he activated Odin's blessing. When lightning started crackling off his skin, he activated 2% of full cowling. A bright white light started emanating off his skin, and he took off with sprint in full force. She was used to her job by now, having seen All Might and Endeavor face huge threats. She liked to think she was prepared for almost anything. Sure, she felt like an ant compared to them, but she was still braver than any other person in her job. No one was stupid enough to go toward danger, besides her and her two co-workers next to her. There. She pointed at the white light coming from a street in a business district. They had seen it before, but it had died off before they could find it again. When they were almost on top of it, the light flashed and zipped away toward a residential district. There was a bright light that flared enough to light up several blocks away. It then faded and zipped off toward another part of the city. This repeated several times before the light faded out with a sputter and massive electrical surge went off in an alley. Her cameraman, Chang, just stared at the scene with disbelief before their headphones came to life. What was that? Their boss, great. Chang swerved the camera to look at her, and her look of annoyance was replaced by her normal professionalism. We have just seen a ball of white light erupt then race across the city. We have no confirmation on whether this is a hero, vigilante, infected, villain, or one of the beings known as Nomo. Please bear with us while we track down the anomaly. The American woman, Angie, cut the camera feed and went to the front desk. She sighed and looked at Chang with a tiny bit of anger. What was that? He smiled wearily. Boss's orders. Giving him the benefit of the doubt, she slumped into the seat. She looked at the pilot. Ozeki, do you mind following the light? He gave a thumbs up and headed toward the alley where the glowing was coming from. Sighing and sliding further into the seat. I really hope the city doesn't get leveled. My uncle lives here. He groaned as the electrical surge left his body. He had raced across the section of city he was next to and had dealt with 6 Nomus. Seven Nomus. Each one was as weak as the first and teleported away when their HP went below 5%. Only the third Nomu had taken more than a few hits. All the others fell after a single punch when it was enhanced. Sitting down at the entrance of an alleyway and starting to heal his fingers, he sighed. I really can't wait until this night is over. Small fries are still small fries. Sighing again, he looked down the street and saw a group of heroes run across. Re-dash. Pain erupted from his side and he was pulled deeper into the alley. You are now bleeding. -10 horsepower per second duration, 60 seconds. Resistance check failed. The thing that pierced his skin pulled back into the shadows. Defiant harsh laughter was echoing off the walls. Rechanneling Ofar at 5%, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a clay token. Who's there? Little tiny hero. A flash of steel raced for his face. Diving to the side and pushing off an air step. The first blade sword passed where he was while the second flew past where he was going. It was only thanks to pushing off the solid air that he wasn't hurt. Sight of the hunter. When the world faded to grays, nothing highlighted. What's going on? I think he's invisible to magic. Summoning a bone blade and catching a dagger, he asked. How did you sense the first attack? His blades smell like rancid blood. His eyes finally adjusted to the dark, allowing him to see his attacker. A man was sitting up and away on a fire escape, out of the range of his observe. I heard you're a fake one. In an instant he disappeared. Only thanks to the light tink of the blades he was able to dodge the initial strike. The guy was moving with enough speed to rival Denki. When he went for his own strike, he received a notification that made him inwardly curse. You are now under the effect of blood curdle. He stopped midair and his momentum caused him to fall flat on his stomach. He looked at the foot of Kaizome. Name, Kaizome Akaguro. Title, The False Shepherd. Age, 31. Level, 64. Quirk, Sanguine Bender D. HP, 6,470. Mana, 2,715. Stamina, 7,735. Strength, 349. Constitution, 647. Dexterity, 613. Agility, 564. Intelligence, 247. Wisdom, 148. Charisma, 625. Resistance, 900. Statuses, enraged, infused, melded. A leader of the dark, a messenger of the black. Well, sheet. Now the question was if he was allowed to fight this guy. Technically we are being attacked first, so we are just defending ourselves. That settled that then. Obviously he couldn't move for right now, but that didn't stop him from going nuclear. Cosmic Halo. Without any build-up or preamble, his body erupted. When his body lit up, he heard Akaguro jump away and throw multiple daggers at him. Still not being able to move, he used the ball of light that circled his head and put it in their path. The daggers didn't lose speed, but they did enter the light, which was a big no-no. The instant they touched the light, they melted. Building up a roar in his gut, he took in a breath. His body answered the call and fought through the quirk holding him down. Blood Call LVL. 2 XP, 64.87%. When on their last legs, Vikings would let loose a wild call for both themselves and their allies. This call, while normally just a morale boost, was something altogether different when put into the voice of a Viking chief. Call on your blood to keep fighting even when restrained or beaten down. Range, 7 meters. Cooldown, 4 hours. Duration, 2 minutes. Causes yourself and all allies to keep fighting beyond their physical capabilities. This effect will cause all affected to ignore debilitating debuffs. He must have looked like a monster, yelling loud enough to wake the dead and being covered in a layer of fire that licked at the air. Involuntarily, the sun began to spin around his head faster and faster as he looked at the villain who was smiling wildly at him. Come on then. He kicked off the ground and launched himself at Stain. Full cowling 5%. Smashing his foot into the walkway the villain was sitting on, he tore it off the wall, sending it flying down the alleyway. Not being stupid, Kaizome had just laughed and kicked off right before he hit. Not waiting for the villain to land, he cast Ethereal Haunt, which turned out to be pointless. The instant the spell went into effect, a multicolor light covered Stain, allowing him to move in the middle of the spell. Controlling the power rolling off him, he channeled Cosmic Halo into a single attack. He not only wanted to hit the guy, but he couldn't keep the state up for long thanks to the 5% max HP drain. The miniature sun rapidly spun around his hand until it spun in front of his open palm. With a mental command, he launched it at Stain. The villain tried to run away from the ball of death, but they weren't a line attack. Taking control of the gravity around him, he swerved and pushed the fire faster in an attempt to hit. Chung. Quirk now. Her cameraman complied and activated his quirk in conjunction with hers. His quirk, Light Balance, when combined with her own, Ghost Light, was able to project a light beam like a flashlight that controlled all light sources it touched. Bright lights dimmed down and dark areas became brighter, effectively making anything they pointed the camera at show true color. Their boss came back onto the line. For the benefit of her audience, she tried to explain what they were looking at. We have followed the light to an alley and have caught a young hero fighting off what looks to be Stain, the hero killer. We have no ID on the young hero yet and will let you know the instant we have more information. From what we can see, he has a fire quirk and is keeping the hero killer at bay with a surprising amount of speed. She was impressed. She had heard the stories and had even seen the aftermath of what this particular villain could do. For someone obviously so young to be on even footing with him was a sight to see. The hero launches a ball of fire at the villain and follows it up with lightning? Wait, she knew this kid. I believe we are watching the student of UA known as Midoriya Izuku during his first fight in the field. They were lucky beyond all belief and would probably have every single other news station breathing down their neck by the time the night was up. It appears that every single type of quirk Midoriya is throwing at the hero killer is dissipating when it comes in contact with him. You know what? F all other mages in the world. Whatever fucker that was helping Akaguro negate his spells would be punched in the face if he got the chance. He was stuck relying on speed boosts and skills. Even his bone blade shattered against the man's skin. Aki says she's watching on TV. With a clay token of Agi, he caught a dagger and tossed it back with blinding speed. Tell her I expect a bikini and sun next weekend. Miss Aki giggled. Sun dragons roar. Fire erupted from his mouth, allowing him to prepare a second clay token. She says you look hot. He rolled his eyes. Puns at a time like this? Quickly baking the clay, he cut the fire off and activated the token's rune scheme. Combining the agility-multiplying runes with sprint and an air step, he disappeared in a flash of light. His arm slammed into the wall where Stain had been half a second before and quickly used his other hand to grab the dart midair. Not dodging the thing was a mistake. As soon as it was in his hands, the slim object was pulled back and tore through his hand. Mid-chase, he was once again brought down to his stomach, the same notification telling him that he was under Kaizome's quirk. So sad, the little hero's been caught. Stain walked over, held his sword at the ready and was about to stab down. Ever so faintly, he heard a shout coming from the ground. Izuku! He smiled as he both saw and felt the older student phase through him, tilting the blade away from him and punching the surprised villain in the face. Stain jumped back and threw two daggers that just phased through Togata, soaring way above him. His quirk is something to do with blood. Try not to get stabbed or slashed. Got it? And with that, he got a front row ticket to a fight between two experienced fighters. A bit earlier, he raced the rest of the way to Izuku's friend and with the energy he had been given made it there in record time. Jumping through the first floor of an office building, he came out into a street where Gang Orca was throwing around his sidekicks like rag dolls. You stupid ugly biestas. A meaty smack bounced off the ground. Looking over, he saw a red-headed girl beating a Nomu into the ground. Every time the thing would try and pick up its head, she would just bash its head back down. After another second of this, the Nomu blinked away, dropping the girl on her knees where she was breathing heavily. Gang Orca grabbed one of his sidekicks and threw him with enough force that a snap could be heard. Dropping into the ground and flinging himself into their path, he only managed to soften the landing as the force threw him back into a wall. The girl ran over and started checking the man over. Not much I can do for a broken arm, sorry Kuroki. The guy laughed. My ribs still hurt like all hell, glad I can finally take a break. Picking himself up, the man helped him up and started messing with the air. A bright orange light started wrapping around his hands before it shot out and combined with Orca. He looked back at them. Kid, go with him. You have my permission to fight. Izuku's friend's eye twitched in annoyance. Little too late for that. The man smiled, blame Ueno and Moto. He looked at him and had a serious look in his eyes. Keep her safe, you hear? He was about to open his mouth to ask what he meant, but Kuroki went to support his team. He looked at Kendo, who seemed unimpressed. What did he mean? She sighed. Apparently Izuku is fighting the hero killer. His eyes widened before she waved her hand. It's Izuku, he'll be fine. She must have seen the worry on his face, because her frown became worry of her own. Right. He turned and started running. Having stopped the man from hitting the wall, he lost the effects of Izuku's quirk. Let's go, can you keep up? She nodded and pulled out 2 coins. She handed him one. Ready? Taking the coin, he felt the dried-out material and slight amount of warmth. Red turtle. The coin came to life in the rainbow energy that reminded him of Izuku. From Izuku? She nodded, her cheeks were red. He laughed a bit before he started racing. I'll head there first, follow Izuku's phone. When she nodded, he took off. I suppose he can be useful for something. The old man let out a bark of a laugh. Yagi told me he hangs around that crazy kid that graduated when you first went to UA. He remembered the older student well. The guy had set a bomb off at school and took out 3 classrooms with him. He only survived being at the epicenter because of his friend. What was her name again? Suki? Something like that? Let's hope he continues to be of some help. He turned to look at Awat. How's it going? She smiled. The weaker heroes have been easily contained thanks to the unaffected pros. And the others? It appears the clay coins that Izuku gave us are doing great on anyone coming toward the base. Torino smirked. He clearly knew something, but he wasn't willing to dig for more information. Must be some sort of dash. Sir. He turned to Centipeder, who had just run into the room. What? Any news station now? His other sidekick quickly complied and fumbled with the remote before she was able to turn on the TV in the room. And see, he has a fire quirk and is keeping the hero killer at bay with a surprising amount of speed. He pulled out a walkie-talkie and started barking orders to everyone that was able. He looked down at his side to see that Torino was already gone. Togata's normally defensive style was apt for this fight. Every sword swing, every kick and punch, even the dart that was aimed at him was blocked or redirected away. So we got something. He raised a mental eyebrow. Yeah. She pushed a notification into his vision. New perk unlocked. Sanguine Master. You have fought against a master of blood. While having survived is a moment of triumph, that is not the only requirement for this perk. You must have fought with and against your own blood and the blood of your enemies. Unlocking this perk allows you to gain a level of control over blood that will put prodigies to shame. Do we take it? He was conflicted. It would help right now, but after this? He really wished the notifications would be more descriptive. I don't know. If it gives us back control, then I say yes. Smiley is barely keeping him contained. He's like a rabid animal with blades. It was apt description. Something was obviously wrong with Stain. Having already used Observe on him, he was apparently affected by some sort of madness like the heroes. He had already tried dispelling it, but it came right back the instant his spell died off. No, not yet. Push the rune scheme. We'll try and provide a little dash. Boom. A familiar redhead appeared and tried flattening Stain. Unfortunately, the crazed villain managed to dodge and went for his own attack. Quickly shrinking her hands, Kendo dodged the dart and slammed her fist against the ground at Kaizome's feet. The ground shook and cracked at the villain's feet, forcing him to try jumping back. Midair, he threw 2 daggers at Kendo, which were caught and dropped on the ground by Togata. Give me a scheme for support. I need speed, strength, and accuracy. It only took a nanosecond for the image to come to mind. As his friends fought, he built up light constructs in front of him and blew them directly at the two. Not only would this keep them safe from Stain, but from him. Closing his eyes and taking a breath, he went into a meditative state and activated Spell Barrage. He let Misaki start selecting the spells, while he used his quirk. Another hero has appeared and is helping to contain the hero killer. Her earpiece came to life, giving her the relevant data. I have confirmation this is another of UA's students known as Battle Fist. A wave of cold swept over her, sending a shiver up her spine. Looking behind her, she didn't see anything but felt Chang tap her and print toward the fight. It appears that Izuku isn't down for the count. That might have been an understatement. Hundreds of spears made of ice appeared, surrounded in thin lines of fire, and each giving off a spark of light. Lemillion apparently had a sixth sense because he grabbed the girl and dived into a nearby alley. What happened next was probably a promotion for her, or at least a pay raise. Like a machine gun, the spears started firing themselves at Stain, forcing him to dodge or die. He did try following the 2 kids to safety, but 3 spears appeared, nearly taking his head off. Barely dodging the 3 spears, he jumped up and tried to go over the edge. The kid was reading him like a book. A net of fire appeared, trapping the hero killer in the alleyway. Going for broke, he started charging the downed kid. A black blur rushed from Stain and was stopped midair by a purple light surrounding the kid. Unfazed by the sudden power, Stain dived in, dodging the hail of icicles that were aimed at him. With quick precision, the villain used his swords to smash apart the ice spear in front of him and went for a killing blow. Her heart was in her throat as the blades shattered the light surrounding the kid and was about to take off his head. Without any warning or pretense, Stain was slammed into the side of the building. She let out a sigh, which was replaced by confusion as an old man appeared standing on top of the kid. By the time the villain had successfully regained his footing and composure, the old man was on him. His quirk must have been some type of speed enhancer, because he disappeared and smashed into Stain. She looked down at the two kids in the alley and was confused by the multicolored light coming off of one of them. Before she could even question it, a ball of red went soaring through the air and slammed into the hero killer. The old man had kneed the guy in his head, sending it backwards to slam into the wall. The ball of red turned out to be Battle Fist, and her attack had created a massive dent in the wall. Luckily for society as a whole, the guy was out for the count. Speak! She jumped a bit at the sudden loud voice. It appears the hero and students have subdued the hero kill dash. The helicopter was rocked backward. Luckily Ozeki was a great pilot and was able to correct the hover enough for her to see what happened next. Free! The quirk lapsed and immediately he was thrown back down the alleyway. A force of purple-black energy had circled around Stain and setting off magic sense like crazy. What? As sudden as the energy appeared, it vanished alongside the unconscious hero killer. What the hell was that? Magic? He sighed. I suppose that's the end of that. He looked over at Gran Torino and nodded at the old man. Thanks by the way. Instincts took over and he blocked the kick aimed for his head. Really? You weren't supposed to fight him. He dropped the foot and gave the old man an annoyed glare. I was attacked first. You also didn't call for help. Your lucky centipeder was near one of Orca's henchmen. For the first time since the fight began, he felt his phone vibrate. Taking it out, he jumped away from the old man before he could get kicked in the head. He smiled at Kendo and Togata, who was coming out from the alleyway. When Kendo noticed his phone out, she pulled out her own and winced. 15 missed calls. 48 missed texts. 3 voicemails. The texts were from a couple of teachers, but most of them were from classmates. Luckily only 3 phone calls and a voicemail were from his mom. All the rest were from Sir Night Eye, Mandalay, Uraraka, and weirdly, a single one from Hado. Kids follow me, we'll talk to the police. He put away his phone and smiled at Kendo. How many? She sighed and put her own phone away. 47 from my family and at least 3 from every girl in our class. Togata winced with him. Glad I can't carry a phone honestly. Sighing, she stretched and yawned. Sounds like we're done at least. Mount Lady Ju dashed out. The ground shook. Just got taken down and Orca was just captured after reinforcements showed up. The older student sighed and dragged his hands down his face. Now comes the worst part of the whole night. Kendo and him raised a fist to the sky, smiling like idiots. Paperwork. He looked at Kendo with a small bit of disdain. They had been sitting here for over 3 hours while Togata got interviewed by the police. Kendo was up next and he was last. He pulled out his dying phone to play a game. So far they've talked to his mom, All Might, Aizawa and Mei. Aki wants to know where you want to go this weekend. Tell her to find a remote island. I don't want to get in trouble with the government. She hummed. Ask her if the in-between world is good for swimming. We can turn the vacation into an hour escapade. She saluted. He tried calling back Mandalay and Uraraka, but they didn't answer. He assumed they were helping with rescue in the city. He had looked up the destruction that the Nomus and heroes had caused. The city looked like a war zone, buildings were destroyed, streets were torn apart, and the occasional pillar of smoke could be seen. Luckily, the amount of deaths were extremely low for such a chaotic night. This was honestly thanks to heroes that poured into the city. A group of heroes, some sort of new team from up north, had quickly evacuated every civilian in MT Lady's way. He had looked for as much information as he could on the team and was disappointed for once by the fandom community. The most there was on the team was blurry photos. Apparently one of them had some sort of teleportation. She says we could, but you have to learn a perk to keep them safe. He raised an eyebrow. What perk? Midoriya? He blinked and looked up. He knew this guy, sorta tall, trench coat and a 5 o'clock shadow with a side of exhaustion. He held out his hand, which the man took with a raised eyebrow. Emergency aid. Nice to meet you again, Mr. Tsukachi. The look of surprise turned into a smirk. I've heard you could heal people but exhaustion? He smiled. And hangovers apparently. Remind me to take you drinking when you're old enough. Follow me. He followed the newly invigorated man to a room down the hall. He took a second to look around the room he was in one last time. Police officers were running around everywhere and looked ready to collapse. He'd have to do something for them. Walking into the room, he was unpleasantly surprised to find it was exactly the same from the first one. At least we don't have to wait hours on end. True, and she says you'll see. When both of them were seated, he told him everything he could. Since he was following around Togata most of the time, he wasn't questioned about any of that. The main problem was Stain. Where did he come from? He shrugged. No idea, he must have been there when I stopped. The older man raised an eyebrow. So you just happened to stop in the one alley that had a deadly villain in it? He opened his mouth to talk crap about his luck, but was it his luck? He groaned and laid his head down on the table. I'm being targeted, aren't I? The man let out a light laugh. More than likely. The man's laugh died down and Izuku looked up at him. His face was set in stone and the air turned thick. Do you have a plan for that monster? He quickly rationalized that this man could probably be helpful when it came to information gathering. From what All Might has told me, I have a few things I'm banking on to make our strengths equal. The problem I'm seeing, though, is the Nomis. Tsukachi tilted his head. You took how many out how quickly? I don't see that as a problem. Not the Nomis themselves, but the quirks they had. The man raised an eyebrow. You've heard that they have multiple quirks, right? At his nod, he explained further. The fourth Nomu I fought had a quirk from a hero 22 years ago. I know it's from before I was born, but I know a lot about heroes. Crimson Line was a hero that could cut anything to pieces as long as the line that came out of his finger could pass through it. He called it Laser Line, and this Nomu had the quirk. The officer's face turned to shock. I didn't recognize any other quirks on the Nomis though. Dr. Garaki and her watched the screens with a mix of excitement and satisfaction. Even if the Nomis got beat so easily, the experiment proved to be a resounding success. She looked over at the doctor and was excited by the look in his eyes. As her smile started going as wide as his, their boss spoke up. I suppose your project just proved itself useful, and I believe I just found a new employee. The man turned to the both of them. Congrats, document. He nodded at her with a smile. Rini. She just smiled back at him and looked at the doctor. The smile was malicious and his eyes flickered with a hunger. Doctor? He started mumbling under her breath. She put her black hair behind her ear and tried listening to it. Even leaning in slightly closer, she wasn't able to pick up a single intelligible word in the gibberish he was spewing. She sighed and straightened her back. He was a brilliant scientist and an amazing doctor, but had the train of thought of an ADD kid. It was a few seconds later that he stood and rushed out of the room, a constant stream of words coming from his mouth. All for One laughed lightly. It seems your project is just about to take its second step. She smiled and stood. Bowing to man, she excused herself. Thank you for having us. I hope we can give you more results. He smiled and nodded. I look forward to it. When she was at the door, he called her name. Young Rini, I forgot to mention. She turned to look at him. You and Kurojiri have a mission in a few days. Get your costume ready and prepare yourself for a bit of fun. She nodded and walked out. She started cursing under her breath as she walked down the hallway. She was just getting used to being here, away from Shigaraki. Having left the police station, he bowed to Tsukachi, who thanked him for the healing tokens. The officers were a little weary at first, but after the first person risked it, they all took one. It was actually funny seeing them act scared of him. He was once again reminded that he should get a license to make items for people. Suppose it's time to go get one. Misaki hummed and gave him the coordinates. Snapping his fingers, he walked through the portals and found himself in Manuel's hero agency. Looking around, he saw Manuel filling some paperwork out at his desk. Said hero noticed his presence and waved. When he waved back, the hero pointed down the hall telling him where to go. Nodding, he walked to the room at the end of the hallway, which acted as the HQ of their operation. Knocking on the door and walking through, he was tackled into a hug by a what? He looked at the woman and saw the relief on her face as she sighed. Please never do that again. He laughed. I didn't really have a choice. How's everything going, by the way? She let him go and walked over to a desk. Good, all things considered. The injured are numerous and flooding all nearby hospitals. Unluckily, one of the buildings that MT Lady destroyed was half of a hospital, so we've been sending people to nearby cities. He sat down across from her. Heroes? She smiled. They're mad. They want revenge and are said that they got controlled in the first place. She pulled something up on the computer and turned the screen to face him. He let out a sigh. You two are pretty popular now. She smiled at him. All the heroes you helped heal and saved from Nomu are publicly thanking you. Your little friend is even gaining a new name. He smiled ear to ear. This was great news. Really? Awat grinned and nodded. Gang Orca's crew is calling her Red Angel. We're never going to let her live this down. Where's everyone else? She pulled the screen back toward her as she answered. Night Eye is in a meeting with the police about where we're at right now. Centipeter went out to help with logistics and Mirio is asleep in his room right now. What about Gran Torino? Honestly, she shrugged. He said he needed to do something and left. So no training? That was good news. What are you up to? She sighed and stretched. I've been tasked with filing paperwork. Need help? At her raised eyebrow, he shrugged. I don't exactly know what Gran Torino wants me to do, so I have free time. Sudden realization dawned across her face. Thanks for reminding me. Opening a drawer and scavenging around to find a paper, she pulled out a schedule that made him groan. Gran Torino gave it to me and told me to tell you to stick to the schedule. He says for the fire ones to head over to your place and to come back in the morning. He took the list and was actually surprised. Compared to the day before, this was actually looking to be sort of interesting. After patrol tomorrow, he was supposed to head to a gym that had metric ton weights. Anything for tonight? He looked up at the clock and noticed that there was only a few hours until daylight. She shook her head. Night Eye says you two have today off and are expected to rest. She smiled. If you want, you can train or go have fun somewhere else. Just come back by tonight to start your training. He could work with that. Giving Awat a wave and a hug, he opened a portal to his warehouse. He supposed it was time to try and create new skills. Walking over to a desk, he plugged his phone in and walked into the fire room. So what's first on the list? Well, the funnest thing on the list is learning how to create a clone, but that seems ridiculously hard. So I guess we can work on moves. Sure. He had learned during the chaos that heroes tended to use the same moves that other heroes used. Not that they all copied each other, just that the idea between all their moves was the same. Going over to a storage locker, he pulled out the training dummy. He had bought it at a sports store and asked Aki to make it stronger, but she went overboard, which wasn't entirely a bad thing. The thing could take a huge amount of damage and redirected all the force it absorbed back at what hit it. So the harder you hit it, the harder it hit back. His bone blades, with as much force as he could muster, shattered when they hit the things. Getting into his normal fighting stance, he quickly punched forward and hit the dummy dead center. His fist bounced back and rattled his bones. He went in for the same attack and was rewarded with a window. Static attack, jab progress till unlock, 0.5%. A steady solid hit. He let out a sigh. You ready? I suppose. Couple of hours later. His phone rang for the first time since the night ended. Casting emergency aid on his leg to heal the hairline fractures, he walked out of the box and answered the phone. Hey All Might. How you doing, kiddo? Good, I've been practicing moves since I got back from the police station. You working on anything fire-related? No. Come over to you then, we got a surprise for ya. The call ended and Misaki gave him the cords. Snapping his fingers, he dropped through the sets of portals and landed in the main courtyard. Waiting for him was Aizawa. How did Y-? You drop at the same spot every time. He turned and walked off. We're headed over to Gamma. What's this about? Sir? His homeroom teacher answered without stopping. You're going to be trained in multiple facets of fighting. Power Loader has created a couple of things for you to use while training. Every teacher is going to help in some form. Togata is also being called in for this, so we'd appreciate it if you could open a portal for him. He grinned, not that the man could see it. Sure, no problem. When they made it over to the gym, he saw every teacher he had ever met, including Togata's homeroom teacher. The man handed him a piece of paper with coordinates, which he assumed to be for Togata. Opening the portals, the older student walked through with a smile on his face. Mr. Hikari explained what was going to happen and left to go talk to the other teachers. So, any clue why they're doing this? He shrugged. Mr. Yagi called me and told me to meet him here. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that it's because of our fight with Stain. Mirio sighed. I was expecting a little bit of Rand R after yesterday. That reminded him. He reached out and tapped the guy's forearm while casting his 2 healing spells. I forgot to do that yesterday. Sorry? Togata shrugged. Oh good. Let's just hope this training isn't too insane. Togata, follow Mr. Hikari. Midoriya, go with Aizawa please, said Nizu. Following orders they split and his homeroom teacher explained what he was meant to do. You will be putting these on. He was handed 4 bracelets. 1 on each limb. To start with, so you can get used to the weight, we'll be having Mary train you in swordsmanship. He raised an eyebrow but did as he was told. With a click, the bracelets closed around his wrists and ankles. He didn't feel any different though. Handsome. Yep. He looked over to see his friend May up in the bleachers. With a wicked smile, she pressed a button and he was nearly thrown to the ground. Full dash dot. No quirks. We're training your body in the fundamentals right now. He looked at the bored expression on the man's face. Fine. How am I supposed to train swordsmanship if I can't use my quirk though? That's where I come in, kid. With a decent amount of effort, he turned to look at Power Loader coming up to him with a sheathed blade. I made this for today in mind, but if you wanted to keep it, that's fine too. He held the hilt of the sword toward him. The pommel unscrews. Twisting the square piece of metal and sliding a small sliver of the wooden grip down, a bit of the metal was exposed. Made it so you can customize it later. He smiled and was genuinely grateful when he thanked the man. Thank you, sir. I swear to put it to good use. The support teacher smiled and gave him the sword. Have fun. With it he walked up to the bleachers next to a Mei who was smirking at him. With almost no grace, he pulled on the blade and clumsily armed himself. He heard a sigh and turned to Ms. Soma walking up to him. We'll work on your draw later, for now though. She pulled out her own sword that was glimmering with a multitude of grays. She didn't finish her thought as she rushed to attack him. Luckily, he was able to fight the added weight and pulled his sword up to block the oncoming strike. This is going to be a long day. All right, kid, after watching your fight with Stain and a few of your other fights that were caught on tape, I think I see where your weak points are. You can call me Mr. Yagi. The boy bowed to him. Nice to meet you, Mr. Yagi. To start out with, we're going to have you practicing your forms you learned from Mr. Hikari. This is mainly for you to get used to the added weight. We'll give you a half hour, then we'll move on. He raised his hand. Wouldn't all this extra weight destroy my muscles if I do this? Smiling at the kid, he pointed to Midoriya. That's what he's for. He had to resist the urge to laugh at the kid's paling face. How long are we going to be doing this? For about a week. He smiled at the boy's sigh of resignation. Let's get started then. He turned to Hikari and nodded. Said man took the reins and started Hell Week off. So how did you beat those things in a single hit? Completing his 204th squat, he answered midnight. I used a clay token to double my strength for a split second. She hummed and held up her hand. He narrowed his eyes at her when she smiled. What? Aizawa, we can start. She called out to the bleachers. In no time, his homeroom teacher had closed the distance and handed Midnight her whip. Grabbing a hold of his scarf, Aizawa turned to him. You remember our game from before? He sighed but nodded. Good. Your goal is to tag both of us. He sighed again at the smile on Midnight's face. Fine. Both teachers jumped back and readied themselves. Start. Instantly he was slashed across the face with a whip. Ow. He felt her anger start to boil. Get her. Back in Hosa. Uraraka. She woke up in a state. Half of her hair was defying gravity on its own, and the other half was flattened against the side of her face. She was still in her hero outfit and her breath stank like all hell. Dragging herself from bed, she trudged over to the bathroom and entered still in a haze. Grabbing her toothbrush and putting the required amount of minty paste on it, she brushed her teeth. While doing that, she started unhooking her costume and tossing the bits and pieces next to the wall behind her. Holding the toothbrush with her teeth, she used both hands to free her body from the impromptu PJs. With a sigh and grabbing the toothbrush again, she finished up and spit the nasty-tasting foam into the sink. While I don't mind the show, I don't think you meant to do this. Her eyes snapped open and she turned to see Mandalay sitting on the toilet on the other side of the bathroom, and she opened her mouth to say something but no words came out. Shino smiled and waved. Grab a towel and give me a couple of minutes to finish up here, okay? She could only dumbly nod and grab a towel to cover herself up. She didn't leave immediately though, and before she could turn away, the older woman, still covering her BRST, turned to the side and gave her side profile. Her mind might have slightly broken at that. She reached behind her and practically fell backward out of the bathroom. This caused Mandalay to giggle, which she heard from beyond the now closed door. Now in the calmness and quietness of the main room, she could hear her heart thudding in her chest and feel the heat that had spread across her entire body. With her body heat raised and her on edge, the drip of cold that landed on her skin made her jump slightly. She looked down and noticed that she was still holding the used toothbrush. Putting it down and using the towel, she cleaned off the drip of spit and foam off her skin. With a sigh, she sat on the floor in front of her bed and put her head on her knees. She had just done one of the stupidest things she could imagine without even realizing it. She doubted she could even look Shino in the eye anymore, let alone at her. Closing her eyes, the only image she could see was the older woman's naturally athletic curves. The heat came back in full force and died out when she heard a buzzing coming from her bed. She must have spaced out for a second because the water for the shower was running and she could hear a faint humming coming from the bathroom. Quickly going over to her phone, she answered on the fourth ring. Hello. She mentally cursed herself when her voice came out squeaky. It happened whenever she was embarrassed. Hey girl, how are you? Hey Kendo, and I'm good. She shouldn't have stuttered. What happened? Nothing. I just woke up. Her best friend hummed for a second. Well, whatever. Did you see what happened last night? With that, the torrent of memories came flooding back. Can we not talk about that? Her voice must have oozed emotion because her friend's excitement was replaced by worry. Achiko, what did you do yesterday? She stayed silent for a minute before the waterworks started. The night before. After they had gotten the all clear, her and the team had descended on their assigned sector. She was sticking next to Ryuko for the beginning half of the expedition to learn how to stop collapsing buildings. It's all well and good she could hold up 4 tons, but if she did it wrong, she could bury the person even more. Pixie, go straight for about 32 meters, there's a man buried under his house. More must have been said because Ryuko's normal smile turned into a frown. She would have asked what happened, but the lady picked up speed and dashed away. Barely able to keep up, she watched from afar as pillars of rock lifted a whole building far enough away from the ground that a person could walk under it. Completely trusting her own quirk, Pixie weaved her way through the rock and rubble, toward the guy. On her way, she did stop to stare at something, but walked off without looking back. The man she dragged back was unconscious and had a ton of broken bones. He also probably had internal bleeding, but she wasn't a doctor. Call for an ambulance and tell them we have a critical case. Get this man to the main street, your quirk will ease the stress on his body. With her piece said, Ryuko walked off back toward the house and created a wall surrounding it. She had so many questions, but the guy's life came first and she didn't want to argue with the older lady. A few minutes later, an ambulance came blaring down the road and left just as fast as it came. With just her steady breathing being the only source of sound, she picked up the distinct sound of people talking from across the street. She wasn't a complete ditz and decided to message the team before investigating. You. Hearing noise from across the street, going to take a look. Not waiting for a reply, She made her way across the street and used her quirk on herself just long enough to clear the first ruined building. Silently dropping to the ground, she heard someone harshly whispering to another. "Shut your trap, where? If you bring heroes down on top of us, I'll kill you." The very silent sob was cut off by a meaty smack. While she couldn't see what happened, she could assume the girl was slapped. Shooting off another text with coordinates this time, she crept out from around her hiding place and looked around. The rubble she was hiding behind was a massive section of cement wall with metal jutting out of it. There were matching sets of the rubble all around her, which circled a completely bare circle of floor in the middle of the block. The only thing she could see in the crater was a rather tall, well-built man and a woman wrapped in a tattered cloth. The man pulled out a cell phone and, after waiting for a second, cursed lightly. When they were waiting to get into the city, they had heard the phone lines were completely free so people could call for help, but apparently his call didn't make it through. "Get up, we're going back to Akihabara. This place is done for now." The woman's sobs came back, harsher and quieter, but still made her skin crawl. What should she do? She wasn't supposed to fight people without one of the team with her, but she wasn't exactly Izuku when it came to stealth. The most she could do was tell police where they were headed and hope someone could catch them before they made it there. Her phone buzzed against her leg, shaking her out of her thoughts. Before she could even react, there was a pull on her body and she was sent flying across the rubble toward the pair. Managing to grab one of the jutting pieces of metal, she armed herself with a makeshift weapon. With almost none of the grace she normally had while flying in the air, she flew at the guy and stopped a meter from him. The look on his face was pure confusion before it turned into something she never wished to see again. Looking down at the woman with a wide smile. "Guess you were right. If we get back to base without any trouble, I'll award you for this cute little prize." The man turned back to her. "You ready to become a plaything, little girl?" She was mad now. Not at the woman, who was now showing so many emotions that she couldn't even guess what was going through her mind, but at the man for thinking she belonged to him. Still able to move her arms, she put all her strength into a swing and smacked the man with the chunk of cement and steel. While it managed to connect, it didn't seem to do much besides piss him off. His rage quickly died down as he smiled sadistically at her. Letting out a small chuckle, he talked out loud to himself. "I'm going to enjoy breaking you. If you..." He smiled. "If you dash. Sun kiss." The bracelet she wore came to life in a multicolor spasm before being consumed by fire, which did two things. The first was to create a ball of fire and the second was to attack the man's face. Letting out a yell of rage and pain, the man threw her back into the rubble and into a concrete block. Gulping down the pain, she started her own attack. Quickly activating her quirk on all the loose rubble around her, she found a sturdy piece of metal with a chunk of cement on it and rushed the guy. The man had taken a knee from the massive burn the fireball had inflicted. Clearing the distance and about to take a swing, she felt his quirk start to push her away. Jumping to the side and with all her might, she chucked the bit of rubble at the villain. The man caught up to her with his quirk and sent her flying backward into sharp rocks. Her back felt wet, but she ignored it and started activating her quirk on more rubble. As she worked on the rubble, the man picked up the once makeshift club, which had its cement broken leaving only the metal pole, and pointed it at her. "You'll pay for that, beach." Instincts shouted at her to dodge, which was the correct call, because as soon as she dived out of the way, a pole pierced the cement where she was standing. Still working on the rubble and throwing the occasional piece or two, she saw the woman making herself as small as possible. The man's anger must have reached its peak, because the next thing she knew, she smacked into an invisible wall. Not taking the time to check her nose, she kicked off it and ran the other way, but hit another wall. Quickly checking the other two directions, she growled as she found herself trapped. Glaring at the man, she tried to think of a way out. "I was going to break you." He paused for a second. "But you set me off." Using his hands to make a ball, he slowly started to flatten them. Just as slowly, she felt the walls touch her skin and start squeezing against her. In a panic, she pushed back against the force, but to no avail. The walls didn't let up at all as the man smiled wickedly. "Don't worry, I heard it hurts." She glared at him as her arms were pushed against her sides. It didn't occur to her that she should be panicked right now. She honestly had no idea why. The only thing she could feel was rage and worry, rage at the man and worry for the woman. Closing her eyes, she pushed with everything she could. Her heart was thudding in her ears, her muscles ached and her bones felt like they wanted to dislocate. Ah! Suddenly the walls disappeared and she fell to the ground. Snapping her eyes open, she saw the woman being held by the throat and a sharp piece of metal sticking out of the man's gut. "You'll die for that." Without any decorum or second thoughts, he closed his free hand and all she saw was red. A fine red mist slowly settled to reveal the now bodiless head of the poor woman, her savoir. The emotions she felt before were instantly replaced by pure unadulterated hate. Taking off the bracelet Izuku had given her, she threw it at the man, who turned with a smile. "Don't feel too bad, she was only ever good at head anyway." With his sick joke said, he tossed the head into the rubble. "Now where were we?" Her next words weren't only thought, but filled with emotion. Grabbing a piece of cement that was solidly in the ground, she cursed at him. "Die ubsrd, gravity warp." Without any warning or even a light show this time, the bracelet came to life and became a black sphere. The man opened his mouth to say something, but was cut off by a chunk of metal slicing through his cheek and out the other side. With complete satisfaction and a bit of sadistic glee, she watched the black hole start picking up the man and other bits of rubble that both pummeled him and stabbed into him. Every bit of free rubble she had activated her quirk on was going toward the now floating sphere, and as some of the last pieces made their way toward it, the man was finally buried. The bit of Izuku's quirk in the bracelet died out a few seconds later with a thump of energy, condensing itself further. Deactivating her quirk, the ball of floating blood-soaked rubble crashed against the ground and stayed where it fell. Her mind finally caught up to what her eyes were seeing and what her stomach was feeling, which was doing jumping jacks. With not even a second thought, she keeled over and vomited on the floor. Along with her lunch and dinner, tears fell from her face. This was how Pixie found her. Seeing the aftermath of the fight, Pixie simply picked her up and walked toward the nearest police station. Along the way, the rest of the team had shown up and tried to get her to talk, but she was still a sobbing mess. It was at the police station, after Mandalay had used some healing tokens on her and a police officer had used his quirk, she could speak more than a single word. They had ID'd the man and woman with blood samples, while she was sitting with the now quiet team. Turns out the woman had some type of electromagnetic quirk, which was why the text she had sent out didn't make it out until after she had died. The woman was trying to keep the guy from calling for backup and buying time for help to arrive. It was when they learned that she broke again. She had let the lady down and failed her. She had to be saved again, first at USJ and now. She wanted to smack herself for being weak, but the only movement she could muster was to move her jaw as she sobbed. She had ended up curling into a ball after the questioning and slept against Mandalay, who didn't leave her side. Mandalay. After the bathroom incident, Mandalay had hoped the girl's mind had wiped the memory, but apparently that didn't happen. When she came out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, she found the girl sobbing again with her phone in her hand. Without a second thought, she picked up the small fragile-looking girl and held her. Sitting on the bed and putting Uraraka on her side, she took the phone, which was still in a call. "I'll have her call you back, okay?" The girl on the other end seemed so small as she let out a soft and drained response. "Okay." With that, the line died and she wrapped her arms around the sobbing girl. She didn't say anything, not because she couldn't think of anything, but because she literally couldn't think at all. The ocean of blue and red that flooded her mind was drowning every single thought she had in her head. She felt the first tear fall and then the second and the third. Her own waterworks started after that, which she hoped would end if she could get Uraraka to calm down. It took nearly an hour, but the sobbing had eventually stopped as the girl's eyes couldn't muster any more tears and her voice was exhausted. The blue had died down halfway through but was replaced by a deep red. "Take a shower, we'll talk after, okay?" With a last sniffle, Uraraka freed herself and entered the bathroom. The rhythmic hum of water thudding against the glass freed her from the ocean of color, allowing her to get up and finish putting on clothes. "Yes, you can come in." Almost as much of a mess, Pixie came walking through the door. Instead of blue, she was a mess of red and black. She had only seen the normally happy girl in this mood once, and that was after Tiger's protege died at the hands of a villain. Her and Tiger had hunted down the villain with the help of police and had beat the ever-living crap out of him. They didn't kill him only because the police had stopped them. She shuddered at the memory of the photos police had shown her. She never knew it was possible to peel skin off of flesh, but they had figured it out. The guy tried to press charges against them, but the chief of police and quite a few government officials were behind them along with the general public. They had gotten off on a warning and told they were banned from partaking in attack-based missions from now on. They were allowed to help if part of the mission was search and rescue, but only if that was part of it. They were also allowed to defend themselves and citizens if they needed to, which was why Pixie didn't get in trouble for the bakery incident. She pushed her teammate down into a chair and sighed. I can't have you storming off. Why not? 1. I need you here to help with her. Her mental state is more important than your selfish need to make it up to her. 2. Where would you even go? We don't have any leads and the police won't share any with you. She sighed softly. And this in no way is your fault, it's mine. I told you to keep her from seeing the kids' bodies, which led her to fight that man. If I would have eased it up and told her the truth, we wouldn't be in the mess at all in the first place. You were trying to keep her innocent. I can hardly blame you after you saw your first body. Her black was slowly fading to gray. She felt a shiver crawl up her spine as the memory surfaced. Little girl was cut in half by falling wreckage, wrong place, wrong time, wrong person, wrong everything. Shaking her head lightly, she got rid of the memory. Are you going to help her or not? Pixie sighed loudly. Fine, but after Tiger and Ragdoll wake up. She nodded. That was reasonable. The three of them had left the police station early on and went to help more people, staying out most of the night. Sounds good. Now get, before you see my girl in a towel. Pixie made a face. Really? She smiled. Nah, I just want to talk to her for a bit. Her friend stood and after a quick hug, walked out of the room, staring at the floor. One long shower later, the water turned off and a flood of red assaulted her senses. She was fairly perplexed by the color. She could understand a bit of rage at the guy, but this amount. The door creaked open and revealed a toweled Ochako. Her eyes were bushy and red, her cheeks were red and pink. She must have stopped crying halfway and made up her mind about something. Her expression was hardened and determined. What? The girl didn't say anything for a second, probably picking her words. I want to stop them. Her mind did a double take. What? I want to help those girls. She almost wanted to laugh. You want to take on the human trafficking of Japan? The girl nodded, a fire lit behind her eyes. Who did she even know that could help her? With a sigh, she ran her hands down her face. Fine, but not this trip. I'll find someone to get you started in learning. This week we help with cleanup and rescue. The girl nodded and turned toward her pack to get clothes. Seeing her taut, white legs in their splendor made her remember. Oh, by the way, do you have a swimsuit? Ochako turned to her with a raised eyebrow. Why? She smiled. Izuku is calling for a Sunday. He's taking us to a private beach of some sort. Her girlfriend's face went bright red in contrast to her flood of red, which morphed into a deep shade of pink. So, see, can you help me choose one? She smiled. This was the Uraraka she liked. My own private show and a date? Nodding, she smirked at the girl's glare. Leaning forward onto her hands, she smiled. Don't worry, I don't have a swimsuit that fits anymore. The words eventually clicked for the girl because her glare changed into a wide-eyed expression. The pink started to glow brighter and brighter. We'll go Saturday morning. She made a face. Apparently we're getting picked up by Hale, who's coming to the beach with us. Uraraka groaned. Is he trying to build a harem? She actually started giggling like crazy at that. I think that's more on us than him. The girl's chest went red as she looked at her. Taking advantage of the situation to poke a bit of fun, she stretched to display her body as she said, How about you get dressed and we go to get your costume fixed? Yeah. The girl turned and took her clothes to the bathroom. Midoriya. Medic's respite, emergency aid. I hate you. He smiled. Blame your homeroom teacher. He's not the one healing me though. No, but he's forcing me to. With a sigh and a stretch, Mirio sat up and looked over at the teachers who were talking. Izuku. He raised an eyebrow. Yeah. What's going on? He wasn't sure how to answer the question. Mirio deserved to know what was happening, but it wasn't his burden to bear. Sighing, he sat down on the ground next to Mirio and told him the truth. There's a villain named All for One. He's going to try and destroy hero society as we know it and install himself as some sort of king. Mirio tensed and let out a calming breath. How long? Izuku shrugged. I wish I knew. The most we know is that it's sometime in the next year at least. He's the one who's creating the Nomus. We think he's also in charge of Tenko's crew. The older students sat a bit straighter. Then we have to train until there's no Poent anymore. He looked at Izuku with a determination he didn't have before. Will you help me? Izuku smiled and nodded. Of course, just don't put yourself out of commission. Lemillion smiled. I still have plenty of people I need to save, so don't count on it. You two ready? Both of them looked up at Aizawa and at their nods he pointed to two teachers. Izuku, ectoplasm. Lemillion, Mary. Standing up and making his way over to the hero, he was handed a cloth. Before he could even ask what it was for, ectoplasm started answering. It's for training your scent, blind fighting and hearing. From behind the teacher, he saw Mr. Snipe loading his gun. He sighed as he took the BLNDFLD. Can I just say, I hate this plan? Ecto nodded. You can, but it would fall on deaf ears. Figures. He put on the BLNDFLD and was immediately shot in the forehead. Oh. I couldn't even hear the gun going off. Her complaining drudged up a memory. Wait, are those the guns Hatsum made? Snipe's voice was filled with mirth. Perhaps, you gonna be a yaller dog? He flipped off the stands where Hatsum was. I'm assuming no is the correct answer to that, but said she made me work on them. Snipe started laughing. We shall begin soon. Your mission is to dodge and block. Do you understand? He nodded. Yes, sir. Then begin. He was immediately kicked in the chin by the peg leg of ectoplasm and shot in the ear by Snipe. I hate this already. He had to agree with her. Mirio. Here. He was handed a pair of knuckle dusters. You're going to learn how to use them and a normal weapon. I'll figure out what weapon later. He was going to ask how she expected him to use weapons when he was using his quirk, but she must have read his look. The brass knuckles are made completely with your blood. His eyes widened when he looked down at the metal pieces. How did you dash? We had your blood sequence on file, and after a lot of paperwork and meetings, we were able to clone your blood. He had so many questions, but the top of the list was this. I've taken chemistry. Iron doesn't have DNA. The normally emotionless woman gave a small smile. We found a man in Belgium who could bind DNA to molecules as long as they came from the same source. She patted his arm. You've changed that man's life, by the way. He blinked. What do you mean? The contract UA offered him was and will be enough to pay for his family's care. His 2 daughters are stuck in beds for the rest of their life, and his wife is barely any better. His life was hard because his quirk doesn't have very many applications in the real world, and he was barely able to work in the first place because of his family. He blinked away the mist that was building up in his eyes and brandished the new weapons with a smile. How am I supposed to train with these? Midoriya. A couple hours later, he was healing Togata and himself again. He was bruised from head to toe and had welts the size of grapes everywhere. His friend wasn't much better. After learning the basics of a new fighting style, he was thrown into the deep end and started swimming with the sharks. Ms. Soma's body shape completely hid her muscles, and it was rather frightening. She had apparently taken up weapons after UA, where all she did was hand-to-hand combat. After the spell was finalized, he helped Mirio up and they went back to training. By the way, Mary's right punch is weaker than her left. The older student smiled at him as he walked back toward Ecto and Snipe. He'd have to remember that when he got her next. Are you getting a feel for being blinded? He nodded. His blind fighting had gone up a few levels and his eavesdropping had gone up 1 level. His scent hadn't gone up at all, but the training was working as the skill had gone up a few percentages. How long am I doing this training? 2 more hours, then you go with 13 and Gran Torino. You will be training with them while everyone else sleeps. He nodded. He was somewhat dreading what Torino was going to make him do. 2 hours later, after healing Mirio, he was handed off to the new pair. 13 gave him a small wave. While Gran Torino just started ordering him around, he was clearly not pleased. As he opened a portal to his base, he walked behind Torino and talked to 13. Why is he so mad? He's being pulled out of retirement to help with the league. He's not too happy about it. Why? Did you hear about what happened after Hosu? He shook his head. I've been training ever since I got out of the police station. 13 sighed. Heroes are under fire right now. What do you mean? The Nomus weren't the ones that caused the damage to Hosu, heroes did. Alright, that was a fair point. What's going on? She sighed. MT Lady had her hero license taken away and several heroes are being put under probation after public backlash. That really SE. She had just made her public debut too. Is it permanent? The hero shrugged. Nothing is set in stone. I'm sure people's anger will cool down, but I'm not sure about her license. Could get in the box and start doing your breathing exercises. Torino sat in the comfiest chair he could find and waited for him to start. 13 patted his back. Don't worry, I'll try to keep him from going too crazy. He smiled. Good luck. Roughly halfway through the night, he was surprised by Akito showing up at his warehouse. Hi. Hey, what's up? She hugged him and shrugged. Got bored? What are you doing? Who are they? Hugging back, he answered her questions. I'm under a training regiment right now. He turned to introduce his teachers. This is Gran Torino and this is 13. 13 waved happily while Torino got off his chair and made his way over. You're the girl, aren't you? Aki narrowed her eyes at the old man. In what context? Not the least bit scared by the girl, Gran Torino started ordering the pair around. You can help him then. He looked at Izuku. Midoriya, get in the box and almost kill yourself, Girly will heal you. With his orders given, he turned around and sat back down. Is he always like that? He shook his head as he took off his shirt. No, he's just said that he's no longer retired. She only stared at him for a few seconds before shaking away her distraction. I need to talk to you when you get a chance, by the way. We have some magic news. He gave her a thumbs up and walked into the glass box. So, question? He hummed. What's your plan on dealing with the magic everywhere? Cosmic halo. As his body ignited, he sighed. If we have to, we can get deeper into it. Sounds fun. He nodded as he commanded the miniature sun to start dancing in the air. What about me fighting? He closed his eyes and focused on her. If we can find a safe-ish place, then I'll see. Okay. With her piece said, she retreated into his mind and left him alone. Ever since their talk a few days ago, she had been a lot more reserved and easier to control. Sure, her emotions still boiled over, but if he didn't cave into them, they were little more than slight tugs on his consciousness. He had checked her status screen before and was actually surprised by a very small change in her traits. Amoral was actually gone and replaced by neutral. Selecting it had stated she was no longer willing to ignore problems but wouldn't specially cause more or help unless made to do so. It was a nice change from before. Instead of begging him to fight, she would just idle and watch from her room without a care in the world unless they were in trouble. Another really nice change was she had decided to dedicate her time to creating new fake memories. One of the things on their to-do list was to find a way to implant the memories from afar and instantly during a fight. Not dirty ones she made for both of their pleasures, but the phantom memories. They had practiced sneakily on Akito earlier, but weren't able to select the constraints fast enough before she separated the touch. Light of Polaris. At his command, the mini-sun shrank and emitted a blinding light that covered the room in a warm glow. He felt his skin start to burn up at that point and just held it until his stamina started to drain. When it did, he let the light wink out of existence and the fire that seeped off him die out. He felt the burning sensation of cold touch his crisp skin, and as the feeling died off, he felt a calming aura envelope him. He had closed his eyes after creating the light and after a few seconds was able to open them to see Aki smiling at him. Yeah. Think you can make the mini sun split? He shrugged. Maybe. When I first got the power there were 5 suns, but they were all the same size. My HP also bottomed out after 5 seconds of being in the state. Try splitting the sun into smaller sections. With his HP and stamina maxed out again, he tried visualizing what that would look like and a name for it. Star Field? He hummed. Maybe. I was thinking of naming it after something. What's the brightest star group? Let me check. After a second, she got back to him. Well, from our memories, the brightest and lamest name is Beehive. He snorted. Yeah, not happening. How about we just call it Star Cluster? That works. Let's try it out. Cosmic Halo. His skin ignited and the normal star appeared, lazily circling above his head. Holding up a hand and imagining what he wanted, he spread out his hand. The sun vibrated for a few seconds, then what he imagined did happen, but not the way he expected. The sun shrank in on itself and after a second of vibrating, it exploded. The force of the explosion threw him on his back and kept him there for a few seconds. Opening his eyes, which were now starting to get hard to keep open, he saw a breathtaking sight. Hundreds of miniature stars the size of specks of dust floated all around him, multiple shades of color connected each light. His gravity seemed to be having some sort of effect on it. The little lights began to act like space debris and started to circle themselves until they collided, where they created new brighter stars. Cut it! Misaki's warning made him look at his gauges and he was stunned by how much it had gone down in that short time. Quickly turning it off, the stars faded into darkness and he finally felt the aftereffects of doing that. His mind was numb and felt like it had been smashed with a hammer. His skin had turned black and he had no strength left to even move. His HP was at 1 along with his stamina, his mana had gone to 80% so he was safe, but it was terrifying to see it go down. The water came back, flooding the box and washing away the ash of his skin. It didn't go high enough that it started to drown him like normal, but it did its job by cooling off the floor, allowing Aki to come in. You okay? He wasn't able to answer and had Misaki send her a message. I hurt everywhere and feel like death. She snorted. Your own fault. Medic's respite. All I said was to split the ball, not to create a miniature galaxy. Casting emergency aid on him, she knelt next to him and kissed his healing cheek. Was really pretty though. When you get better control of it, I expect a light show. His vocal cords had healed enough for him to croak out. Sure, whatever.